We are here. That was very quick here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And how is everybody today? Yes.
Y'all suck.
We do? No. Come on, we don't. Come on.
You all suck.
No, we don't. Come on, everybody is.
Seriously? You all suck!
Well, considering that we do, we are here for you today. Hello, traders, friends, family, and everyone else. Yes, sorry about the delay. We just got out of the shower. And yes, me and Jen do take showers together. We're conserving water. Welcome to TopstepTV. Yes, the only show that you're going to have the biggest names in the trading business. This is Opening Call. He's Tarzan, and I'm Jane. And we have an informative and educational show for you today. Each and every day, we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, newscaster, fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and your biggest fan. And don't forget about that voice in your head that keeps telling you failure is not the opposite of success. It's part of success. So let's get ready here. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, trading mentor, our very own man with the plan, John Hoagland. Good morning, John. How are you?
Good, Eddie. I'm good. I like that inspiration there. Good morning, everybody. It's always a pleasure to be with everybody. Tuesday, July the 23rd. As usual, our focus is on seeking accurate market context, good risk management, and remaining patient. Hopefully, we all have a great trading day today.
I hope so. Let's dig into this news here. U.S. stock futures a little lower today ahead of some of the earning reports. We did see that the Dow was about 0.1% lower. S&P 0.2%, and NASDAQ fell 0.4%. Despite yesterday's gains in the S&P technology sector, has still dropped nearly 4% in under a week as growing expectations of interest rate cuts and a second Donald Trump presidency would draw money away from this year's winners and into sectors that have weakened into 2024. So if Trump wins, we're going to be seeing these sectors that were weak having a little more energy in them. Leading earnings schedule, we're going to be focusing on Tesla, Alphabet. John will be talking about that. These are part of the Magnificent Seven. Wiz, cybersecurity company Wiz has actually walked away from a deal with Google, reportedly turning down a $23 billion offer. That's according to our friends at Reuters. And Reuters reported earlier this month that Alphabet was in advanced talks to buy Wiz, no relation to Cheese Whiz, a firm that provides a cloud-based cybersecurity solution to help companies identify and remove critical risks on cloud platforms. Johnny, what do you got for us today?
Well, as far as economic numbers, or at least known economic numbers this morning, 7:55, the U.S. Red Book came out. 9 o'clock this morning, we're looking for U.S. existing home sales in the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index. At noon, Central Chicago time, we do have the 2-year note auction. As far as earnings are concerned, the big ones this morning, Coca-Cola beating both earnings per share and revenue. GE missing on revenues. Philip Morris beating the street on both levels there. Comcast beating on earnings per share and missing on revenue. I think the talk this morning is mostly about UPS. They missed on both earnings and revenue, and they came out with some pretty poor guidance. Lockheed Martin, of course, beating on both earnings per share and on revenues. After the close today, we're all waiting for Alphabet / Google, Tesla, Visa, and Texas Instruments. Looking like Vice President Harris has gained enough backing, enough delegates to win the presidential nomination. It remains unclear how the Biden decision to step out of the election will affect the overall election and markets. Markets, just remember, just don't like uncertainty. As far as the VIX is concerned, pretty much flat at $14.94 index, up slightly, 104.43. And the yield on the 10-year down a little bit this morning at 4.24% last I checked. Eddie, back to you.
Back to me, and crude right now, sort of tailing on its lows here. 77.60 here is our last trade. 55 is the low. Crude prices earlier with the stabilization today near the weakest levels since June. My goodness. So, expectation of supplies, surplus supplies, and uncertainty over demand continued to chip away at sentiment. We did see WI climbing 0.2% earlier today, and Brent rose also 0.2%. Now, concerns over the demand in China have weighed on the market, and on top, expectations that the crude market will surplus next year. This is what we have here. Morgan Stanley also warned in a note this week that the oil market will likely shift into supply 2025 with the waning seasonal demand and expected increase across the globe. API due to release its estimates later in the session, with the U.S. government data due on Wednesday. All right, we are ready for our tip of the week. So far, Johnny, we're doing pretty good here.
Yes, we are.
All right, tip of the week. Journal. Marsha. Just remember, trading journals it's an essential tool, a very important tool. We can learn from our mistakes, identifying mistakes, documenting your trades can help identify mistakes and reasons what you did wrong. Also, avoiding repetition. I think as traders, we tend to do that. And we get in a slump, and we just keep repeating what we're doing wrong, hoping it gets right. By recognizing patterns in your mistakes, you can take steps to avoid repeating them in the future. Johnny, what do you got for our tip of the week?
Well, a lot of traders say they journal. I don't know how many of them actually do. And it's something that you really have to try and keep up with. It's easy just to say, well, I'm not going to journal today, but it is so important. I mean, when you look at professional athletes, they're always watching the game films at the end of the day and at the end of the week, and just watching what they're doing, watching their performance, and looking for just little ways that they can tweak things to make things a little bit better. And just to let you know, we are going to be dropping 2 new journal features here today. So keep in tune, and we'll let you know about those in a little while.
Cool beans, man. Cool beans. All right. Johnny, let's get to those charts. What do you got for our contestants today?
Well, come on down. As always, starting with the daily and the S&Ps. As we should all be aware, the longer time frame is still to the upside. Yesterday on that rally, I'm kind of looking at it as a pullback in a pullback. We've had 3 days down. Typically in an uptrend, 3 down days ends with a positive day, and that's what happened yesterday. Did we bring in new business on that move to the upside? Volume was a little bit lower than the way down, which is typical for these equities markets, but we lost 12,000 in open interest. We did not see new buying coming into this market, so that kind of leads me to believe that the market is coming into an area of balance or just a kind of a pullback inside of a pullback. We don't know, if this pullback is going to continue to the downside, if we're going to fall into range. There is a lot of uncertainty politically, globally, all kinds of earnings coming out. So there's a lot for traders to be focusing on the uncertainty, maybe taking some people out of the marketplace. We're going to be seeing some more volatile periods of time coming up here. So just keep that in mind. Keep your eyes peeled. Last week's low, weekly kickoff high, would be a nice, cozy little area for the market to kind of consolidate. But again, it's going to be a volatile consolidation if it is a consolidation at all. So political uncertainty, global uncertainty, earnings, keep your eyes peeled. Make sure you are always protecting yourself with stops. Let's take a quick look at the 30-minute chart now. All right. So pretty rotational day yesterday. The market opened, looked a little bit higher. We pulled back. We did not accept inside value in the S&Ps at all. We tested the value high from yesterday, which is approximately 55.74. We found buyers down there. We continued to push the market higher, and we ended the day higher at what's the settlement price again? 56.1075. Overnight inventory is flat. We are opening in range and in value, which suggests to me let's try and stay a little bit patient We do have the 200 session moving average here on the 30-minute chart lining up with the anchored VWAP from the all-time high 30-minute bar and settlement. And that's where price is kind of centered. So try and stay a little bit patient today. I'm looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. The profile yesterday was a normal variation, rotational day that the buyers actually ended up winning the day yesterday. We ended with a normal variation extreme as settlement and points of control are very high in the profile. Buyers won yesterday, but again, that loss in open interest indicates that wasn't new buying. That was just old positions just kind of liquidating, looking for new information, looking for new data. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. It is similar, but does tell a little bit of a different story. As we know, the longer time frame structure is still to the upside. That has not changed. 1, 2, 3, well, actually almost 4 down days in a row. We ended up with our up day. So it's a pullback in a pullback. The market is seeking balance now. It is seeking an area where two-sided trade, where traders are comfortable but buying and selling in a kind of a rangy area. So we're going to be looking at the last week's low as the low end of that range. I think we're still seeking some sort of upper end of that range, and the VWAP off the all-time high bar up here takes us up to 2283 and a quarter. That looks like a nice little cozy area. There's a swing high up there. I could see this market rotating here, looking for new information, as long as nothing bad happens or nothing extraordinarily good happens. So we're starting to see these markets find an area of balance. Again, I'm expecting it to be a relatively volatile area of balance, as there are still a lot of those uncertainties out there. So let's take a look at the 30-minute chart here. Scaled. Overnight inventory, flat. No overnight inventory, no gaps, no runs, no hits, no errors. Opening inside value from yesterday usually indicates to me that there's probably going to be better trade locations as the day goes on. There's no guarantee of this. Sometimes we'll open right in the middle of value and the market will drive away from value. I don't see anything known or at this time unknown that is going to create that kind of a situation. So I'm going to try and stay patient. Inside value, inside range, no overnight inventory, relatively close to settlement. I'm looking at that as an opportunity to sit back, relax a little bit, look for better trade locations on the extremes, perhaps of the initial balance. The profile yesterday, very similar to the S&Ps. We did have a hint of acceptance inside volume value. We did not accept inside TPO value yesterday in the NASDAQ. We found buyers down there, ended up pushing to new highs and closing up there with some pretty decent volume. So the buyers, again, did win yesterday, adding 1,000 new contracts in open interest. So this was more of maybe some new buyers coming in than old sellers getting out, like it is in the S&P. So a little bit of a difference there. Not sure how much of a difference that's going to make, because 1,000 increase in open interest in the NASDAQ is rather inert. It doesn't really mean all that much. Take a look at the crude oil now. So we are still holding our head and shoulders pattern. Market moved lower yesterday by about a quarter, 24 ticks. It actually ended up lower yesterday. The market is continuing to try and push down lower. The measured move off of this head and shoulders takes us down to $77. There are some weaknesses down to 76.50 that I'm interested in seeing the market get to, but it is starting to look a little bit cheap. Yesterday, we lost 33,000 in open interest. Only 13,000 of that was in the September contract. So we're seeing some long liquidation. We're seeing some late to the party longs probably getting out. And that's indicating when they start to get out, they're taking selling power away from the market, which leads me to believe that this market might be getting a little bit cheap. Be cautious with that. There are some weaknesses in structure down below that this market could certainly target. Here's the 30-minute chart. And so we did leave a little bit of a gap from Friday to Monday. Overnight kind of covered that gap, but I don't look at gaps as closed in the overnight. I look at gaps closed in the regular trading hour session. Overnight inventory is short. We are taking out yesterday's low. If we see continuation, I'm looking for this market to rotate down to that $77 target off the head and shoulders pattern, and then to seek potentially other weaknesses down below that, down to 76.50. That's the weekly kickoff low. That's where I view this market as getting a little bit cheap. Maybe we'd be looking for some sort of a pullback there. Luckily, however, the rollover is now over, and we're going to be able to depend more on that volume and open interest information. Did not open with a gap, but we rejected value, looking for this market to continue a move to finish that again, measured move down to $77 and perhaps some weaknesses just below that down to 76.50. And let's take a look at gold.
Gold.
So gold is entering rollover. We had our stab at a continuation move to the upside, which failed. The market has come back into a medium time frame area of balance just in time for rollover. And this is going to be a slow roll from August to December. It's usually going to be a slow roll, but the open interest in the December contract is already greater than the August contract, but the volume is 1/4 of the August volume. So we're still trading the August contract because that is where the greater volume is. Are we going to start to see a rollover range begin? Probabilities say so. So be careful, just be cautious, be patient. Again, it's going to be a slow roll. This August to December rollover usually takes a lot of time. So we're going to try and find decent opportunities. We know that there's tons of weak structure down below in both of these contracts, in the August and the December contract. Again, we're still trading the August contract. Look at this, look at the tiny little ranges that we've seen on Friday and Monday and today. There's a big gap above that could lead us to a naked point of control up above that 24.6340. 24.65 is the weekly kickoff high. We've got to get into this gap. We've got to see some buyers come in for that to happen. Right now, the bottom of the gap, which is coming in at 24.1140, is showing some degree of resistance. Did we open with a gap? We did open with a gap. Are we working towards closing that gap? We seem to be. Overnight inventory was long, and without new business coming in and continuing the upside move, quite often the shorter time frame longs that created this long overnight inventory they're going to bail, and they're going to push market back into range, back into value, and maybe even back down to settlement from yesterday, which was 23.9470. 23.9470. So we're starting to see a little bit of range bound activity here. The overnight high from Sunday night into Monday is up around 24.14. That takes us a little bit into the gap. We've looked up at that level already prior to the open. Overnight inventory is pushing price back to the downside. Try and stay patient. We'll see if we find some acceptance inside range from yesterday, which the range high was approximately 24.0160. And then value high yesterday, 23.9478 for a value acceptance play that could take us back near yesterday's low. Anything can happen, as always. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you take a deep breath before you get into the markets. Always remains humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your markets. And please remember every day to pray for peace. We're going to have a good trading day today.
I agree. We got a lot of great people going to be joining us here for today. And we think we've got Rips. I see Rips pulling up in his Lamborghini motorcycle. Custom made. And I think we're going to get him in here ASAP. James, we got the Rip Man coming in.
Oh, snap. There he is.
And there's a doorbell. Wow, a little delayed reaction there.
I'm hitting it with my toe, actually. I got long legs.
I love that Lamborghini motorcycle you got. Wow.
How you doing, Ho? Good to see you. Welcome back.
Good to see you. It's good to be back, and great to see you.
Yeah, it's been a little bit here. I've been
Mhm.
missing that deep baritone of a voice that you bring to the markets here.
Alrighty then.
How have things been going for you? Was it nice to get some time away from the screens?
Oh, absolutely. I lost a few worms, but gained a bunch of fish, and a nice time with my wife and some friends, and there were a couple of whiskey bottles needed emptying, so I did that too.
Hey, that works. Very nice. Happy to hear that you had a good time, that you're back in the business here and back trading with us. It's going to be great to navigate the markets this morning with you. I'll tell you what I'm looking at here. We were talking about this earlier before I came on. I got my screens up right now. I'm not sure if those are coming through on the screen share or not, but I'm looking at the S&Ps here. I'm looking at the S&Ps. We had a failed breakout above 56.15 and a half here. And that failed breakout was my key to take a short into this market here. And I don't think we're going to get charts up, but I can talk through the numbers. But yeah, 56.15 and a half was a good area that I was interested in shorting from. And I ended up catching, there we go. Ended up catching a nice little short on that failed breakout there. I traded in the NQ. We were auctioning right below the 7 and the 20 EMA. So I was looking for that to fail to the downside there. And we caught some bids right here at the VWAP there. The orange line is the VWAP. Let's look at what that looks like on the NQ over here. So on the NQ, same kind of deal. We didn't have a failed breakout, but we had a failed upside auction where we did not have any of this liquidity being grabbed. And this is a line in the sand that I was watching basically at 20,012. When we peeled that back, we had trouble auctioning back up to 20,000 even. And that for me was enough weakness to take that short. And that's exactly what I did. I ended up shorting that. I'm up a total profit right here and now of about looks like $12,789. So ended up
good morning.
Ended up taking that to the short side there. So very happy with that trade, and definitely looking interested in what the market's going to bring us today. I'm not sure if it's going to be a choppy day or not. We do not have a lot of significant news being released today. The next piece of news is going to be the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index and the existing home sales for June and July, respectively. But I don't expect that to move the market all that much. In fact, I think that we're going to see more positional trades around Tesla and Google, who are both reporting today after the bell. So that is going to be the trade to watch. I think Google has two tickers, GOOGL and GOOG. So they're worth watching. Alphabet is actually the company name now, but it's worth watching both those tickers today. However, my emphasis is always put on the one with the L at the end, GOOGL. And of course, Tesla. Anything can happen here today, folks. We are going to be having the market open here in about 2 minutes. So potentially you just want to be watching. Basically, for me personally, those are the two tickers that I'm going to be watching today. I think that that's where most of the flow is going to be dictated today. A lot of positional trades going into that. They're both reporting today after the bell. So you're probably going to see a little bit of effect in that in the NQ, since Tesla and Google are both Magnificent 7. They rank in the top 10 weight of the NQ here. So that should be moving the market around a little bit. If we're looking at Tesla's chart right here, we have seen this kind of just pushing to the upside here, continually pushing, but we have kind of hit a wall. And same kind of deal where we're seeing a failed breakout above a certain key level of around 254 and change. So seeing that kind of failed breakout there is interesting. The one that was more clear to me was Google's chart here, GOOGL. Where we are just kind of holding in this channel here. This is going to be an easy trade to watch, because if we get a breakout above this channel and retest, we could potentially send it to the moon. Same thing goes for a break to the downside. We break below that, retest here, could go back to the downside there. And that's why I say today is one of those days where anything can happen. It's going to be worthwhile to watch these charts, keep them up on a side screen to kind of dictate where the flow of the S&P and the NASDAQ is going to be going today, which is what I'm going to be trading. I'm going to be trading the NASDAQ futures myself here. So we do have the market open in about 30 seconds here. I'm ready to get this party started.
Let's get those Rip Raiders in the gates. And Andre. Good morning, Andre. How are you doing, buddy?
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, Rips. Good morning, Hogue. Welcome, everybody, to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Eddie, hit that bell when the sucker opens up. Rips up. Rips up 12 G's already this morning.
You suck.
We all suck.
Good morning. We all suck.
We all suck. Y'all suck.
Yes.
What's up? Good morning, Rips.
Morning, Andre. Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Go ahead, John. Let's do this opening, baby.
Rips, the Google is the A shares, right? Goog
Correct.
are the C shares.
Yep, Class A, Class C.
Here we go.
Yep.
Party on.
All right, Johnny, do the damn thing. How we looking on this open?
We're we're in the middle of the range and we're inside value. I don't see much to do right here. I mean, the S&P's just opened up basically right at points of control from yesterday. NASDAQ just below points of control, but inside range and value. This tells me to try and stay patient, look for better trade locations as the day goes on. Rips was just talking about the 56.15 failure before the open here on that 630 bar. That was part of the reason he took that nice short, and I'm liking that level. It's the overnight high. It failed to hold above the high of the range from yesterday in the S&Ps. NASDAQ to me is really just kind of centered and range bound. I'm not thinking that there's anything that I need to rush into here so far. Opening ranges, we're still in them. We're still inside the 1 minute opening range. It's a huge opening range in the Dow, not so much in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. We did take just a little peek below the opening range in the NASDAQ now. We didn't really see any continuation below that. Again, this is indicative of a market that is really seeking balance. And I think in the medium time frame and the shorter time frame, that's what we're going to be seeing today because of the earnings coming out, Alphabet, of course, and Tesla and Visa and Texas Instruments, if those even matter. But I think we're going to see just a lot of posturing and positioning for the release today. And of course, with the current political situation, anything can happen. ACH, anything can happen. So I'm going to try and stay patient.
I believe everything has happened at this point. Everything has happened at this point.
Let's go again.
Yeah, last 9 days, you cannot make this stuff up. As Dolby says, we're living in a simulation. Yes, everything has happened.
What's really interesting, John brought up a great point, is that we are going to see earnings from Visa after the bell today. They are one of the ones that I do like to watch because it does give us a read into the consumer. We did have American Express reporting last week, and they did give us an update on delinquencies. American Express, of course, is a charge card, which is entirely different from Visa, which is a credit card. You can't finance an American Express. It does have to be paid off in full. However, there are still delinquencies. However, the customer base of American Express is usually a higher value individual versus Visa. So Visa, I'm going to be watching closely on what delinquencies are, how far people are behind on their bills, what kind of balances they're carrying, and all of that data will be coming out after the bell today. So that is going to be interesting. And I think that will also guide us on what the next rate cut will be. So it's always important information to be watching these credit card companies. Also during certain times, buy now, pay later companies, which are not doing so hot right now, but Visa will be one to watch.
Buy now, pay later thing. Interesting idea. All right, we got some sellers out of the gate here in the NASDAQ as well as the ES. Oh, Dow's following along as well. So all three kind of trading together. That's a new thing. We haven't seen that recently. Crude last trade, $77.59. Low today, $77.43. Gold staying above 2,400, currently trading 2,403. Yeah, John, we got an NQ, ES, and YM all breaking out of the gate. Lately, we've been seeing NQ and ES trading down.
Both left the opening range at the dead ass high, but right in the middle of the ranges. So that doesn't mean a lot to me.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing the old market maker rinse and shuffle right now. Yeah, we're doing the old rinse and shuffle right now where this is just to bury retail, where we come out the gates sending it super low. All of a sudden the brakes get put on and we rocket right back to where the exact print of where we opened is. And this is in a wide range. We're talking about 30 handles of movement. And that is kind of the key number that buries retail. 20 to 30 handle whips are generally algorithmic price action that we see that buries retail because they cannot withstand that large of a stop if they're trading in the minis.
And we are not retail. We are professionals.
Yes.
Of course.
That's right. Don't forget that.
Well, hey, you're in chat. Iced Out Toothpick talking about levels, keeping an eye on the ES above 56.17 and below 55.92. Thank you, Iced Out Toothpick.
17 upside, 95 downside. Oh, look who joined us. Very silently came in through the back door this time, not the front door. Welcome.
Sneaky.
Welcome to Fast Markets. Mr. Dakota, how we feel, Mr. Dakota?
Good. I just had a trade. I got long 940s and I just closed it in the 50s. I'm looking for a breakout up to 20,000. I think we see 20,000 again because we're starting to break. My goal, 20,100s. I think we could get to maybe like the 150s, 140s today. We'll see. We'll see what happens. It's just a nice note, relaxing day, earnings after the bell. Probably a lot of consolidation, drifting up and to the right, possibly.
Did you leave any runners on that trade, Dakota? Or are you still?
No, it was just one trade, in and out, real quick.
Nice, very nice. Love to see that.
I wish I did.
take-
This was definitely one where I think leaving a runner on is very, very valid. But when you only get into one contract, it's all in, all out.
This is
Just
true.
Just the one guy to warm up
Sure.
with. I saw you calling for 20,100s yesterday, Dakota. You still think we got enough oomph, we got enough juice to get up to 20,100 today?
Yeah, I'm actually really bullish the markets now. We've got the pullback. I think we see consolidation, and I am biased to the long side. Buy the dips.
Wow, he's back. Finally, Bull Dakota is back. Still seeing some selling here in the Dow. Making new lows of the day. New low, 50,000, 40,000, 40,000, 5, 7,
now
8.
the NASDAQ is on its highs.
All right, now things are starting to move better. Yes, they are.
Yes. Yeah. NASDAQ took out the high of the opening range. It is currently sitting at the high. The S&P and the Dow have left the opening range at the dead ass high. But again, because we're so centrally located, I'm looking for better trade locations as the day goes on. That 5615 level that Rips was talking about is the average session range high in the S&Ps. That 2100 level that Dakota's looking for was weekly kickoff low last week. We had a couple of good house trades off that level. So if we're going to target that, that might be a nice opportunity for a move to the upside. I like it, Dakota's idea of looking for a market that's just going to kind of go up and to the right most of the day today. We got to see how this plays out at the highs here, though.
Speaking of levels, pinned to the top of the chat, you'll see Topstep daily levels. I got them open right now. As we currently
Long
trade
again
19,
from 68.
long from 68. How many times, Dakota?
Just one.
One time. Long one from 68.
1968.
Up right now. Goes long from 68. That means he is long in from zone 5. He is long in zone 5. Got 19,983 half. 93 half. Point of control. He's currently in zone 5. Oh, long from 68. Yep. We are pushing higher. Currently trading 19,000. Yep.
Which is basically
right,
settlement. Oh, one
I
is
took that with you, Dakota. Nice trade.
Just see profit, take profit. Like I said, I've changed up a little bit. I'm not 100% bullish where I want to leave these runners on, but enough where I'm looking for buys only. And that was another quick in and out trade.
P&L update, Dakota, please.
$500.
Up $500. Live account?
There you go.
I'm just trading a combine. My live account, I'm still waiting to get active. Should be soon.
Dakota, you start the day out with that one lot. I know that I've sort of taken up your strategy of adding as the market goes your direction. Is it usually that one lot first?
Yes. Yep. Starting out with one lot. Yesterday was a perfect example. If you guys joined me for slow markets, you could watch the recording where I wanted to get into 3 contracts total. I added one, and then I waited for a little bit, added another, waited, and then as soon as it started to get into a different part of the zone I was looking at, then I added into 3 contracts. So I love adding to positions either in my direction or even as it starts to consolidate in a zone.
Thank you, sir.
Just looking at some of the levels that we've been seeing here, that 58, that 56.15 to 16 level on the daily levels, Topstep daily levels, lines up with a trade that Rips took in the NASDAQ, and somebody was talking in the chat earlier. His name is Tim. He's got 56.15 also as an important level. So we're seeing a little bit of confluence there. If we're going to find some sort of resistance there, the profile, it is pretty much value high from yesterday.
Love it.
It's also pretty close to the high of the day yesterday. So that is a little bit interesting. Not sure if you guys are thinking about doing something there.
Good stuff, John. 56, 15, 56, 18. Rips, you took a short from up there, and it was profitable, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I think I'm batting 100 right now, or 1,000. Let's see. Yep, 100% win rate today.
We got
professional.
No, lucky sometimes.
Try this. My bad, Gabe. I know I got to be better at this.
Breaking through that 20,000s level.
Yep.
20,000.
We are testing that again, looking for those 12s to get taken out to the north side here in the NQ. So we'll have to see if that comes to fruition. But this is definitely breaking up strong here. Amazon is off to the races, Nvidia off to the races, Meta, Microsoft, everything surging from the Magnificent Seven here. Google is the laggard. So if we do see a breakout above 183 here in Google, it could be tremendously strong for the rest of the market, even though the NQ is already super bullish here.
Wow. New
Keep an eye open.
Close your eyes and buy. It's one of those days again.
Oh, boy.
All right, folks. You got
Working
the man
for you.
here, so I'll see you in a little bit.
All right, sounds good, John. Keep us posted if you see anything. Where is he? What's up? Where is he?
Oh, there he is.
Hey.
There he is.
That's the guy.
Yeah,
Oh, I
what's
hear
up?
order filled. I hear order filled.
Looking good. What's up? That's $5. You can
Oh,
afford it.
shoot. Isn't it 50 for the big man?
You can afford it.
Sorry, $5.
Ah.
I'm 400, but I can give away $5 right now on a mute. Yeah,
Oh,
there you
all right. I got
$395. We'll get you Jack's Venmo in a little bit. All right, MP, we are in zone 4. We're in zone 4. Just crossed above yesterday's value point of control settlement, and we are above settle. Value area high 27s. Value area high 27s. We do have a couple check marks for a short at 56.18. 56.18 in the S&Ps, MP.
Yeah, we're up at that 56.15 level yet again. So
all right.
we'll have to see if that is going to reject once more.
Or 16. 16s are zone 3, eh?
Even if I don't like it, it's still cheap. It's a cheap trade.
16,
Okay.
is it short or long?
Short, got 3 check marks.
16,
in the chat.
56, 16s, right?
Correct. I got 3.
I'm going to try this long and strong here myself.
Never mind, I got 2 check
For
marks.
new highs
2 check marks now.
On the NASDAQ.
on the
Okay, I
Nasdaq
got
Fresh.
I got a 15 half on a 5 lot on the house account. One reason why I sort of like this a lot.
It was the trade yesterday, too.
Yeah, it held up yesterday.
I got levels coming.
And
there is right now.
Tilt's really long was
Nice.
Tilt's extra long, you said?
Tilt was extra long.
Interesting.
When I got in here, it was trading 20s or 19s. I sold but I'm not on my sorry, I'm on my house account, so I don't want to flip over. Andre, I'm gonna put 16s on.
Yeah. EV. All right, cool. We got some levels more.
I got 6. No, I don't. I have 15 halves.
KVs are shorts.
I like that long NASDAQ rips. If we break
Yeah,
it
it's
out.
holding here. As long as we're holding above these 20Ks, like it should start to rip and rally here. A big breakout of this level would have a lot of shorts being blown out from the multi-day swing position. So it really is contingent upon whether or not we're going to get up into those levels to start show some pressure up there. We do have to get through a lot of these front running orders that are up towards that 20,020 level.
What's total? What's
Michael, the overnight high is 18.25. If we get above that and can't come back down below, you're out of that trade.
Got it.
we short 10 now?
15. Short 15 from 15 half.
15 for 15.
Base highs talking about the NASDAQ 20 at 044 half may be some resistance on a run. Thank you, Base 5.
Yeah, I'm looking for this blowout of 15s myself here on the NAS.
To the upside?
Yeah,
Upside.
Whoa.
looking for that big
Awesome.
upside blowout here.
I joined you. I joined you at the 12s.
Very nice. Love to see it, Dakota.
Oh, you guys are talking about the NASDAQ.
Yeah, long in the Nazis. Nazi fresh over here. We're dancing.
New low in the crude. New low in the crude here. 77.
Looking for this
37.
blowout of the highs here. My rhythmic is lagging like a mother scratcher over here.
Mother scratcher.
Now Topstep X works.
Oh, yeah, I believe that.
We are.
New highs here on the Nazi. There we go. New
There
highs
you
on the
go.
Nazi fresh. Beautiful, beautiful
I'm
move
out.
here. Gorgeous, gorgeous move here to the top side. I'm actually peel off a little bit here, peeling off a little bit more.
You want to see this come back off that overnight high, Michael?
Is the
Taking off
18
one
what?
more. I'm going to leave
Overnight high.
a runner here. I'm
18
leaving my
quarter.
runner on because I can't. I'm flying blind over here, but this is for you, Michael. You get 10% of this bad dog or so.
Live trade.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful.
That seems to be the trend of what we're doing here. I've been trading my live account every single time I come on TopstepTV. So,
Well, I like that.
We're keeping the party bus rolling for you, MP. This is all for you. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise.
No. This is Topstep.
It's all for you, big dog.
Topstep is built for us.
I just got stopped out there. So that's going to put me up on my live funded account here.
There's no I in we, Rips.
$2,153.20 whole cents there for you, MP.
We
did it, big guy.
Nice.
We did it, big dog. Catch up, Dre. What did tomato say to the other tomato?
Catch up.
I don't know.
No one loves ketchup more than you. No one loves ketchup more than Michael. Yeah,
Y'all
steaks,
suck.
ham sandwich,
Y'all suck.
salad. You don't put steak on anything. All right.
Salad, are we talking about your hands right now, Andre? Whoa, slow down.
Whoa. Catching strays bright and early this morning. Bright early. Wow. We did see some sellers come in. A bit of a big last trade, 56.17.
I'm trying to reconnect to Rhythmic here since it's lagging for me, but let's see.
And just to always give everybody a heads up, it's technology. I don't care what technology you're on, CrowdStrike, Rhythmic,
That was nuts. That CrowdStrike thing was nuts.
you'll have issues.
Delta Airlines is filling it.
Still.
Yeah.
They still
This is the reality of the world that we're living in. We live in a technology-based world. Things are going to break from time to time. It's out of our control. I mean, there's nothing much that we can do about it.
I mean, even back in the carrier pigeon days, you got
shitty updates are
got
taking
issues
down the
that
world.
might show up. Oh, off those 30s, man, off those 30s.
Man, oh man.
Tilt was super long up there.
30s were nice.
Yeah, that was a cheap trade. Someone took it.
I think I exited
Very
near the top
high.
tick. I'm out at like 35 or something there, so not too shabby.
Oh boy.
MP
30s.
5607.
MP, did you fade Dakota and Rips? Oh my goodness, come on.
No, it's a house account. The house account, we're playing this short because the 16s, zone 4 of the daily levels, top of your chart. The 30s held up. 27 value area held up. You would have taken
Value
5
area
handles
high,
in deep.
yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we didn't quite. Again, we are now experiencing somewhat of a failed breakout here in the NQ. Also, again, that same level that John and I were talking about this morning, 56.15, same level where we're just kind of holding up here and nothing really doing. So we'll have to see how this shakes out here. I'm probably gonna be hands off for a little bit now, just because we got what we were looking for on those trades.
This S&P is not pulling back as much as
S&P don't move like NASDAQ.
If this thing
It's
goes,
not
if
really
this thing starts going higher, Michael, don't let it get away from you.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Those 840s in the NASDAQ from yesterday, man.
Crude traders, we're seeing this price on the downside, talking about some Gaza peace expectations, but we know what that usually goes to, but are seeing some new lows here.
Okay, we have 16 quarter, 16, 16s, 13s.
Like Coach Jay just pointed out in chat, we do also have the existing home sales coming out alongside the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index. That's going to be out at 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central. So that's going to be dropping in about just 10 minutes here. So be aware if you dive on a position that can introduce some volatility into these markets.
Did we scratch or did you get out?
No, I took off 5 at the 17s. That was a scratch. 22s, 21s.
Yeah,
You said after above 20s, it's worrisome.
No, I mean, if we got back above the overnight high, I wanted to be out. That was 18 quarter.
18 quarter. 20 16s. Okay.
Market might be back to buy the dip mode. Like we've
Right.
had that pullback the
Lotus
past
style.
week or so, and that's my mentality going forward. Is I'm a bull. I'm not.
Whoa.
going to be taking any shorts.
Perma Bull Dakota back in the building.
Yep. Love it. 80% long NQ, Michael.
We are double topping up here at the 32s, by the way. So take that as you will.
What are we? What's our average price? MP short 10 from what's our average price?
Hold on. All right.
Hold the phone, he says.
17s.
Short 10 from 7.
16 even.
Short 10?
Short 15 from 16 even.
I like it. 16 even.
16 even. So we're at your price right here and now.
Right here.
We're right here, right now. Ish.
By the way, I'm up 21.75 in my live. I don't know why it says 553.
21.75. That is nice.
10% for the big guy, so they say.
10%. Oh, come on.
Come on. Michael, that's you. In case you're wondering.
I'm covering your dry cleaning bill today, buddy.
Oh, no.
Ouch.
I mean, it is Aspen, so. Pull back off the 20s, John, and Rips and Dakota. I know your bull or your perma bull. Would you take
as long as we have trouble holding above that overnight high?
Yeah, we
You know
did.
me, I'm always a contrarian, but we're not getting a lot of push back, so that's making me a little bit nervous.
Yeah,
It's also
I took
seeming
5
like
off.
we're rinsing
All right.
around before these prints come out. Nice trade there, MP.
We're just getting, well, I
20,000 is such a
I-
psychological level in the
trade.
NASDAQ. I wouldn't be surprised we just
We
pop
flat,
around there
Michael?
all day.
I'm flat in my
Here we go.
personal
Here we
account, up
go.
$1,700.
What house account? Do we stay? Do we stay?
House account, we're up $1,700 right now.
Up $1,700. Up 1,700 in house account. Up $1,700.00 in house account. Be very clear today.
1,738 in my personal account, but nobody cares about that right now because we're focusing about the house.
We've got
I care about
anchored
it,
VWAP. Anchored
Straight
VWAP,
up,
56.11 half.
That's how you
Would
stick
be
to your
another
guns.
good spot for an out.
56.11 and a
We're
half.
not getting talked out of trades
Right,
today.
would be a good spot for a partial exit. Anne Marie's pointing that out. I've got it on my
Anne-Marie.
charts as well, but Anne Marie.
Big, what is it? Big Horseshoe loves Anne Marie, Anacon Steel.
Blue Horseshoe loves Anne
Blue
Steel.
Horseshoe. Blue Horseshoe.
There you
Blue
go.
Horseshoe.
Please, Michael, what's house account? What's our position?
Short 10
From
16 quarter.
short 10 ES from 16 quarter. Currently says we are live up $1,700. We are back in. We got to keep up. Come on, let's go. Let's step up. Let's step up.
Step up. We're
Nick for a
not-
tick is up 2,800 in his XFA with a quick scout. Nice work there, Nick for a tick. One of the
Nice.
finest traders here on Topstep.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. Now that is big time trading.
It gets me every time.
I love that. You nailed it, Eddie.
MP
got
update,
five
please.
there,
MP update, please.
We're still up 1,600. We have
six-
seven lots on.
Oh, my
seven.
goodness.
We have,
Nice trade. We stay
we have
convicted
6
around here.
lots on. We have
We're not getting
5
talked
lots
out of-
on.
We ain't getting talked out of trades today. We stay convicted.
I love it. Moving at the speed of the market today. I love it. It is moving today. It is moving fast.
It is. We're 3
Update,
lots
Michael.
on.
Relot.
2 lots
Straight.
on. 1 lot on.
Thank you.
1 lot runner. 1 lot for break even. Let's let this run.
In the
All
pocket
right,
today.
all
MP. I love it.
right, all right.
How's your day?
Short one. House account short 1. Update board, please. Let's step up.
That's right. Who do you think you are?
Oh my gosh. Leave a runner, they say. I love it.
Yeah, JD says leave a runner.
All right. So we have
House
the
account short 1. Again, update board. House account short 1. You don't
Short
get it,
1.
Rips. You don't
There
get
we
it.
go.
Yeah, Rips. You're good.
Oh, goodness
There we go,
gracious.
right there.
Yeah, man.
You got about 5 minutes here. The hour,
Oh,
we
yeah.
got those numbers coming up.
Do it, Eddie. Thank you, Eddie. What do we got for ecos today?
I'm going to do it. I'm doing it. Coming up here, we got existing home sales. Existing home sales for June. Richmond Manufacturing Index. We also do have consumer confidence. And 12 o'clock, 2-year note. And API a little later in the day. So let's focus here. Top of the hour here. Make sure if you want a position on, yes, existing home sales, it's a big number. So be careful, be safe, don't be stupid.
Great advice, Eddie. I like that. Especially the last one. Don't be stupid.
Runners.
And I was running. All right, we got short one. What's our real
running?
What's our what movie, Michael? No way he knows.
Which one? What? Say it again.
Forrest Gump, Michael. Anyways, keep up today, MP. Let's go. What?
You're right. I gotta keep up too. 17. We scratched, we scratched that last one lot, $2,200. A little risky for 20 lots out of the gate. Nice get. Thanks, John.
So P&L updates.
1,200 on there. 1,200 on the house account. Getting long on tilt bias, 74%, 75%, 65% on the ES. When I see this, sometimes it does go the long direction. When ES isn't quite as tilty as the NASDAQ.
They're holding above VWAP. I mean, the tint is to the long side here.
Yeah, I could see that. My good friend Rips, but his good friend Dakota, which is also my good friend, said they both like to be long.
Yeah,
and when my good friend say something, I listen.
I think it's going to be contingent upon what happens with this print right now. We're doing the old rinse and waffle around before the print here, so that I think that is completely normal to be seeing that. So we'll have to see what happens.
All right, everyone, flat. Can we get a quick P&L? Can we get a quick P&L update or position update before we move forward, guys? Rips. Update.
I'm flat as a pancake, sir, and I'm up 21.75 in my live.
Up 21.75.
I'm flat.
Dakota.
And I'm up 776.
Up 776. Up 776. Thank you, MP. Personal account and house account. A P&L update, please.
They are both correct on top of your screen. 1202 house, 1738. Myself, and I. I have 3 people that work together on my account, Andre. Me, myself, and I.
It just depends on the day.
Team trade all the time.
Your 3 favorite people. 3 favorite people in your world.
Myself and I read.
All right, quickly.
2-minute warning for the data. 2-minute warning.
2-minute warning in the upper left-hand corner of the screen. You will see the hashtag fast markets. Hashtag fast markets. Hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up on X. Show us your battle station, your performance dashboard, some cool swag. We love pet pictures of the swag. Make sure you got TopstepTV in there. Again, hit us up at TopstepTV. Hashtag fast markets. We'll turn that around to you guys in about 2 hours. Anything you want to share with us, you think is cool, let's go. The numbers are coming up here. Eddie's going to jump in here in a couple minutes when those numbers do hit. Oh, we got some cool new journaling stuff coming out in about a half hour.
Oh, my God.
Yo.
I'm going to spill
Can't
the beans.
stop. Won't stop, baby. More journaling features coming out. Let's
tell everybody. Called my mom and even told her about it. She still doesn't know what I do.
Yeah.
Vix is getting
Has she tuned
crushed.
into an episode of Topstep TV yet?
She knows what she
True story. Funny. Love my parents to death. Love them to death. But my old man, not but, I shouldn't say but, because it's always like, was it you just screwed out of the first part of that. Yeah. Freshman year, spring football game. That's the only game I got into at Iowa State. I was a wide receiver, 4-string. My old man goes, I said, so I'm like, hey, Dad, you want to come to the spring football game? He's like, what's that? I go, spring football at Iowa State. He's like, yeah, why would I want to go to that? I go, Dad, I'm on the football team at Iowa State. And he's like, oh, yeah. Like, what?
Oh, wow. Old time.
Check your positions. You got about 15 seconds here. You want that
Get
position
Richmond Fed leak early, by the way. -17 is the print.
Richmond, yes. Thank you, Rips.
They already
leaked that stuff leak. How does that stuff leak? It's all electronic.
It usually does.
I know.
They were looking at a -6 coming in -17, and existing home sales through 3.89 million. They were looking at 3.99 here. existing home sales change. They were looking at negative 3.04, coming in at a negative 5.4. So there's numbers we've got one more time here. U.S. existing home sales, 3.89. They were looking at 3.99 with a previous of 4.11 million. Eurozone consumer confidence flash, negative 13. They were looking at a negative 13.5. Not too bad. So there's your numbers. Next coming up here, 12 o'clock, 2-year note auction.
Ooh.
Back to you, JJ.
Thanks, Eddie. Love me a good 2-year auction, Michael. All right, everyone's flat right now. Numbers have come out. Back to the top step levels. We are currently trading in zone 4. Zone 4 in the NQ.
NASDAQ. Yeah.
It's zone 4.
Close your eyes and buy.
Right. All right. So 16s didn't hold up too much. That was firm around 16s to the 11s. John, you were great about the 11s. Good analysis. It's trading 20s, 1920s, 56 19s. S&P.
The S&Ps have got an average settlement range high, and the S&Ps at 5630. Could be a good target.
We got 30.
630.
That would take us into zone 2 of 5631 on the NASDAQ. Daily levels, top of your guys' chat. You'll see it. We do a little bit of work. Hopefully you guys do work too. Share us your levels and then just tell us why. Be like
upside target 5640. 5640 upside target in the ES from a man J. 5640 upside target.
Yeah, we still are rinsing around here. There's really no congruent price action yet. The best one out of all the Mag 7 here has been Amazon. We just had a big old flagpole on Amazon here, where if we pull up Amazon's chart, it's just gone straight up. That is a big old green candle, and kind of hitting the brakes here at 188 even. So a little reject there, just above 188. If we do have that starting to come back down alongside Google, Microsoft, and Meta here, which we are seeing roll down, we could potentially have this auction fail above that 20,000 yet again in the NQ and see this come much lower. We are breaking down that prior support right now that was at those 980s, so we'll have to see if this is going to taper on lower in the NQ here. That's what I'm going to be watching on my screens as we did get that data coming out. Really is a nothing burger. The June existing home sales were not moving all that much. However, the Richmond Fed Manufacturing Index coming in a little bit hotter than last time's print. Last time's print was negative 26. Even though it was shy of the estimate of negative 7, it still is increasing from last month's read. So
that is quite a Amazon chart. Nick for a tick. We continue to have selling pressure in the 20,000s. Sellers still there. Yep. MP, chopping it up. MP, what's going on over there? I hear noise in my ear.
Yeah, I was long. I was in the money. I was hitting join bid. I would have realized that money. Join bids didn't get joined. Join offer, I mean. Join offer. And I had to flatten it at a scratch.
Nothing worse than when you're throwing up offers and they don't tag you. That's just,
yeah, I do like
worse than that.
Unable.
I do like
unable. Still working, Michael.
Yeah, I'm not an amateur. Just get market orders only. I don't like market orders.
P&L update
just
on
to bust in here for a second.
Yep.
The
1200
S&Ps, we have some positive delta at the highs, indicating what Nick for a tick is just talking about in the Nasdaq, that there may be some inherent selling up at that level.
Love it.
Which one?
20,000s NQ.
S&Ps, yeah, right up around the highs, 19 to 20 and a half. Some positive delta right on the highs there, indicating possible inherent sellers there.
There's 100 lot at the ask in the NASDAQ that just got filled.
It's nothing that I really want to lean on, but it's just a hint that we may be finding some sellers up here.
What's the house account? We still are seeing these big whips in the NQ here. We came down to about 960. We're already trading 980 here. Again, congruent with what we're talking about at the top of the call here, which is these 20 handle whips that do really just kind of over retail quite a bit.
MP like that one. It was pretty good. That was nifty.
That was nifty.
Hey, 91% long YM right now, as shot out of a cannon, pumping high.
Oh my!
Like 91% long. Am I seeing that right? Sure am. 91% long in the YM. Pumps higher. 40,000. 730. Still going higher here. This 5-minute candle.
We are
is
seeing
up
the
to
Russie pretty strong here, by the way. Small caps
Interesting.
index, Russell 2000, Russie Gussie going up to the north side here. And it is actually interesting because the delta has been offset. We've been at about a negative 800 delta, which has been careening to the upside. It is kind of offsetting. Now we're at about a negative 145 delta as we are pushing up to the north side in the Russell here. So seeing that showing some extension to the top side here, getting those prior breakout levels busted through. So we'll see if that can continue up here. That is usually consistent with what we're seeing in a sector rotation, although the S&P is retesting 5615 again here, or 5620 rather. We're seeing that potentially not even be true.
Looking for a long NASDAQ right in this area.
What price?
I'd like
Dakota?
some more consolidation before getting in.
Here right now. I think we might have just jumped in as well.
Short one. 85.
Short from
Just
85.
keeping it right. Yeah, no, I it's very, very light and tight on that one.
House or personal?
Oh, it's personal. Oh, shit. That was house.
MP short one from 85. NASDAQ. Short one from 85. NASDAQ.
No, I got to stop out of that one.
Oh, flat. Correction. Flat.
Yeah, flat. Sorry.
Thank you. Currently in zone 5. No, in between zone 5 and zone 4. So we're in no man's land right now.
I wasn't fading. I was more just, it was for me a cheap trade. It's short 85. Wait, keeping this 20,000. If it stayed above 20,000, which it is right now, stays above it, that'd be interesting.
Buyers in the house. New highs, S&Ps. New highs Dow. Yep. NASDAQ lagging a little bit. Dakota is long, I believe, or was looking to take a long. Dakota, update us with your position, please.
Nothing's changed with my position. I was going to look for a long. I wanted to see price pattern, like some consolidation before we reversed, but it looks like we're just rallying, unfortunately, and it's leaving without me.
Yeah.
That's a good read.
Like a very strong push in the NQ here, by the way. We are back above 20,000.
Yeah, my target's 150s, 140s on the NASDAQ, 20,140s.
20,140. We got a 5640 upside target from Coach Jay in the ES. So we got 100s in the NQ, 40s in the ES upside target. Everyone's flat. Rips, you're flat.
I am completely flat. I'm just watching the price action here.
Beautiful.
We're getting up to these nosebleeds again where we rejected on the hourly high about 23.24 in the NASDAQ. So seeing if this is going to reject once more, rinse retail back down. I'm looking for this to make a higher low. So something higher than 960 off the bottoms here. So if we do retrace, coming anywhere below 20,000 that doesn't breach below 960 would be a bullish signal for me.
EV like, oh.
30s is the bottom, 56.31, and the S&P is the bottom of zone 2.
Resistance 1. Coach Paul, resistance 1 in the zone.
Who's up?
Patience
Who's
with
down?
Kate.
Who's flat? Got a poll here in the chat.
Ooh.
Nice.
Oh, I love this one. I've got a fun. Oh, yeah. All right. Pushing higher here in the S&Ps. We do have KV, our man KV. Catch him on Wednesdays with Patience with KV. Did have some resistance at 20,033. 20,033. Thank you, Dolby, for pulling that.
The reason why we are seeing Amazon boot, scoot, and rally today is that we are seeing UPS had their report today. They had a strong report. Usually that's indicative of big e-commerce companies. It's also contagious. You have contagion in the sectors there. But also we had Morgan Stanley MS reiterating their Amazon target overweight at 240. It's trading 188 and change right now. So usually when you have an upgrade like that, some days when you have an upgrade, when you have an overweight, you will have a lot of buying that day. And Amazon earnings are right around the corner as well.
Mm-hmm.
After the bell rips, what do we have after the bell earnings-wise?
Tesla and Alphabet. So those are going to be the big names to watch right now. Tesla is face diving here. It was around 250s, trading 248.5. Google also having trouble breaking out of that range that we talked about at the opening call here today on Fast Markets. So just pulling up the charts here, the same kind of pattern that I was looking for here was a breakout of this area right here. We're not seeing a true breakout. Instead, we're seeing somewhat of a failed breakout up here in this range. And if we do have a breakdown here, again, we're wanting to see retests of this level. An actual breakout would be a break above, a retest, and then we blow and go. If that's not the case, we'll come back down, meander in the middle, potentially break down, retest, and then go lower. So again, anything's on the table for this.
Yeah.
Earnings are very interesting because you have people buying both puts and calls pre-earnings, a lot of people gambling on earnings. So we could potentially see that as well.
There's that break in the NASDAQ. Let's see if we get some momentum. If we get momentum, we're just going to see highs today.
Yeah, I'm stuck. Stuck in a bias. So I got to get out of it. Short bias.
Yes. Bias bad.
Yeah, UPS did not have a good earnings report, but their forward-looking guidance was good, and they also announced $500 million in share buyback. So they didn't beat on the top and bottom line, but they did have positive forward-looking guidance, which is what is generally looked at as a positive signal for some contagion in the sector.
I have a big percentage up today. I wonder if our chat was following our traders here or we were following them. But 63% up on the day. It's a big number.
It's like, yeah, I mean, that's our chat for us. Hey, 82% long and Q. Am I seeing that right? Yes, I am. 82% long. And
yeah,
Q.
I'm short 2 from 23.
2 from 23. We do have resist. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dre.
No, we have a level of short 33s, resistance at 33, and the NQ from KV. Our man KV likes short from 33. So, JD.
I want to find a place to get long. That's what I'm looking for. And I'm
pull back to like 970, 975 would be juicy.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes it feels like just this past week, I have a little bit of PTSD because we've had these huge, like 100-point sell-offs in a matter of minutes. Kind of hard to get back into that buy the dip mentality.
Rate, dude. 23s I'm short from just a one guy. What's the house account looking for right now?
Hey, we're in no man's land right now. We got to get a break out of these highs or pull back to
anything above 960 is a good pullback for a long.
There you go. Rips and Dakota like 960s or 70s.
Anything above 960.
All right, yeah. Rips Dakota got 2 check marks for 960.
If it pulls back there,
960's current day value area low. You got another check mark there for me.
3 check marks, 960s. If we can get a pullback, we're 50 points away.
The interesting part about that is how long tilt is above the 20,000s. How long they are above the 20,000s.
Yeah, they are.
It's really, it'll be like an interesting if the 60s play out. Does that mean all those longs that are above the 20,000 are squeezed as squeezed as you can get?
Just enough to get us down there.
It could be just enough to get us down there too. Good call.
Be ready. Be ready. Pull that trigger.
What John's meant for that is stop runs. We share this data with you guys at the very top of your screen.
Yeah, push it.
It's a tilt. It's all the open positions. Bias only.
3 check mark, 960 if we can get there. 76 is VWAP, so that might be the best price we get. 3 check.
All right, I covered 90s on those 23 shorts.
Nice trade.
2100.
Oh, you got away with one there.
2100. Got away with one.
Oh, look at that graphic. World Star. Oh, it's coming for you. World Star.
I don't know. How does that look with I run a company like Topstep and I got a blunt in my mouth. It's not as bad as Elon Musk actually smoking it, but I guess, I don't know.
It's a World Star thief. I guess you know World Star. Ronella sends you all the World Star junk.
Yeah, Nick sends us that.
MP, would you prefer the hula? The hula graphic we got instead?
No,
MP loves it.
I don't. Your choice.
MP loves a good luau.
I like world whatever.
World. Hey, get ready for that. Don't forget these 60s. But
Smoke weed every day. Smoke weed every day.
Oh my goodness.
All right, what do we got for?
It's legal here in Colorado. It's legal in 30 other states. Just to give a heads up, guys. Just so you don't go. We could say smoke Marlboros every day. Which one do you think's better?
Those reds, baby.
What about Reds? What about What about Red Man Chew? What about that? Where does that fall in line?
Had to go all the way down. It's not Red Man. It's American.
Oh, you got a
Best,
box.
Andre.
Man, you're like a Major League Baseball player. You're like a Major League Baseball player.
Yeah.
I like.
That's the good stuff right there.
It's his thinking cap. When he pops in one of those, he starts pops in a fat wad. He's head down, getting some work done.
Is that upper decker or lower decker? Which one do you go for, MP?
Lower. I got lower.
Lower decker. Gotcha.
Yeah, anybody who goes upper decker has been doing it way too much.
Man of your stature. That's what I'm talking about right there. Lower decker all day.
No.
All right.
Cool.
All right. A couple ticks.
All right.
A couple points beneath the highs here in the S&P. High today, 56.25. Last trade, 56.23. Call it 2 points beneath that. Gold chilling around that 2,400 level. Last trade, 24.03. Keep an eye on this NQ as we pump higher. I don't think we're gonna get those 60s.
I've just been too hesitant. Those 90s where you covered and those 80s held pretty good. It was a pretty
nice.
All right.
There's look at it again. 80% long in the micros, 67% long, 77% long in the NASDAQ. Average price is 20,000. They're all around the 20,000.
In the money.
They're in the money. 10 handles, $200 if they have a one lot. Thousands of open positions. Average price, 20,000. S&P, 74% long. Average price, 18. All in the money right now, thus far.
Also, the Russie is still pushing, by the way. She's on fire.
On fire. All right. We are chopping around right now, MP. We are in no man's land for the time being. NQ and ES. There it is. If we get that pullback to 60s, we can pull back to 60s at NQ. We're going big on that one. We got 3.5, 4 check marks on that. 19,960. Everyone will be tripping over each other to get long before we get to 60s. We will see.
Yeah, we are creating quite the volume shelf here betwixt 20,000 and 20,020. So it is just kind of shaking around here. So let's see what it's going to do. I would love to see that pullback. It's a shame that we didn't get long at those 85s, but thus is how it's going today.
I know. I'm tempted to get long right here, right now.
Ooh, Dakota's
Patience,
itching.
my friend.
Dakota's itching.
I know. It's so hard. I'm over here just like sitting on my hands, Wait. I want to get long because I don't want to miss it because I've been a little bit hesitant and not buying these dips, which my target's the 140s. And yeah, anyway.
No FOMO. If I know you, you're going to find a way.
Yes. I would rather watch it rally to 140s without me than to FOMO.
All right. Well, while we're building a bit of a liquidity shelf here in the NQ and ES, why I'm doing the same. Nothing's really pumping right now.
Russell.
Throw it to JD. Russell Westbrook. Yes. We're going to throw it to JD for some stats here. JD, what do we got for stats? Let's see some payout numbers. Let's see all the good stuff. Oh, let's see the streaks. Mr. $1. Is the $1 hollers. He's still alive.
Oh, my God. He did it again, Andre.
This guy rules.
Another buck for Dustin. What a guy. I'm going to the farm over Labor Day, so I'm thinking about digging up a whole basket of Minnesota river clams just to send them over to Dustin. They're not very good for eating, but if he's going to troll us, we got to troll him right back, right? Anyway, Dustin, expect a basket of Minnesota river clams coming your way. All right. The rest of the list is the same as yesterday. Michael made $13 trading the MNQ. Parmeshwar picked up another 9 clams. Wendy's been very consistent, making $200 to $300 a day on her 27-day hot streak. And Mr. Papa Giorgio with another $44 to extend his streak to 26 days. This Papa Giorgio guy really, he impresses me quite a bit. I just reached out to him actually, asking if he'd be willing to share some ES levels with us. I'll keep you posted on what he says. All right, next up.
Papa Giorgio from Yuma?
where he works in software. Yes. All right. Yesterday's best live funded PNLs. Brian P, number 3 on the leaderboard, close to $9,000 trading the S&P. Joanne with 8,100 trading the NASDAQ. Jaziel with 6,400 trading the Russell and the NASDAQ. Speaking of the Russell, there's your Russell trader. Dennis carved it up trading soybeans and natural gas. $2,500 for Dennis trading grains and energies. And Bhagwan, full name Bhagwant Preet. Full name wouldn't fit in our overlay. Sorry about cutting you short there, Bhagwan Preet. But pocketed $2,300 trading the NASDAQ yesterday. All right, I got some payout numbers for you.
Yes.
Yesterday's total payout, $658,000. 358 total payouts.
Big numbers.
For an average of $1,839. Not bad days for those traders.
$658,000.
Six.
Woo!
Let it roll off your tongue. $658,000.
What if we get $1 million a day payouts?
And here are those top payouts from yesterday while we're at it. These all came from XFA accounts. Young, $26,000 coming out of 2 XFAs. Kevin L, 23, almost 24 grand coming out of 5 XFAs. Taylor, even 12 out of 3 XFAs. Christopher, 10,000, pulled that out of 5 accounts. And Faye with $9,600 taken out of 2 XFA accounts. Big payout numbers yesterday for sure.
Seriously.
There's that NQ breakout, by the way.
Yeah. I'm gonna go get a drink of water and take a walk.
I know, dude.
I'd be frustrated too, Dakota. I hear you. 85%.
Giorgio's in the chat.
You guys.
Damn. Yeah.
Well, he really did take a walk. Go for a walk.
I don't blame him. That hurts.
Yeah, right here, right now.
Yep. 60 handles from that last pivot to the low side there. Woo!
We're never going to get those.
Stuff. Close your eyes and buy it.
We're going to get those.
One of those days.
Guys, and Q. Currently in zone 2. Yeah, no, let's scratch that. Currently in zone 3. Just about to enter zone 3. 4-hour high supply, 20,444. 82% long in the tilt on NQ.
Yeah, I'm getting short.
Careful. Very tippy-toeing around these.
5630 average session range high in the S&Ps. 5630 average session range high. Average session range high in the NASDAQ is 20,084.75. Got a ways to go. And those are from our good friend, Coach Ray.
Coach Ray.
Ray. Reversal challenge Ray.
A breakout above this level would absolutely bring us to 82 in the NASI, but we need to hold this breakout, which means we have to continually hold above 20,012.
Hold above the 12s.
Okay, so house account's looking at what, Dre? Keep me abreast.
Chilling right now. We got to see if we can keep pumping higher. 44 40s. Yeah. 44, 45. We got 47s might have been nice. Keeping you abreast right now. Oaks got the 20,040. Yeah, go ahead, Johnny.
Yeah, I was just going to say NASDAQ's right up against yesterday's high.
See that. Hey, Dakota, what's up, man?
We'll see. So it's just so frustrating, but
it is.
All you can do is just go take a walk, get a drink, come back, and move on to the next. Can't let that affect you.
20-point banger right there, John. High today, 20,047. 75. Hogue nailed it. Yesterday's high, 20,000, 44. 75.
Hot stuff.
Hot
We
stuff.
have broken
Everyone
below.
Go ahead.
We have broken below the breakout area right now. It now is dependent upon whether or not we hold that contingency, which is above 20,012. If we do, could be in the move for a secondary chance at a long here, but we are careening down and we just broke it. So that trade idea is failed.
But if we do,
and as we are bouncing back up right at those 12s again,
Man. MP flat?
I'm flat right now. I'm kind of hovering between 1,300 and 2,000 up on the day. I'm at my low water mark, 1,300. I like that short up there on the zone, bottom of zone 3.
3, yeah.
4 hour supply. There's the 44s and the 44s. Yesterday's high, as John just said. And both John's levels are on here, which were the 44s.
It's a double check mark if I've ever seen one right there, MP.
And if you look at the wick on your 5 minute, you're gonna see 46s. Y'all suck, by the way.
Snap.
Saw there's t-shirts, MP. What is that?
There's
What'd you tweet today?
t-shirts.
What'd you tweet
Hey, do you
today?
not know Dakota? I don't know if Dakota's in the know. Dakota, you suck the worst.
I know. I was there. We just started out on Friday.
Did you?
I know.
We're turning negative things into positive things at Topstep because we're very glass half full here. So y'all suck basically means
you're good.
You're all effing cool.
Here come the buyers.
Yeah.
Did we really reverse it, those 12s? Oh, my
Those
goodness.
12s, Rip.
I
You
missed the
called that
dang
one.
trade. Yeah.
Launch
I
pad.
missed
Let's
it.
go walk. Now it's your turn. Go on.
Yeah.
but if we do,
It was, Hogue was spot on with that one. Dang it. Oh, well. What are you going to do?
I updated that on Twitter, and some people in the mornings go,
They're not going to get
pretty
it.
much like,
They're not going to get it.
and then I go to him. I
You're
go, if you
asking
know,
for
you
it.
know.
You're
I don't
asking
even need
for
to
it.
explain it to you.
You're
You're
you just hit him with a. You hit him with
I
a, if you
missed
know, you
that
know.
tweet. I got to retweet
Yeah.
that right now. That's good stuff right there.
He is tweeting. MP is tweeting.
Speaking
Everybody.
of MP on Twitter, if you guys have not followed Mr. Michael Patak on Twitter or X,
There it is.
we're going to post his link in the chat. My main man, Eddie, over there is going to drop that for us a few times. But check it out.
Yeah, there it is.
He's tweeting. There it is. No,
That is good stuff.
MP, your tweeting routine, is it when you wake up before you go to bed? What prompts you do to just send a tweet into the ether there?
Like, as Jay Cutler would say, don't care.
I want to just roll out of bed and say, hey, I think the world wants to hear this.
Jay Cutler, who's he?
Jay Cutler is a Bears quarterback who I never liked because he didn't give a crap about anything. You could tell that on the playing field. And who'd want to work with a guy who doesn't give a crap about anything? That was my belief. Now, Andre kind of liked him.
Him and MP were fighting.
He was at a bar. He was at a bar in Chicago, standing there peeing, and some guy goes, "Oh, you're Jay Cutler," blah 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 blah, and he just looks up while he's peeing. He's like, "Don't care." So the guy,
Incredible.
made like
Incredible
news
power.
or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
You're like, dude, he's even an asshole outside it, like going out in Chicago.
It's
Were
incredible.
you and him fighting, competing for the same girls back in the day?
Andre.
I'm just saying. Anyways, back to the markets. We still have some news coming up. We got some cool new journaling features coming out.
Cat's out of the bag, huh?
Have they seen it? I haven't seen anyone in the chat pick up on it just
No
yet.
one took my slow markets last night, huh? I gave it all away.
Ooh, his beans have been spilled.
Did you hand him the keys to the castle?
I try to as best as I can, MP. Some listen, some don't.
Take them.
I know. Welcome. Yep. All right. Well, we got Marcus kind of chopping around right now. I think we can go, Gabe, if we're ready for some I think news can wait. Let's do the journaling. We've been hinting about the journaling stuff all morning. Dakota let the cat out of the bag. So if we're ready, Gabe, give me thumbs up in the Slack.
Dude, this
if
is
we're
cool.
ready to go. This is really cool.
Cool.
Gabe, we're good to go, yeah? Because last week we debuted the journaling feature in the performance dashboard. Boy, and it's just gotten better.
And
we just had 2 more features.
This
we
week,
just had 2 more features. Now, today. Some people saw it yesterday in slow markets with Dakota. Now you can make journal entries from the trades tab, and you can journal on days that you do not trade. Again, you can make journal entries from the trades tab. You can journal on days that you do not trade. Gabe, when you're ready, hit us with that demo. Let's see if you rehearsed this one like you did last time. Gabe, take it away. Show them what we've just unveiled.
Alrighty. So as Andre mentioned, we have a couple new little additions. And by little, I mean helpful and very efficient. So if you guys have your trades tab open at the very bottom of your Topstep X, let me drag this up a little bit further so you can see it. If you do not have this component on there, I just want to point out how to add this component. You're going to go to any one of your current components in the top right-hand corner, whether it's the DOM, the chart, time and sales. But you should have a plus button. You hover over it, it'll say add to components. And then all you're going to do is look for the trades. And then when you click and hold, drag that to a specific area of your chart, and you can actually pinpoint where you'd like that component to be. So I've got that already down there. So I'm going to go ahead and close that duplicate. But as you notice, on the very far left-hand side of each individual trade, instead of having to go into the performance stats area to access this, you can actually journal each individual trade right in the moment without having to switch screens and take your eyes off the charts. So that is a nice feature just to be able to keep that right in front of you, easier to access, save some additional time.
Type in there, Gabe, type in there, I took Topstep's daily levels that's on the top of the chat, and they sucked.
You love this joke too much.
I do. I for some reason, I do.
You're going to run this thing into the ground.
I don't know.
No
Can we
such
be
thing,
opposite day
Andre.
forever?
Look at that. Look how easy that was.
Yeah, look at how you do it. Guys, there's other platforms out there. We know that. They cost money. We know that. This doesn't cost any money.
Can you grab me something?
We know that.
In the room to drink?
Yeah, how much?
Okay,
I meant to ask you, MP, how much per month extra
Don't
is
matter.
the add-on for this journaling feature? What are you guys charging extra for?
It is a stretching 0.
Whoa.
Wow.
Now, that's interesting because I've looked at other platforms and they charge extra for this type of feature.
$3.99.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, and then you got to add it on. Then you got to connect it to whatever. There's a lot you got to do. This one, you don't got to do anything. How about that
So you're
It's only
saying it's
getting
all inclusive, is it?
It's all inclusive, just like everything here. You jump in. Topstep X, that's what we're trying to do is build that. So we're giving it to the team that's building that, and they keep doing it. So Gabe, keep going. That's only one. You could trade from your trades, or you can journal from your trades, right? Right, Gabe?
100%. So that was the first thing we mentioned. We want to point out one other thing that we've added. Now, once again, this is only going to continue to get better. But if you go down to the calendar in your performance dashboard, you no longer have the limitation to where you can only journal on days that you traded. You can actually now also journal on the days that you haven't traded. So if you took a day off for some reason in your trade plan, whether you were trading on tilt the day before and you're trying to stay disciplined, journal for the day that you're taking off. I think that's just as important to kind of reflect. So that's the other smaller addition that we've made recently overnight last night. But we are super excited to continue rolling out new updates. This is only going to get better. This is literally just version, 1.25 at this point? Like, we're just getting started. And I think you guys are going to really like what you see as this continues to get built out.
Yep. So if you're still one of those guys that have your cassette tapped into your receiver and your CD tapped into your receiver and every add-on that comes into your receiver so you can play your music, well, you can do that here at Topstep without all the add-ons because they're already added on within it. So you don't need all those cords running. You guys ever do that? Have all those things run into your receiver? Yeah,
Back in the day.
Records, records, CDs, tape.
It had the whole
8
set.
tracks.
Yep.
8
all
tracks.
I think it's safe
Get
to
old.
say that Topstep X is like the sandals Jamaica of the trading world. It's all
Jamaica. MP, I still owe you a wedding gift. I still owe you a wedding
that's
gift.
a good one.
I think I'm going to send you and your wife to Sandals, Jamaica for
Me?
Yeah, I still owe you a gift. Either that or a 3-day cruise in the Caribbean. One of those two. I know you guys would just
Yeah, you do, because you said we were going to get back together, didn't you, or something?
Yeah, I
and
did.
we didn't.
Hey, real quick. Unfortunately, you can't please them all. St. John Gaming in the chat says, well, that was very anticlimactic. St. John, can't please them all. God. Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being part of
He's
Top
looking for
Step.
climaxes. I don't know.
Anticlimactic, apparently. All right, we're still just chopping around right here.
He's looking for
Chopping around right here. We are in a range. We're in a Dolby style, Dolby time range right now, looking at the 5-minute on the NQ. Lower bottom of the range around 19,992. And about 33s. About 33s. Oh, Secret Service Director has resigned.
Yes.
Wait,
why I say that
that's
because
not,
I like
that's not,
when
why,
people
that's
get
not a
the
yes. That's not a yes. That's not a yes.
No, I like
It's
it when they do.
time.
When
yes.
somebody
Sorry, I shouldn't have
resigns,
said it.
yeah, when somebody resigns, I like that. I do. What do you like? Oh no, stay there forever? No, new person.
Failure.
Try it out.
There's a failure in the system.
Failure.
I'm not cheering for
I
failures.
don't care if it was a congressman that got shot. It's a failure in the system. You need a new person in there. There's other people that have been chomping at the bit for this role. Let them at it.
Who? Name one.
I don't know. Somebody. There's somebody in Topstep that's chomping at the bit for every one of our roles. And there's somebody at every company chomping at the bit to take over the next role. There's somebody in the FBI that's doing that.
Never read that.
Blah, blah, blah.
It has nothing to do with the markets. I'm sorry for reading that. I have no idea why I said that. It has nothing to do with the markets.
It's a headline. So what?
And chomping at the bit is what a horse does, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like horse race? Is that for horse racing or just all of them? Oh, MP.
All of them.
Thank you. MP used to ride horses when he was younger.
Used to jump on them out in the field. I didn't even need a saddle. I'd jump on them, ride them up to the house, take the shortcut. Old Max.
Mm-hmm.
Max.
Benny. Where's Benny? Where's Benny?
Benny's in
You ever have any of those hobo dinners where you just wrap it all in tinfoil, throw it in the fire?
That's a very Utah thing, I'm sure.
Oh, I guess maybe it is.
No,
You
guys go to Arches. Do that?
No.
You ever been?
No, yeah, I've been to Arches a few times. It's a great hike.
I need to go.
I need to go to Sandals,
So what do you throw?
Jamaica.
What do you throw in the tinfoil? What do you throw in the tinfoil? Anything?
Yeah, just
And throw it
any
in the
types of food, like usually potatoes, bacon, meats.
Oh yeah.
That chuck wagon.
You throw it in the fire.
Clams and corn.
It's that chuck wagon, MP. Chucky.
Yeah, they call it a hobo dinner sometimes.
It's delicious.
Yeah.
Cookie.
That's good food there. You just throw it in the fire and you cook it up.
Yeah, Gabe. Gabe just invited me to Jamaica. How about that? You didn't get the invite, Michael. Gabe just invited me to Jamaica. All right. Speaking of Gabe, I think this is a good time. We can do some news right here. Let's do some news right here because we aren't really moving too much. Gold sellers coming in the ES. NQ. Hey, guys, do we still like the 60s in the NQ? Do we still have 3 check marks from Dakota, Hogue, and Rips? Do we still like the check marks? 60s.
I mean,
cool.
I'm gonna take my check mark away. We spent way too much time at the highs there, and we didn't really do much. So I'm taking my check mark away.
I was going to ask you guys. Yeah, thank you. I was going to ask you guys. Do you see anything different with that? Because it's been a shift. Tried up at above the 20,000s, all the way to the 40s. Really pulled off John's levels of the daily levels at the top of your screen.
Here we go.
Yeah, we are coming down for a test of VWAP potentially in the S&Ps at 5612. Sorry, John. Go ahead.
All right,
we're at VWAP right now in the Nasdaq. So I mean, that's moved up a little bit. If we're going to be looking for it, if we get down to 60, I don't like it anymore.
Yeah, we've broken both of the higher lows at this point as well. We're looking for that third and final one at the 60s. So yeah, I'm not a big fan. I just think it's just the probabilities have gone down for a successful trade here.
Trade off Dakota.
Dakota.
You?
I'd like to see how we react around it. To me, it's just let's see what happens when we get there. If we consolidate and see a reversal pattern, sure, I'll take it. But I'm not confident to where I'm going to be trying to be aggressive buying at that zone.
There's that. There's the voice of reason right there.
Y'all suck.
That was a good trade.
See what happens when we get there.
20-point banger on P.
The 75 VWAP in the NASDAQ held, at least for now.
Big reversal off the VWAP here.
Big reversal off the
Dakota's
VWAP.
trade.
Yeah, and I got short right here. Stopped out at 97. Will we be? It's short on that pop of the up 86s. Looking for the floor to fall out from underneath it because that's just me on my personal.
MP, you have a position on? Please update us.
Short 2 from 86.
From?
86. 986. 19986.
Did you pay your $5 fine yet, Michael?
Oh, I thought I was on mute. I'm like, damn it.
No, from the morning. From your very first words this morning. Could not hear it.
You just lost $5.
$5 holler.
There's your 86s. Go below the 86s. There's your 83s. All right. I took one off. This is. There's your 84s. Wow.
This one's up to buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Trade's off. Trade's been scratched. Trade's off for the time being.
16s to 26. S&P's pulled back 10 handles, 10 points, 10 whole points. 56.16s is trading at to 56.26s. Half are the highs. 56.26 half the high.
Wow.
We got a 10 handle pullback on the S&P. It's big.
Yeah. We're just testing back really to the overnight high, that 18 quarter level. If we start holding below that, then we could see it move lower. We got VWAP at 56.12, 56.13 in the S&Ps. Hasn't gotten there yet. A nice bounce off VWAP in the NASDAQ. See if we can hold above this 18 quarter in the S&Ps.
All right, Gabe. Stay ready, Gabe. We'll get some news in here. I don't think anyone has a trade on MP.
It's very choppy. I mean, this is very, very choppy stuff. If you look at the S&Ps, we've barely moved around the S&Ps today. I mean, it's chop. This is just, if you're scalping this, great. But if you're looking for longer term trades, you're probably getting blown to bits here.
Yeah, it's a 23 handle range in the regular trading hours in the S&Ps.
Holy smokes. Say it louder for the people in the back. My goodness.
I'm sorry. Was that loud? I'm sorry.
No.
It wasn't loud.
Needs repeating because it's good information.
Did you take it to
That's what we're gonna do, huh?
No, Andre. The play is to just buy when we sell off, take profit at 20,000, sell when we rally up, take profit at 20,000.
All right, let's throw it to Jay for some news. I'm a little bit behind there. We did have an awesome demo. Gabe did invite me to Jamaica. I might take him up on that. Gabe, what we got for news today?
Yeah, speaking of Jamaica, if anybody wants to, out of these live accounts, all these rock stars on air currently, I've got a little hair extension and braid fund going. If you guys want to send me a few dollars, that'd be fantastic. Appreciate that. Got to get some Jamaica content for the show here.
Yes, absolutely.
But speaking of news, so we got a couple things I want to point out to you guys today. First of all, the Ethereum spot ETFs, the exchange traded funds, are set to begin trading today. They come about 6 months after the launch of the Bitcoin ETFs, which saw some of the most successful debuts in the industry's history. BlackRock, Fidelity, and Grayscale are among the firms slated to launch these spot Ethereum funds. Crypto enthusiasts are, of course, hopeful it will broaden the investor base for Ethereum. And these ETFs will invest directly into Ether. They are already Ether ETFs that track futures contracts, but these are the first to track spot. So just wanted to point that out. That is set to begin today. Continuing on the whole Delta nonsense, the Department of Transportation actually opened up an investigation into Delta over flight disruptions. The airline continues to struggle to resume normal service 5 days after the outage we experienced last week via CrowdStrike's debacle. Delta canceled another 400 flights this morning, and passengers are voicing concerns that Delta is not complying with the U.S. enforced passenger protection requirements during these disruptions. So quite a lot of chaos on the World Wide Web. I'm praying that it solves by Friday because my flight is this weekend, and guess who it's with? So that's what I'm keeping on my radar here. We got Snoop Dogg has been announced to be one of the final torchbearers of the Olympic flame in the last hours of its France-wide tour ahead of the opening ceremony of the Paris Olympic Games on Friday.
Hey, hold on.
What's up?
Gabe, hold on. 60s are trading 19,960s. Let's watch what's happening here. Really quick, Dakota and Rips, what are you guys thinking?
No trade.
There's a lot of momentum to the downside right now.
Yeah. That's why I said beforehand that this long trade idea is safe.
Got it. Okay, guys, watch the 60s. We were talking about them earlier. Gabe, back to you.
No sweat, man. Markets always come first. Appreciate the heads up there, as this image was right in front of the screen, so I could not see that.
Snoop.
But Snoop.
So you said he's going to be carrying a blunt for the final torch?
What kind of torch?
Hold on.
I wouldn't doubt.
If he lights a blunt with the torch, it will be the most epic thing ever in the Olympics.
He's probably thinking about it. I would not doubt that he's
probably thinking about it.
We're letting Snoop carry the flag now.
It will be a PR worldwide stunt.
What the world? This is just a simulation. This is just
it is. Speaking of simulations, I got one more for you guys here. The Oscar Mayer Wienermobile crashed and flipped on its side Monday morning on the Tri-State Tollway in Chicago. Illinois State Police said the Wienermobile was traveling north on 294 near Roosevelt, and it collided with a Hyundai sedan. The driver of the Wienermobile lost control of the Wiener, and the vehicle ended up rolling on its side. It's seen, obviously, on a flatbed tow truck after the crash, but no one was injured, thankfully. And according to Oscar Mayer's website, if you guys are in the Chicago area, the next scheduled stop is actually on the 27th of July here at Tony's Fresh Market, Round Lake Beach. Shout out to Oscar Mayer. If you're a glizzy lover.
Love a good
glizzy.
Okay, hold on.
Wieners for everybody. Michael, the wiener.
Would you take that? Would you take that or the Red Bull car?
What do you think? Oh, the little Mini Cooper. The Mini Cooper.
The little Mini Cooper. Yeah,
I'll take the Wienermobile.
I'll take the Wienermobile. Yeah, I'll take that.
I think they were actually looking for people to drive the Wienermobile not too long ago, and I don't think that they did a very good hiring process if the thing fell over.
Looks like they messed that up. Old Tom.
Put his nephew on there then?
Old Tom in hiring. Screw that one up. All right. So a bit of a sell-off here. We bottomed out in the NQ around 942. Still seeing some sellers in the ES. Nice call on taking that trade off on the 60s, guys. Way to adapt on the fly. We do not get married to these levels. Hogue, Rips, Dakota all saw some downside momentum. And they knew, hey, it's time to step out. Trade idea invalid. YM still seeing some sellers
I'm
here.
taking this taking this short here. Trying to get a little break.
I centered my screen
again.
50s to the downside right here.
Yep, looking for a break of 50s to the downside. Because it is an inflection point down to 38. So that's what I'm looking for here. Nice little clean break to the downside.
I'll take it with you. I sold 52s, and I'll put a 15 handle. 10 handle.
10 handle? I like that.
10 handle stop.
Danielle has a Mini Cooper. Of course,
covered 3 of that one.
Emery is saying
one more out. Stop at break even here.
931, the number from yesterday.
Beautiful, beautiful move here, MP, into those 40s. Gorgeous flush here. And I'm out. Beautiful.
All right, cool.
So that's going to pump us up on our live account, up 28.26 on our live.
Rips,
there you go, pow.
Very, very happy for you, man.
Hey, thanks, Andre.
Rips,
We're just out here
man.
doing it.
Yeah, man. You're in sim. Couple months, man. And you kicked. No, for real. But that's like, and Deeyana did it too. And the way now you threw it back in the live, worked on your sim, worked on your trading, went back in the live. Now you're seeing profits.
That's a textbook break right there.
Yep.
Got 15 handles on that move, so not too shabs.
You know what we kind of related to? And somebody goes, Topstep's valuations like the minor leagues, and then you guys bring them up to the majors. It's like kind of going back to the minors. You know, some of these great athletes, you're like, hey, they're in the minors, they're in there for like 2 weeks, and just to get their bearings back straight.
Yeah,
yeah. There is no shame at all of taking a step back. It's almost more, I'd say, mature of you as a trader to take a step back, regroup, and then dial it in, whatever that in is that you need to dial, and then come back.
That's awesome.
It can certainly preserve capital.
You can certainly preserve capital. In our job here, number one job as a trader is to preserve capital.
Live is 2,826.
28.26.
We're missing 2,000 from that total.
MP, I don't like to. No, it's not like.
Oh, yeah. No, there's the hotkeys. That's what I'm talking about. That's how I executed that trade, by the way, MP. Look at these things.
Yo.
It's hotkey time, baby.
Oh, yeah.
MP, where'd you get that?
I can't wait. I'm telling you,
because
it just cost me another
like
100.
Coked up Mozart on the piano. It's amazing.
Mozart on the
piano. Yeah, I went to center my screen again, and that was like a $60 loser because I got in and out because I got accidentally in when I went to center the screen because I clicked the middle of the price points. So far, hotkeys cannot come sooner than, well, whatever. It would have saved me. So, guys, that's coming. That's coming. So when I say the journal and the versions keep improving, and the journal got launched, and then the new updates came this week, hotkeys is quick follow. As Deion Sanders says, Andre, we coming.
We here.
What's he do on game day? We here on game day.
We here. Let's go to a game next. Let's go to a game next fall.
I'm down.
To what are you guys going to watch?
University of Colorado football. Watch Deion Sanders do his thing.
A lot of sticking in town.
All right, quick look at tilt here. Boy, tilt was heavy long in the NASDAQ. What MP? What were we, like, in the 80s up top there?
In the 80s, when all the way back there when I was trading 30s. In the 80s, percent buys of everybody trading in the with an open position in the trading combine, and the people with an open position in an express funded account. 80% of those open positions were long, up in the 30s. We're almost 100 points lower than there.
I'm long
and I
3
remember
from 930.
Nice trade.
You got 930.
Nice trade.
My man.
I'm going to crack it for you, buddy.
Yeah.
You have a potential We do have a potential failed downside auction in the NASDAQ right now. We got about 10 minutes to wait to
Sound of Sunday.
Confirm that, but that's a nice location.
What zones do we have down here?
Good question, Michael. I'm glad you asked. Watching this trade 1.930. We're in zone 5. We're all the way up into zone 2. We are now in zone 5 here in the NAS.
The IB low in the NASDAQ is 933. We looked below it. We're back above it. That kind of gives that implication of a potential failed downside auction. Why I like Dakota's trade so much. We do have about 7 minutes to confirm that. So it's a little preemptive, but that's the way you're going to get the best trade location on it. And it's really cheap.
Okay, if it's going to retest
about a half hour as well.
Good stuff, John.
If Dakota's long, John's saying a potential failed downside auction. We're saying we see 25s, we see 23s on the daily levels pinned at the top of your screen. Yes, it's trading 46. I wouldn't say to do anything right now, but what do you guys think about a long around the Dakota fill area?
I think it's nice.
Yeah, very nice. Yeah.
You like it?
He's up 15.
What about
handles.
chat?
I mean,
Put it
what's
in a
not to
poll.
like?
Do you guys like a long? If it comes in retested 30s, 19.930s, do you guys like a long down there? Get it back into that
Check
chop
mark.
and slap up to the 20.
Check. Rips. Check. Hogue
My
obviously check.
my target's
Dakota's
20,000.
5 minutes.
My target's
5 minutes.
20,000.
Check.
All right. 930s. Check. Obviously,
Yep.
Dakota's a check because he's in there.
Oh, guys, we're gonna
Yeah,
do
my
a poll.
target
You
is
don't have to wait.
20,000 though. We've been consolidating there, and I have 3 contracts, so I close 1 or 2 as we get up there, and then hold 1 to 20,000.
Breaking news: Director of Secret Service has resigned. Maybe.
Trolling
What?
me?
About time.
Are you trolling me?
That is
Yes.
confirmed.
Don't have Andre
Cheeto
get
has
upset
resigned. Cheeto has resigned.
Cheeto.
I thought you were
There you go.
messing with me for a second.
No. Secret Service Director has resigned.
Oh yeah.
Breaking news.
MP. He's messing with
It
me.
is
I swear to
confirmed.
God. He's
About
all
30
right, we got
minutes
3
ago.
check. We got 3 check marks. 3 check marks for
We'll appoint a
930s.
new Secret Service Director soon.
Hey, I got a poll in the chat. You like longs from 930? I think.
Yeah, Dakota's up 30 handles here. I think it's a good trade.
I think it's a good trade. I think it should all be yes. All right. Nice. Dakota, you looking for 20,000s?
Yeah, I will be closing profit on a couple of these contracts as we get up there. So, for example, I just closed 1. I'll tighten my stop loss. I'll close another one if we push up back towards the 70s, and then I'll hold 1 more to see if we can make that run back up to 20,000 plus.
Dakota, quick question. How are you so good?
Right?
So, I
Where do you want
prepared
to
a
start?
speech.
No, it's not.
Started all the way. That's good. That was good. Prepared a speech. Funny you say that. I always stay prepared. I prepared a speech.
Just wanted. He's got index cards in his pocket at all times.
Yes, always.
Whenever I need them.
Be ready.
Right?
Yeah, I actually told Eddie this yesterday. The devil once asked, "How do you know your way around these halls where I roll?" And I replied, "I have walked in the darkness my entire life. This is no different. It is a familiar place for me." So everyone knows I've lost my live account and went through a massive drawdown. And so here I am again, just in my having my live account, trading, getting back into the system, and knowing that the system and numbers don't lie, and having the confidence to take a trade like this.
I love that.
What I do admire about when you were kind of in that little tailspin, you were taking payouts, which I thought was awesome. You took a lot of payouts.
Yeah,
during that time.
184K.
There you go.
Boy, nice.
Yeah, that was a real good answer there.
Yeah, that's the
Nice.
safety
To the
net.
devil.
Those 30s were nice.
Dakota
that
up
is a
45
safety
handles,
net
by the
bet,
way,
though.
for those playing the home game.
Yeah, man.
That's how it's done right there.
Anne Marie covered half of 70. Nice, Anne Marie.
Nice trade.
Everyone's getting in on that.
All right, house account.
Hide the dip.
Anything?
House account hands off right now, MP. We got recalibrate.
What hands
Those
off for
30s.
what? What are we waiting for? The 30s, 630s? We got levels in our daily levels. We got folks out there that got into the 30s. Anne Marie was in there. We had 25s and 23s down there. Would have not have hit those. We have 983s.
With the failed auction on the downside, you want to start to try and buy pullbacks against that failed auction as cheap as you can.
Yep.
The IB
good
low
call.
again is 933. 933 is the IB low. So anywhere that you can get close to that is gonna keep you cheaper if it takes out the low of the day, which kind of takes out the failed downside auction. So you're just looking to buy pullbacks now.
Yeah, we're doing sort of an extended range mix where we went super high, we failed that. We went super low, we failed that, and we're coming back to the baseline now where we kind of opened. So just a little shimmy and
20,000
shuffle.
is the key level. Yeah, 20,000, baby. That's the price. It's pegged right there, 20,000. No higher or lower.
All right. So failed auction by pullbacks. We have the 23s, the 25s, and the 30s. Coach Dakota's long from the 30s. Daily levels are the 20s.
927 is your point of failure on that.
927.
11 a.m. Some algorithms turning on here. We're going to see whether or not these 75s get busted through. Right now, we are seeing some buyers coming in. So that could be some algorithms that are shutting down for the day, closing their short positions and taking profit here. We are testing these 75s to the upside here. Whether or not we get back to the VWAP, which is wrestled at 92 halves here, is going to be a key indication of what's going to happen on this next leg.
I sold 3 at 79, which I thought was a great fill. On that little bounce, right up on the VWAP.
You have 980, yep.
Yeah.
You have VWAP on your chart, MP?
Yeah. I don't know if they always say it's anchored or whatever. All right, I'm out. But it pauses around this one. I know they're doing something with indicators on Topstep X.
We're pumping here.
I scratched that one. That was nice.
That was a nice scratch.
We are surging here. We are starting to see some thicker offers coming in, although we do see some liquidity between now and Euro close. It starts to come in a little bit heavier, so it's not really indicative that the fact that we are seeing sellers coming into the market just yet. The VWAP, the session VWAP at 92 halves is significantly higher than the regular VWAP at 977, the HLC3 VWAP. So we will have to see whether or not we're going to tussle with those 92 halves up there. I do believe if we break that session VWAP to the highs there, we would see 20,000 begin to trade.
We're seeing a lot of like arguing in the chat about buy here, sell here, buy here, sell here. There's a fight going on here, and it's usually going to happen right around VWAP. We'll see how this plays out. But great buys there, Dakota. Failed downside.
I love the patience that he's exhibiting in this trade as well. Really, his price is 20,000,
and it just worked out beauously for you.
I needed that walk earlier after missing it out up there, and just waited, and it gave me an opportunity, and I took it.
Yeah, did you go have a ham sandwich?
I had a bagel.
Nice. What kind of bagel is it Dakota like?
Honey almond schmear.
Honey almond bagel? Man, that's a new one.
There's a new type of bagels all over the place.
I'm the plain bagel, but it has the honey almond schmear on it instead.
Oh, schmear, gotcha. MP,
Yeah.
what's your bagel? What's your go-to bagel there, MP?
I had a super bagel this morning on my way in from Louis Swiss.
Oh,
it was super good. Their
what kind of superpowers did it give you?
Enough to be up $2,000. That's it. So
go.
I got to eat one of those. Got to eat one of those a day.
Rips, what's your go-to bagel while we're at it?
I'm not a big bagel person, but just your classic bagel and lox is my jam.
You
Smoked
put a big
salmon
old onion on there too.
Capers, little onions,
rips,
a little bit of classic cream cheese. Oh yeah, that's the hot ticket.
It's supposed to be
my love language. Wow, rips, that is just
new low and crude.
Now. Crude pump, the crude selling off here. Wow, that was good stuff. All right, we got Dakota still long in this trade. We'll see if we can keep pushing here.
Dakota,
there's that 92 halves. We are tussling right now. This is still pushing up. Dakota is long and strong. Beautiful trade here. You're up 60 handles from Dakota's call out.
Yes, we are.
Just another day in the life of Dakota.
I wish I could do this every day.
Little honey almond schmear.
Don't we love trading?
Boom. He's long from 30s.
Love and hate at times. But never forgotten.
Love and hate.
All right. Well, we're going to watch this.
Love it. Everyone was all chanting, sell. Here we go. Downside targets. And then it just buy them. And sometimes those are hard. It's hard to take trades like that. But
yes, it is.
I had a game plan going into today, and sometimes the game plan works out, and sometimes it fails miserably. But that's why we have a daily loss limit.
Exactly why.
And that is trading. You're going to win trades. You're going to lose trades. You're going to have winning days. You're going to have losing days. And that's one of the weirdest things to get used to if you're not a long-term trader. You think that losing is failing. It's just part of what you're doing here. You can't have a 100% hit rate. It doesn't exist.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. What do you mean?
No, get out of here.
Trading?
It does. 100% it does. Hindsight capital.
Hey, well done. Well, look at that. I can tell when he likes his own joke. You get that smirk on the side of his corner of his mouth there when he really likes his joke. Then he goes full smile like that. Now you know he's really liking this joke. All right, on that note, I want to throw it to my man Eddie for some plugs here at 10 o'clock Central, 10:05 Central. Fast Markets is moving quick. After that joke, Eddie, please take it away. What do we got for plugs today, my man?
Well, my friends, Romans and country people, Discord, check this out. 75,000 members. We're excited to announce that our Discord is quickly approaching 70,000 subscribers. And if you're not already in Discord, it's a great way to connect with our coaches, yes. Meeting trading buddies, yes. Getting recipes, trading recipes, and even getting answers to basic support questions. So I'm going to be dropping the link to that Discord. And remember, it's 100 free to join and participate. And here is the link. I've got it. It's Topstep Discord link. And if you join, that is just sucker-terrific. There you go. Right. Also, if we got my charts up here right now, let's talk about the request voting. Now, a lot of us are putting comments, suggestions for Topstep X in the chat. Well, there is a special place where you can put those in the platform, on the Topstep platform. So if you do go to the question mark here, all right, now that's the power of your feedback. This is what we're talking about right here. Feedback, roadmap, and change log, okay? Feedback is what I'm talking about. And we want you to contribute your ideas and feedback directly inside of Topstep X. So once you go to feedback here, we'll go back here, get back, second, there it is, okay. Feedback, please, if you got an idea, check first, use this search button. You got an idea, it might already be in here, and the idea is that we want to vote it up. As you can see, these are votes here. Votes up, 1.3, 1,300, 1,100. Now, these are going to be seen first because this is the itch that needs to be scratched the most. So check. If it's not there, then you can create your own post. So go to the question mark here and feature voting. And also with the new update for our for our performance stats, go to changelog. And this is going to give you details on what Gabe was talking about, right? This is what we've added. New journaling in the Performance Center. We've got graphics, details, everything you want to know is right there. So there you have it. There are my plugs for today. And we're going to get back to Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Dakota, we tagged 20,000s. Are you out?
I'm going to trail this.
You're going
Because
to 30s, aren't you?
You know exactly what I'm going for. I know. We're going to have a 100-point winner. Let's see this. Let's see. Maybe.
Currently up 75 handles in that trade there, Dakota.
Unbelievable. Beautiful.
I mean, come on.
Just like that. I saw him smiling during Eddie's plugs. I'm like, it hit 20,000. I look at Dakota. He was smiling over there.
The levels. Dakota levels. That was the hottest one of the day.
Get on my level. Level up.
Just buy the dip.
Level up.
71% long NQ. Everything else in the 60s. Nothing really too heavy one way or another. West trade. Oh, oil. Like Eddie was saying, oil keeps making new lows in the summer.
Yeah, this thing's gonna go.
I feel like that's one of the best, most classic tricks that you like to do there, Dakota, is buying fear and selling euphoria.
Yep.
It works out really, really well sometimes, right?
Because there was a lot of fear. There was a lot of sellers that were in at that time when you said, you know what? I think I'm going to buy it here.
I think I'm going to buy it.
Looks the best at the
And
top
we are
and the
running
worst at
80
the bottom.
handles in the profit now. Holy.
Right, Johnny?
Always, you know.
Okay. How much is a handle?
That was also John's call out too, if I'm not mistaken. It was both Hogue and Dakota who saw the exact same trade.
Yeah. How much is a handle, they say? Well, you see the 0.00, and you see the 0.25, and you see the 0.50, and you see the 0.75. That's 4 ticks. 0, 0 to a quarter to a half to 75. 4 ticks is 1 point. 1 whole point in the S&P or the NASDAQ. 1 whole point in the trading world is called a handle. In the trading floor world, which we're trying to bring it into the other world. A handle. So if you see here, say 10 handles, that's 10 points. Let's say in the NASDAQ, that's one lot, that's $200.
Holy smokes, Dakota, you are crushing this trade.
Yep.
Let's see
Beautiful
this.
trade. Trade of the day.
Good job.
Let me know when you get out.
Yeah, I will.
Are you going to short it when he gets out?
What do you got? Where are you going there?
Perma Bear may be thinking that.
Well, levels, we're kind of we're in the range right now. So maybe
20,031s.
Yeah,
Nice.
33 is the level from KV. It did hit nicely. John's level 44s. 44 in the orders. Very strong.
What's your target? Is it 30s, Dakota? Looking for that Hundy Bundy?
140.
Whoa!
You keep moving this up now, Dakota.
No, he said
He is
140.
moving the market.
No. Since we started fast markets, I said 140.
He said 140 since the start of fast markets. Crazy.
Dakota up 95 handles for those playing the home game.
It's unreal.
There's a home game?
That would be hilarious.
76% long. Our longs are showing up again here in the 20s. Bias to the long side, all coming in.
Just to add a little confluence, 2145 and a quarter is the average daily range high. There's your 21. There's your 2140s.
Oh, there it is. 100 handles. He's insane.
Wow. 103.
Nobody does it like Coach Dakota.
Dakota. 105 handles. 76% long. It's growing. Average price they're long from is 93s.
Coach Dakota.
Straight Dakota.
All right.
He's
Let's
out
see
of
what
control.
else. I think that's enough. We'll see. I mean, we're due for a pullback.
Are you peeling any here? You got your stop
No,
at 30s?
I'm going to trail this. If this just breaks, then trail it.
44s, 44s.
Wow, this thing is gone. 110 handles. Oh my goodness. I want to be like Coach Dakota when I grow up.
All right, that's it.
Oh, I know. What a
Well done. Clip that.
clip that.
Yep. Clip that.
Can we get a P&L update from the big man?
Trying to think, but nothing happens.
You want to know what's a little funny? You see the P&L, 159,000 on this combine. It happens to be exactly 100 handles. Wow. This is now an XFA.
Wow.
So there you go. I just passed the combine in front of everybody.
Unbelievable.
What's your hold up? What's the hold up on your live account? Why shouldn't your old one still be open?
What's that? My what?
You got live.
Don't you have a live account? I think they were putting had your live account going too.
Yeah, but I switched from Ninja Trader to Topstep X. So that's the reason why it sounds.
Yeah.
Like. Is that why it's taking a little bit longer? We might just break and keep going. Like, this is one heck of a rally.
The moon. This is upper end of the range, though, MP. We do have some check marks here at 44 in the orders right here, right now.
Yeah.
We got 2 check marks up here.
I'm out.
Out again.
Nice trade.
What was that, John?
Like a blow off top here at the 50s.
I'm out of the check for this for short up here. I think this thing's got some serious legs to it.
Huh.
JD, I got you. I'll bring you in here. All right, still selling off here in oil.
Wow, this is 130 points, guys. You still have it, Dakota?
I'm out now. I'm flat. I still think we could see 140s. It's just I want to pull back, and then I'll look to get in long again. I mean, this is just one of those moves that is very unexpected, and who expects a 100-point rally just immediately?
I think you just did.
I think Goldman saw your trade and they're like, "That's a good one. I'm gonna take it."
I think you said you're buying 30s and then selling 30s. I think
47 is the IB high. If we hold above that, we're long all the way.
Yeah, this thing is still running here. Oh my!
Straight Dakota.
Mm-hmm.
82% long YM, 75% long gold, 73% long NQ. John, what's Delta looking like when this move to the upside? Is positive? And NQ and
it's all positive. 3,100 positive in the NASDAQ regular trading hour session, 9,700 positive in the S&P's regular trading hour session. But yeah, if we hold that high, that IB high, we never get back there, you don't want to sell this thing. That's 47 is the IB high in the NASDAQ.
Downside fills auction. Dakota got the 30s, never hit the 22s or the 25s or whatever. In the 9 handle, 20,000 or 19,925 and 30s. Hold on, it did hit it. No, it didn't. 28s. Wow, you took two points of heat.
That's Dakota.
That's a
carving
cheap trade
turkeys today.
That's all it was. It's a cheap trade. It was down at the low from this morning, right before we opened, right around 7:30 a.m. And yeah, cheap trade. That's it.
Always looks worst at the bottom. Love those cheap trades.
All right, what are we thinking here?
You have your coming up here in about 10 minutes.
House account. Formulate.
I like going long on pullbacks here. I think that we have more room to the upside. I like going long on pullbacks.
Anything above 47, I like longs.
I might try a long here, actually.
Anything above 47s. You have 44s. You have 44s.
I like this all the way to 82, actually.
Average session high range. Hoagland has at 83. Zone 3 is what we're in right now.
Yep. Jay Cook likes longs on pullbacks too.
All right, I'm out. I'm up 34-24 on the live now.
There you go.
Rips.
Oh,
I like that pullback. And what can I say? I'm a sucker for pullbacks.
I'm a sucker for blondes.
Oh, hey.
My wife's a blonde. You can say that.
I know this.
God. What is he? He's an asshole. No, I'm not. My wife's blonde.
She is. Very nice lady. Very nice lady.
Lady, huh? She does turn 30. She does turn 39. She's going to love the fact you called her that.
Just trying to be nice. Yep. Buy any pullbacks and we get those 44s. That'd be sweet.
I took that exactly where I wanted to. Straight to those 82s. Just on the ticket.
Nice.
So yeah, update 34.24. 34.24.
Thank you.
What a day today.
This is you guys are carving it up.
It is.
I miss trading.
That was the first pullback in that whole rally. I've been waiting for that thing. As bad as I wanted to board the party bus with my friend Dakota here, my number one trading buddy. Couldn't do it.
You
Had to
just
wait
never
for
know,
that
right?
first pullback. Here it went.
Beautiful.
President
One heck
Carter
of a
just
rally.
passed away? Is that true?
Who?
President Carter. I thought I didn't even know he was still alive. Somebody said passed away. Did I read that wrong?
I saw that too.
Sean.
Sean, can you please confirm that? I don't think they make it.
We're trying to help each other out. I'm like, it's old president.
I know. Danielle says it was reported by Page 6, so take it with a grain of salt, but then was taken down.
Oh,
Here we
really?
are. No, he's alive. I don't know. Let's keep it moving. Let's just keep him. Old Jimmy. Old Jimmy from Georgia.
Jimmy from Georgia.
All right, let's we're still pumping here, man. We got that target, upside target in the S&Ps at 56.40. Jay Cook likes that. And then to the upside, we got 20,100 in the NQ. Upside target from Dakota earlier this morning.
That was the trade. Now, do we
That was
short
a
this
heck of
back
a
down
trade,
to
Dakota.
20,000?
Heck of a
What's
trade.
that?
One heck of a trade. Just beautiful. I mean, that was just textbook Dakota style right there. Just beautiful.
Keep it simple.
They call him Coach Dakota. He's a badass dreamer from Utah. He's Topstep's #1.
We got a lot of
Seeing
conflicting
multiple
stories.
reports about Carter. Apparently, he has passed away at 99.
99, what a run.
Oh, what a full life.
MP, will you take 99? MP, would you take
I'll
99?
take 99. Oh, yeah. Give me 99. I'll take it.
No, I need
Gretzky.
100. My
Go
life
back
insurance policy. Life insurance will pay out at 100, even if you're still alive, right?
Is that true?
What am I doing with that life insurance?
Put it all on red.
I like it. I love it, Rips.
Live a little.
Live a little.
Live a little. Live a little. Live a lot.
Oh, goodness.
Actually hit on red over the
We're going to have a
weekend.
national holiday here soon. We close the markets.
Yeah, when a former president passes, they close the stock market for a national day of mourning. So we'll have to be prepared for that. It's true.
Morning, noon, and night. Yeah.
And yeah, when a vice president passes, they close it for a day of evening.
They do? I didn't get it.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
There.
Wow.
If morning, if evening, Mike, we are clicking on all cylinders. Look at Rips.
Wow.
All right, terrible. It was a bad one. Good
That
Lord.
was a good. Some people got it. Some people got it, man. This is. Chat liked it. Chat liked it a lot.
No, it was bad. That was a bad one.
All right. Hold on. All right. Let's do a quick recap. House account up. Everyone flat. Let's do a P&L update. Dakota, what's your P&L?
$2,900.
$2,900. Rips P&L, please.
34.24 in the live.
34.25. Beautiful. MP. Personal account.
657. I got crushed on
657.
that short. I figure we get a pullback at some point. Bearish Michael.
Rizzle be fizzle. This tweet too. The track is.
What's Snoop Dogg doing on the line?
I thought he was in Paris.
He's everywhere.
Yeah, Snoop's on the move.
Yeah, me and him go back. We go back.
You and Willie and Eddie, Willie and Snoop. Chilling around the fire.
Snoops.
There's never been
Snoop Dogg
one
said
guy
the only
more
person
vocal
to
than
outsmoke
Willie
him was Willie Nelson.
than Snoop in smoking pot.
All right. Well,
Yeah,
it is 10:20. Go ahead, Dakota.
No, I was just gonna say I think Snoop Dogg said the only person to outsmoke him was Willie Nelson.
Met his match. He met his match. Willie Nelson. All right, JD, I'm coming your way. We got some more stats coming up. We got some leaderboard action. We have a Series 3 pop up, and we got hashtag Fast Markets content coming your way in the next 30 minutes or so. A day of evening. Day of evening rips. I still cannot get that joke out of my head. I love it. Anyways, my man JD, hit us with that leaderboard.
Rips, I don't care what the chat says. I thought it was a great joke, too.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
Let's take a look at yesterday's best XFA P&Ls. We've got Edilberto and Way, both with impressive days trading the NASDAQ.
Wow.
This next guy, Richard, get a load of this one. So yesterday was Richard's very first day trading in this XFA account. He was trading micro NQs, over $18,000 trading micros. So naturally, I had to look this guy up, right? It's really hard to tell exactly what he was doing. We had a similar situation to this on Friday, if you guys remember. So yeah, really hard to tell exactly how he was getting in, getting out, but I'll tell you this much. He had six winning trades, 15 losing trades, did a total of 6 winning and 15 losing round turns, total of 179 trades. Get a load of this total volume that he traded. 3,830 contracts in the micro E-mini.
Let's go.
That's some slinging, right?
Average.
I get a load of this, though. Average winning trade time was 38 minutes. So he was holding. Average losing trade time was 2 minutes. So he was banging out those losers and letting the winners rip on them, you know. Average winning trade percentage, only 30%, but he was letting the winners ride for sure. But close to 4,000 contracts traded. Right in the middle, Richard W.
MP.
Richard W.
MP, who's this? MP stumped. MP's never.
I'll get you his phone
I'll
number.
tell you, you're going to have some issues trading that big of contract sizes when you get to a live account.
MP's
No
going
doubt
down
about
right
it.
now. MP's going, what? How did that who's this?
I'll throw his
Who's
phone number
this?
in the chat.
Richard
Give me a
W.
second. 18 grand though, trading micros. All right. Then we have Danica, close to 18 grand, trading NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ and the ES. And Adida rounds out this list. Very nice day trading the NASDAQ gold, crude oil, and the Japanese yen. All right. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Still thinking about that? 4,000.
I just MP. I know it's going on in MP's head. Like,
Oh,
what?
I'm double checking this guy.
Yeah, we're
I always
just doing some background checks right
He's doing
now.
what?
What's up?
Is it the same? Hold on. Is it the same IP address as Dakota? Question.
I'll tell you this much.
No,
Yeah, he passed the
It's a trader from
compliance
Utah
check.
named Richard.
I use a VPN through Onion.
Richard did pass the compliance check to be placed on air. That's all I can tell you. All right. Here's the bottom half of your leaderboard. So Edward lost $7,600 across 5 XFAs yesterday, dropped from 5th down to 6th. Nick for a tick made about 150 buckies trading in the live account and an XFA, dropped from 6th down to 7th. Young took that nice $26,000 payout yesterday, held on to 8th place for another day. Way, just saw Way on the XFA leaderboard, or XFA P&L list, made 36 grand across 5 XFAs, jumped from 51st place up to 9th. And I hear, maybe he was Young, I'm thinking of. Someone just posted a trader that we were talking about is having another great day today. That list just passed by me, though. Oh, Giselle, never mind. And that's Mick sneezing in the background. Pinson somehow hit the daily loss limit, still moved up a notch to get back on the leaderboard today. There's the bottom half of the top 10 list. All right, here we go, Eddie.
Shout out to Jay. Thanks for tuning in.
And learning
All right,
every
we'll catch
day
you
with
later,
the
Eddie.
knowledge that they
There he
say.
is.
Soon I will be requesting my very own payday. Snoop Pal.
Okay. Man.
Premature.
All right. Starting at the bottom, Kenneth was in 13th place yesterday, leapt into 5th after a $25,000 day trading in 5 XFAs. And the top 4 are the same as yesterday. No movement here. Sadara made 12 grand. Brian lost about 7 grand. Quinn made close to 13,000, and Raphael took a 5,100 drawdown in his live account, but is still in the lead by more than $30,000. There is your, $25,000. There is your leaderboard for today.
Thank you, JD. All right, MP, what's up with that Richard? Who is that? What's up with Richard over there?
I don't know. But hey, in the I don't know. In the S&Ps, we came up to 30s.
Came up to 30. Yeah. 31s. 31s.
No talk, guys. Yeah, but we had no talk up there, did we? Or did we say off? 56 30s. We said off.
That's the average session high. Average session high.
Average daily range high.
56 30. Average session high.
Oh, no, those are 38s. 30s. Okay. 30s is resistance 1. Who has that? That's
who did I
Coach
see?
Paul.
Yes. Go target 56.40 upside target for the day. Perhaps.
Back up here close to the 30s. Yeah.
All right, here's a pullback, guys, in the NQ. Do you guys still like buying pullbacks in NQ?
Sure.
There's some conviction.
As long as we maintain price largely above 47, it's still along.
All right.
I'd like to see the 30s. If we see 30s, it would be looking like a long to me.
30s.
Yeah, 30s, maybe low 40s.
All right, we got check marks over there, MP. Yeah.
Yeah, for a long.
High 30s, low 40s, MP. Check marks. Call it 3.
Yeah, I like it the low 30s as well.
Low 30s. Okay, cool. 3 check marks at 30 level. 35. Start.
Okay.
You can do your average.
I mean, if we wanted to see extreme profit taking paired with shorting, this would be a much more violent sell-off, and we've only moved about 20 handles, so still looks strong. And S&Ps are still driving. The Rusty Gussie's still going. So Google's driving. Ag 7's moving.
Hey, Rip, say that
I'm
again.
a sucker for this stuff, Andre. I'll tell you.
No, Rip, say that again. In terms of profit taking, can you say that one more time, please?
Well, we just had that huge drive up. It's a great opportunity for the door to be open for people to be aggressively shorting this because when you have profit taking, generally speaking, those profit takers are going to be selling their long positions. You compare that with people who are going to actively short that position. And if we have enough push to the downside, it can create a sweeping move to the downside. We've only moved 20 handles from the tippy top. So that to me says that we're still in an uptrend.
Good stuff, Rips.
JV in the chat says, my barber did me dirty. Yes, they did not get a tip.
No, what happened?
They did, man. I was so pissed off.
We go to a one shot.
I got to the barber and I told the dude, I told the dude, I said, I want a number 2 halfway and then blended. And they just freaking buzzed it like military cut. I was just so pissed off. And I wasn't paying attention. So I was busy doing something on my phone. And yeah,
probably trading NQ.
Short, new barber.
I think you look all right, Dakota. Don't beat yourself up.
You still look good, Dakota. Dakota, I was on my phone. I put it up on the mirror last Thursday and had the charts going right there while she was doing it. And I talked to her about trading. And by the end of it, she didn't understand it any more than when I started, but she gave it a good college try. And then at the end of it, it goes, well, I own Bitcoin. I'm long from like 30,000. I'm like,
there you go.
You're good.
Yeah, you're good. Are you still in your Bitcoin, MP?
Oh, yeah, from 55.
What's the trading?
55, 50s might be the floor. Oh, pullback floor.
Okay. Speaking of pullbacks, we're looking for a pullback in the NQ in the low 40s.
I'm a sucker for
range.
pullbacks, Andre. I tell you, big sucker for pullbacks.
We're getting Rips.
There's other things I'm a sucker for. There's cornrows, there's manicured toes, capri pants from Fendi, Parasucos.
Yes.
I'm a sucker for all of these things.
Well done, Rips. MP saw that guy live. Nelly.
I saw him at a little private party.
I'm a sucker.
He jams.
Yes, he does. Here's a little bit of a sucker, Rips. Oh, well done, Rips. The Chat's really loving it. Rip brings A game day. Bring trading well, Cody trading well, MP trading well. House accounts up. Everybody's up so far today. Good price action. Sonar Doll jumps. Missed me with that. Been good trades today. Speaking of which, oil continues to sell off. Last trade, $76.72. Low of the day, $76.51. We're up in the 83s, 84s a couple weeks ago, not too long ago. This time we have Deeyana. We'll talk to her about the crude trade. Let's do a gold update. Gold chopping around. The last trade, 24.05. 24.05. High of the day, 13s. Low of the day, 23.89. On the middle there. Starting to see some wiggle on the ladder here. Buyers did step in. The pullback, we were never going to get those 40s.
No chance.
Pull back to the 53s. I'm a sucker for pullbacks.
You see the low in crude oil? 76.51.
Yeah.
76.51.
You know what weekly kickoff low is?
76.50.
76.50.
Those levels up.
That finishes the measured move off the head and shoulders pattern we've been watching on the daily chart. Getting a little cheap here.
Love it.
That's for crude, Johnny.
Fire up that house account, MP. Yeah.
You gotta give it about 20 points, 20 ticks of risk if you're gonna take it.
Good stuff.
And that's if you bought it at 76.51.
I will put my check market really strong on crude. I love it here. This is the bottom range of a zone. The 76, basically right in this area, is a beautiful area. I mean, you look at the 1 hour chart and look how every single time we've came down here back in May, like we've rallied off this support zone. And so I can see it doing it again.
Anne Marie gives it a check mark too. Anne Marie gives it a check mark too.
It's cheap.
Yeah.
No, we can't.
Nasdaq still holding above those.
The guys didn't enable the data. I recall getting all the data, all exchanges. I don't know why it's not putting an order in. That would be the only reason why would be we don't have the data feed, or we do have the data feed. We don't. No, hold on.
It's not enabled.
It's not. Are you sure?
I'm not. No, I'm not sure. I'm trying. Good.
It is. I was clicking on a site. Maybe I was clicking it.
That's on you.
I got long one. Sorry, I was just testing it on a joint bid. What level did you guys like?
I like this zone from here down to 50. And when I get my live account, MP, I'm going to have a conversation with Mick to see if he'll allow me to. This is a trade where I would want to hold for a couple days.
Oh, wow. He'll allow that.
All right, MP, update the house account trade. What is it? We are long one from.
Well, I'm going to get long, but you guys, what is the range? So it's high of the range right now. So we'll get into our 5, right? And then if it trades down to you said from 70s to 50s. Okay, that's right around.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember it's only $10 a tick on crude oil. So what, like if you're thinking 5 on NASDAQ, it would be fair to say 10 on crude oil.
Only $10. That's 2 $5 meal deals right there. Come on.
I'm a sucker for meal deals.
I'm a sucker for meal deals, Andre. Not gonna lie.
All right, let's see if we can get that. All right, MP, talk to us.
NASDAQ still holding above that 47 level. Still holding it.
Trades on. Let's have 2 different markets on.
Oh, hold on.
All right, we do have some fast markets content and Series 3 coming up in the next, we got about 17, 18 minutes left here on fast markets. We have about a 40-cent stop in oil. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Check marks. Jay likes it too.
Stop. So 30s?
Yes, Jay likes it as well down here. Nice measured move. John, talk to us about that measured move off that head and shoulders you were talking about.
Well, the measured move took us down to about $77, but there was some weakness in structure down at 76.5 that had me put the weekly kickoff level down to that area. Now that's, it's just a good risk limiter, no guarantees, but I like that level.
So do I. Yep.
All right, MP. Trades.
Oh, long 13 from 69.
Nice.
60.
Giggity.
Nice.
There's your meal deal, Rips.
Oh, geez.
Holy smoke!
Wow.
Slow down.
Oh, no.
Sorry, I just sorry.
You couldn't help
I was
yourself.
just in like a auto reply.
Talk to this trade from 70. We were long 13 from 76, 60.
15 from 68.
Long 15 from 68. From 68. Okay, cool.
We're long
CL.
16 from 68.
16, he says. 16. Keep updating us. I'll get out your way.
I'm gonna keep every time you write it down. I'm gonna wait till you write it down.
You see what I'm doing? You see what I'm doing over there?
I know. I thought.
It's all chicken scratch because of you, man. I get it.
I'm hitting the ball better, Rips. Or sorry, Dakota. Dakota and I exchange pictures every now and then of our scorecards.
We won our scramble this weekend, Michael. How about that?
Did you?
I need
Good
to get back
for
on
you.
the
That's
course.
awesome.
All right.
Maybe drive over there to Aspen and play some of those courses with you.
Come on, I am a member. You can be my guest.
It's so hot over there.
At your golf game, take me golfing. I'll hit I'll shoot a 70, but only on the front 9.
On the front.
Same. I haven't broke 120 yet, just so everybody knows. Oh my God, it's bad.
It's so tough. The game's so
Sugar
hard.
on a boy, tears in his eyes, I guess, as he lines up this last shot. He's got about 195 yards left, and looks like he's got about an 8 on him.
That's Caddyshack, right? Or
Good old
which one's
Caddyshack.
that?
Yeah, the young people don't like that movie, I guess. They say it doesn't hold up.
Carl Spackler.
How's that one not hold up? Come on.
I don't know.
Yeah,
that's what the kids are
That's a
saying.
classic.
I don't know. It is a classic.
19 from 66. Long 19 from 66.
What's going on? 19
You wanted
from
to average
66.
into our 20.
We're getting our better price, yeah. Love it.
Mm-hmm. Just one guy.
MP, I can relate to that 120. I broke my record for the most amount of balls I lost in a single round the other day. I hit 13 out of bounds that I could not find.
Oh yeah,
that's expensive.
That's exactly how I play.
Expensive, man. That's
far.
expensive.
Let's go. We might have to
No, it's
pair up
not.
in that Lake Lawn tourney.
Yeah, let's do. Actually, let's do. You and I like golf one of those guys because then I'm like, well, I can hit better than that, and then I do, but then I don't. So it just gives me something. But if you're playing with somebody really good, like, dude, no chance, and then you try to hit as far as they do, and then it goes behind you. Yeah.
MP,
Andre's
you are those ball grab, the people who dredge out those ponds for golf balls. They love when you are on the course. Do they just like filter out Pro V1 like it's candy?
I got a story about that one day.
I buy them I buy them now from the Replay Sports place. I was grabbing the range balls and just throwing them in my bag, and then I'm like, and I call it keeping it in the ecosystem of the golf course because I'm like, they're gonna pull it out, they're gonna find it, and the next thing you know, I'm like, okay, let's not do that. You really suck. So then I went and bought, and they're like 40 cents each, TaylorMade's, Titleist. Probably found in the
A ball's a ball at the end of the day when you're at until you are like in the 70s. Then the balls start to matter more.
Right.
I used to go to a public course where a kid that lived at the house that was on the course, he'd have his wagon filled with golf balls, selling them, and you'd get ice cold water for $1. And I'd be looking for the kid. I need golf balls and I need water.
Boy of opportunity right there. I like it.
It's a good.
Hey, shout out to Nick for a
entrepreneur.
tick. Yeah. Shout out to Nick for a tick. Balance is being transferred to live from his XFA. Well done, Nick for a tick.
Beautiful.
Good. Taking it on the chin for a little bit, struggling a little bit. Hell, he was right around 4th of July, I want to say. Remember he was talking about his hillbilly pool or redneck pool around that time. And then he took some time off, came back, recharged, refreshed. Now is trading live again, being profitable. That's what we love to see. Shout out.
That's
Nick.
actually, one of the best remedies for trading when you fall short of your expectations with trading is just take some time off. And it's completely underrated. Not a lot of people are keen into that fact. If you've been trading for, less than a year or so, you don't really realize how strong a break can be for your trading. You come back with refreshed eyes and you kill the markets. It's great. It's fantastic. Great job, Nick.
Quick question: what is the stop for the long crude oil? What's the stop?
76.30.
76.30. Okay. Thank you, John. I don't know, cylinders. It's got 13 minutes left here in fast markets. Starting to see a pullback in the NQ. Here's that 47 level. Buy 10 there.
76.30.
We are seeing a pullback in equities. We're seeing a pullback in Apple, Microsoft, Meta, and NVIDIA. Google, again, still flat, just kind of up and down all day. So I think we might have to wait for the earnings trade to see the movement on Google. Just a lot of positional bets right now in calls and puts. Remember, when calls and puts are being bought the day before earnings to hedge those moves, you are seeing the dealers of those options contracts buying and selling the equities. So if you're buying a put contract, they're going net short in the equity. If you're buying a call contract, they're going net long in that equity.
Dakota, you don't like 76.30s for that stop?
No, I like 76, like 05, 07.
We got a lot of leverage on this.
Right. So now that's the difference, right? It is
the
leverage versus like trade size. So if it was me, I would be getting in at this area. Go ahead.
Well, look, we're long 25 because I bought 5 down at 49.
Let's go.
Okay.
So
76.30 makes sense based off that size.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I would say $8,600.
It's an $8,600 loser if the 28s get hit.
What's update the position, please, MP? This is awesome. Let's do this.
Unrealized 1,800.
No, I'm sorry. Position and price.
Long 25 from 63, 76.63.
Okay.
Ooh. Take a look at the tilt. Crude 50-50. 50-50. Bit of a pullback here in NQ. I might call it a bear or bull flag if you look at the 5-minute. Yes, also
we're not really getting much of a pullback off that level, so I'm thinking about taking some of that leverage off. It's just hanging right on it. I want to see a pullback.
Hanging around.
Yes.
I like this trade.
Lurking.
No, I love this
trade.
I like it. Okay, good.
I love this trade.
My stop loss would be 76.11.
That's
it's just
Anne-Marie's.
different trade size, different risk parameters is what it would be. But here we go. Maybe the stop loss isn't going to matter.
Right here, right now. Last trade, 76.60s. On for 66. Michael is locked in right now.
What, me? No,
What's
I'm
up?
just watching.
Oh, I know you're watching real close. You're watching real close right now.
Drinking my coffee.
Pull back in the NQ to get right around those 47s. Dow making new highs. High today, 40,783. 5 spot. It's crude. Let's pull that chart. Let's pull that ladder up. Take a peek. All right. 53 last trade. Everyone else flat. Dakota flat. Rips is flat.
Flat as a pancake, baby.
I want to get long crude oil though, but I'm at max profit for today, so I can't really trade. I would long right now in this area on crude.
We can't put any more leverage on
for the day myself.
We can't put any leverage on or any more on because if the 30s hit or the 28s hit, actually, we're down 8,600 on the trade. Now we're up 1,000, so it'd be down 7,000 total. Which, by the way, guys, we ended up yesterday. I swear to God, yeah, right. No, we ended up $200 yesterday. We're down 7,000 in the house account, and we played those 10s behind the scene. There's a 10s play that was hanging out. The high was about 16, kept going up to 10, and then it pulled back to 654 in the 5.6, what, 5.6, was it 5.60 or was it higher? Yeah, it's 56.0 or 56.10. So we made it all back.
Nice.
All right. We're along 25. Crude contracts, right, though.
Now the crude close is at 1:30 Central.
Uh-huh.
So to me, there's a time stop. Whenever I get into a trade like this in the morning for crude, it's time stop.
Right.
Regardless of where I'm at, I will close out at 12:30 or 1:30 Central. So yeah, I like it. I think that's all. I've been sitting here watching, looking at it, and I think that's it. Stop loss at, you said 30, and then go away for the day.
Come on, baby, pop the sucker.
And NASDAQ took a look below 47 and is now back above. It seems to be holding that IB high.
Is there no, because we have a loss limit. Is there
25.
held those 42s, huh? That was a pullback for NASDAQ.
I feel like liquidity is dropping, though. I mean, it's not that I feel it, I can see it, but I just think it's much more lower probability of success up here. That's why I'm committing to locking it up. I'm not going to trade for the rest of the day myself. And I suggest that, unless you have a really good read on the market, it's probably high time to lock it up until at least power hour, because we are seeing a heavy decline in volume ever since Euro closed at 11:30 Eastern time.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, MP, do you want to do no Series 3, obviously. You want to do hashtag
What?
fast
Why?
market?
Why would we not do Series 3?
Come
let's do it.
on. I need my Series 3. Give it to me.
All right, we got a 25 lot banger.
The show doesn't stop.
All right, there you go, Gabe. Show doesn't stop. Not even for a 25 lot in the crude oil markets.
We have our stops. We're good.
Yes, we sure do. All right,
here we go.
Very good, Gabe. Very good.
Who's up, Hoagland? Hoagland, you're taking the test next, from what I hear, because Nick Tick is taking it here very, very soon.
Yep, I'm scheduled the beginning of August. I'm gonna book it, and maybe I'll go over and take it at Grand Junction.
Series 3, well, skip on that. All right, we can do hashtag fast markets right now then. We got it.
We got a lot of leverage on this crude trade.
Yes, we do, John. That's why we're focused on it. But hey, if we got to do fast markets, we got to do fast markets. 80% long in crude right now. 80% long on the tilt.
80% long in crude?
That's right.
Why?
We got some votes already for the Series 3 pop quiz. Amazing.
How did we do that?
I didn't know the till was so long. But how many check boxes did we have? We had Anne Marie, we had a Rips, a Hoagland. No, hold on, Rips. I don't know if you were in crude oil.
Dakota,
nope, none for me.
Dakota liked it. Rips, Hoag. That's not Rips. Anne Marie, Dakota, and I forget. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of people that was kind of following us as well. So there is something to that.
Wow, crude is rolling out of bed. I think a good cleanup area is 76.14.
Bad phone.
What do you mean you like blondes?
Yeah, we did that shit. Yeah. All right. 4 minutes left here in fast markets. MP, keep us posted on this trade. If we want to do some hashtag, I don't think we should be doing anything besides watching this trade.
Really wish you would have lightened up a little bit on this, but
all right. Well, let's take a quick look around the markets here.
You gotta love the emotions when a big position's on.
Oh yeah,
I know.
I'll focus on this trade. We're not doing.
Let's think of it as a comparison, right? I mean, if we're trading the NASDAQ, the volatility and the tick per tick, I mean, contract to tick size, it's very similar to if you had like a 15 lot on the NASDAQ. in this volatility.
Did you hear what I'll call you back?
Oh, well, I'm not. No, let's go to Series 3. I don't know what we're waiting.
We don't
for.
have we don't have the spot. We don't have the spots open in the back end because of guests and stuff like that. Or
unless Hoag's willing to rattle it off for us in the background, we got Hoag on still. Hoag, you willing to handle the question for us?
Yeah, no problem.
Oh yeah.
Put it
Let's
out
go.
there. Let's run it.
Of price fluctuation in the cash market, and D has no effect on price fluctuation in the cash market.
I'm writing mine down. Write it down on a piece of paper and then show it.
I'm watching this.
Don't say it.
What is this? What's this question? Research is showing that trading the creatures.
Carry the one.
I don't have paper.
Minus
Rip's
3.
over there doing math in his head.
Plus-
Carry the one.
It's a poll, guys. Put the poll up there. Let the chat.
Eliminates.
But no, don't say it. Put your card up. Write it down or something.
I need to.
Or hand signal it.
Just I think.
No.
I don't know.
This is a tough one.
That's mine.
That's mine.
Yeah. That's what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to do the magnitude.
Tends easy. It tends to. I don't.
But that's what
It is.
tends
It is,
to.
it is meant to reduce seasonal price swings in grains. Is what the original idea was to reduce big price swings in grains, seasonal price changes.
That's magnitude.
I'm going
right?
with C as well.
I
Going with
think
C
so.
as well.
I think Hoag. Yeah, Hoag. Yeah, there you go.
That's
Throw
what
up your
futures
Cs.
were designed to do for the cash market.
That's what I thought.
All right. Well,
Survey
everybody's
says.
locked in. And I was about to say, seems like we got a consensus around the board.
Oh,
So
good.
Go ahead and
Yeah.
give you guys your
That's-
props.
Nice job.
Wow.
Yeah, good
there
job.
we go.
Hey.
Finally got one.
Yeah. Carry
Are you
the
guys
one.
feeling a little bit less stressed on oil?
Yeah.
I haven't been
For
stressed the
now.
entire time. We had a stop in there, and all things that got us in the trade were still there. I didn't.
Well,
I don't know
folks,
why.
I mean, now there is an argument to move your stop loss to 38.
Why is that?
If we do break out,
if we
let's say
retest.
Yeah, so if we break above, say, 63s and we start to break out, then to me, moving a stop loss to 38 would be reasonable.
All right, so I moved it to 35, and I can give a little bit of margin of variance here.
sellers coming here. All right, guys, that's going to wrap up fast markets right now. MP will keep us post 80% long crude until
I'm
MP's gonna
going to keep this. I'm going to keep this shared screen up here. So production, folks, you can flip to it whenever you want.
Thanks, MP.
Everyone's going to keep an eye on that. All right, guys, we got power players coming up next with Guru P. Guru P return, making his triumphant return. Anyways, upper right, Dakota, nice trade of the day. Rips trading live, carving up. What do you Rips? What's the P&L today?
What are we at? 34.24. 34.24. 3420.
3420, 3420 up in the live account. MP up in the live account. Everyone's up. We will monitor this trade. Keep that screen shared, MP. We got power players coming up next with Guru P. Let's go.
Let's go.
What's up, traders? My name is Austin Silver from ASFX, and I'm super excited to talk to you about Topstep X, a brand new revolutionary trading platform from Topstep. Now, why is it brand new? Why is it revolutionary, you may ask? I'm going to tell you. First, there is a seamless integration with TradingView. Often, you sign up with a broker, you sign up with a platform, they make you trade on a specific charting software. Now, you have a, like I said, seamless integration with TradingView, the most popular charting platform in the world, and that includes all their indicators, all the different customizable settings, so you can duplicate your current TradingView setup here on Topstep X. But there's many other features other than just an integration with TradingView. There's a lockout feature, which everybody loves. You can watch TopstepTV in platform right there on screen. You can also set personal daily loss limits. You can set personal max profit limits as well. So you can really tailor this TopstepX platform to fit your trading style and help you keep your red days as small as possible and maximize the profits on your green days. So if you haven't checked out TopstepX, you're only hurting yourself. Check out the new platform now.
Welcome back to TopstepTV, everyone. This is Power Players. You might remember him from earlier. This is my first time working with him. Guru P in the house, the man in the middle. Also, my partner to the right, Dolby Time. Guru P, what's happening? You are a Power Player. How we feeling today?
Very good. How are you?
Oh, not too bad, not too bad. Just watching. House account's got a big crude oil trade on, which did see some action in the NQ. Peaked up top at 20,084. Starting to see a bit of a drift lower. I wouldn't really say a sell, but just drifting lower here. Currently, we got this crude oil trade on in the house account long from 76.66 with a tilt 87% long in crude. Guru, what's your take on the markets? Please catch me up to speed. It's my first time meeting you. Tell me about yourself. How did you find Topstep? How did Topstep find you?
I actually heard about Topstep through my fiance's brother. I had no idea what prop firms were. If you asked me a year ago, I had absolutely no idea what they were, and he told me about these group of firms that allow you to trade with some capital. So that's sort of how I got involved with Topstep. Thoughts on the market? I mean, I had a very mixed sentiment this morning. On one hand, I had a bullish sentiment, but also bearish, so I tried to remain as fluid as I could, which went really well this morning.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm sorry, do you trade NQ, ES? What products are you trading?
Generally only NQ, but I do take a look at ES.
Okay. And what trades have you taken on today?
Today, so we did take the long off the open. At 9:33, we took it to its pre-market high. So that's one of the trades I've taken. I can go back in Topstep X and go over some of them if you'd like, but
I would love that. I don't think we're having a little difficulty sharing the screen for the time being, but please let's talk. Just talk about price. You don't have. We'll still get the gist of it if everyone's looking at their chart.
Sorry, what was that?
I said go ahead. Let's talk about. Let's recreate the trade from this morning. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So my first long entry, I've been actually exploring the 30-second chart here. Today is the 23rd. The first entry was at 9:35 and 28 seconds.
All right,
at an entry price of 19,956 and 25 cents. So one tick above.
Sure.
Right. I had a target at I believe it was 20,027. I believe that was my target. That was a trailing stop hit. Trailing stop hit at 19,965 and 3 ticks. So, yeah, that was our first long trade out of the gate. We did take a short shortly after at 9:46. After those sweep of those highs, took it for about 7.5 points. Those were a bunch of trailing stop hits. Took 2 back-to-back stop loss trades.
All right.
At 9:53 and then at 10:09. One was a long position, one was a short position. And then we had some massive trades to close out the trading session. At 10:14, I took a short trade. Entry price was at 20,019. Exit price was at 20,002. And then the next trade was at 10:21, which was a long trade from 20,009 to 20,045.
Excellent.
Those XFA accounts or
go ahead, Dolby Time, get in there.
A mix of XFAs and combines. Yeah.
Nice. This CL trade, it looks like MP's trying to peel some off here.
Are we working?
Oh yeah, we're working 2 and 2 here. I got 95, 96, and 98 and 99. I think we're down to about 7 contracts. Hell of a trade. I mean,
oh my gosh,
wild stuff. Lot of size.
Only here on TopstepTV. Massive size.
Yeah.
Massive
very, very
size.
fortunate this did not run down to 76.20. So, hey, you don't know till you bet.
Hey,
that's right.
What's that? What book was that, Dolby Time?
I believe that's Reminiscence of a Stock Operator.
I like that.
Actually. It's a great book with many good quotes. Guru, have you read that one yet?
I have not. The book I am actually finishing is right here. Actually,
what is it?
The Little Book of Behavioral Investing.
Oh, tell us about that a little bit.
Yeah.
Tell us.
It goes throughout the It's a lot about psychology, the difference between a professional trader and a retail trader. Yeah, it's actually been very helpful in terms of rebuilding the foundational psychology that I need to succeed in the markets.
That's cool. What was it called again? I'm gonna look it up on Amazon.
It is the Little Book of Behavioral Investing. It's by James Montier.
Ooh. Difference between a retail trader and a professional trader.
Yep.
Oh,
it's how not to be your own worst enemy. Yep.
I like that.
Look at that. Right. Put it in chat if you want to check it out. No affiliate links there. I'm not getting a dime, so if you want to check out this book and buy it.
No promo
check
codes.
It out. Well, once you finish that one, I would recommend Reminiscence of a Stock Operator. It's a classic.
Yeah.
A real classic. And
who
an
is that
easy
by?
read, too.
Really.
Oh, God, who's it by? Lattimore, I think? Something Lattimore? Yeah, the
Take a
main
look.
character is Jesse Livermore. Thanks for the internet here.
Topstep
Harry
book club
Potter?
is broken.
Yeah.
Harry Potter.
Oh, Edwin. It's Edwin Lefevre? Lefevre? It's French. I don't know. Someone who's French is going to yell at me. Really good.
Okay, I have to
Really
take a
good
look.
stuff. Yeah.
All right, let's get back to these markets. Guru, like I said, it's our first time. All right, so here on Topstep X, we have unveiled. All right, so the tip of the week here at Topstep, right? Every week we have send out a tip of the week. This week we're talking about journaling, right? Last week we unveiled the journaling feature in the performance dashboard, and now we unveiled 2 more features with journaling. You can journal on days you did not trade, and you can do it through the trading tab as well. So, tip of the week: always be journaling. Journaling can help you identify your strengths and weaknesses in the market. In an environment where, as emotional as trading, your journal is the window to understanding how your emotions change your decision-making process. I know Dolby journals. Hell, after Dolby did a journal entry here on TV, trading turned around 180 degrees. It was really great. I got my journal right here. Guru, I want to talk to you about your journaling. Talk to us about first of all, do you journal?
I do journal. I used to write down my notes app on my iPhone. Now it's pen and paper. Seems to be the easiest way.
Pen and paper is the easiest way. Very easy to make edits. And, chicken scratch is very effective. So tell us, what do you journal out? What does a typical Guru journal entry look like?
Generally, it would include now that it's pen and paper, I have to print out all of the screenshots I take of my trades. So I sort of have to staple it together.
Bro, you must be balling out paying for that color ink.
Oh no, I'm going to Staples. I got the membership there.
Okay.
Yo.
Sure.
Anyways, so yeah, I'm journaling my entries, my exits, how my psychology was throughout the trade, where my trailing stops were, how good those trailing stops were, which is a little bit more discretionary. Yeah, but now that Topstep X has a journaling feature, I may just be able to take a screenshot of the trade and journal right on there, right on that same trade. That's something I'll have to look into.
All right, so Guru, what does a typical Guru journal entry look like? Timestamp, price, emotions. What does a typical journal entry look like for the Guru?
Starts with the entry rated on a scale from 1 to 5, and that's purely based on how much or if any time this trade spends in drawdown.
Mm-hmm.
Starts with entry. Second step is stop loss. How was stop loss placement? Was it where it needed to be? Did I move it? Did I exit out? All the typical trading such. Rated on 1 to 5. That's also more discretionary. Yeah, I try to keep it as mechanical as I can in terms of stop loss. And then price target. What am I looking for? Right, step 3. Step 4 is confluence. What were the confluences that got me into this trade? Last part of the trade is emotions. How was my psychology throughout the trade? Was I feeling fear when price, if price moved 30 points in my direction and then came down another 20 points? Was I feeling fear? Did I close out the trade early? Did I trail my stops appropriately? So on and so forth.
When you talk about, go ahead, Dolby.
Did you get like emotional stuff you write in there too? Like, oh, this doesn't feel good, or my nose itches. Maybe that's bias feedback. Any of that stuff.
Not quite. More trading related.
Okay.
But I generally first thing I do when I wake up in the morning is, like this morning I didn't wake up in the best mood. So I gave my trading partner a call. I was like, hey, dude, I'm not in the best mood, but I've got stuff to do, and we've got trades to, we got a trading day ahead. He had me do 15 push-ups and sort of slap me in the face. So here we are.
That's nice.
Yeah.
I like that. So
wait,
we
how
see
long
you
have you
looking
known
for
this person?
Yeah, how you guys must be quite comfortable with each other to say that.
Yeah, we're trading partners, so we've
awesome.
gotten pretty comfortable.
Hey, Guru, question about you looking for confluence. What are you looking for in terms of confluence when you get into a trade? What exactly are you referring to?
Liquidity sweep, volume spikes. I do use the Fibonacci retracement tool. If there's a level up the Fibonacci retracement tool that I really like, I'll use that as confluence. And then I just need my entry candle. So it needs to invalidate majority of the previous candle if I'm going long, or majority of the previous candle if I'm going short.
Interesting. Okay. All right, we are starting to see some sellers come in here in the Nasdaq. We just broke through VWAP. High of the day, 20,084.
Oh, yeah.
We're about 100 points lower. Last trade, 989, 988. Still selling off VWAP at 992 in the NQ. We blew right through there. ES seeing some sellers as well. We're still selling.
Not
here.
surprised.
Wow.
Wow. We are still selling here, guys. YM selling off as well. I am not seeing anything.
This, I mean, this is kind of expected, right? Like, did we honestly think that bulls were just going to YOLO into earnings this week and just be cool with being long above 20,000 with so much uncertainty in the market?
Definitely uncertainty, Dolby. You're right. You're right. Marcus
Wow.
felt like uncertainty.
Stacking them up, Dre. They're
Yeah,
stacking
man.
up the uncertainty. It's like a Jenga
Yeah.
tower. And they're just pulling pieces out, and every piece is just a little bit of weird news. They just stack it up on top.
It's getting a little bit more wobbly.
It is. Does it not feel more wobbly, Chad? Is the market not more wobbly?
Put that on a
Yeah,
poll.
it
Put that on a
typically
poll. Does the
is the
market
chart
feel
wobbly?
more?
Yeah. You think the market's wobbly, Guru?
We got a trading buddy pull up right now.
I do. I
Trading
do.
buddy pull up. What we got? Let's see. Oh, do you have a trading buddy?
I like this question.
You have a
Let's
tra-
focus on this question. This is more important. Do you have a trading buddy?
Very important.
How long have you had your trading buddy for? Like, how much of your career as a trader has involved a trading buddy?
Just about 3.5 months now. Yeah.
Oh, so that's
Just
relatively recently then.
Yeah, not very long. Not very long.
Cool. What do you think are some benefits of having a trading buddy for all of those who don't have one?
You have somebody to hold you accountable, hear out your thoughts. Not only on a trading level, but personal level, if you can get close enough to them. But then there are also downsides, right? That's another voice in your mind speaking to you. Where if you want to go long and they want to go short, it's conflicting bias, right? But I think the pros outweigh the benefits vastly.
Yeah, I would say so. Trying
Is
to
your
learn
trading-
Oh, go ahead, Dre.
No, I was saying, is your trading buddy watching right now?
He is.
Would you like to give him a shout out?
Oh yeah.
Phil. So his name is Phil, but I have named him in my phone as Dr. Orderfield. Because when we would
I
trade
like that.
together, his mic would be unmuted every time he'd go into a position. It'd say order filled on Tradeovate. So, Dr. Orderfield, here's my shout out to you, buddy.
There you go. There you go, Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, congratulations. You made it to Topstep. All right, we're starting to see more sellers coming in here. NASDAQ, ES, YM, all selling off, all moving in concert right now. No real headlines. Volume did spike on the sell-off. Crude not doing a whole heck of a lot. House count is long from 66. Last trade 79. Gold not doing anything right now, but we are seeing some selling coming off in the NQ. Last trade 19,950. 19,950. 56.10s. 6.11 last trade in the ES. High of the day 56.29. The only time I thought we were just going to kind of drift high. I don't know. Yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty. It is getting wobbly at the top. And any little glitch, any little wobble, we'll see this market sell off. Currently looking at the tilt, 76% long in CL, 60% long in gold, everything else around 50-50. So not a whole lot happening outside of crude right now. All right, Guru, what is your take on the markets? Where do you think these markets are going? What's your overall just market state? What are your thoughts?
There's a lot of uncertainty. I will agree with you on that. It's election year. We have earnings seasons coming up. It is very tough to say. We were promised 6 rate cuts this year. We've got none. it is very tough to say. Overall, I'm slightly more bullish, but that can change. Which last week took me by storm. I was bullish going into last week, and that took me by storm. So, got to remain fluid and adapt with market conditions.
Yeah. How do you identify market state? Do you have like any tips or tricks?
Generally just 15-minute chart is what I'll take a look at. See if there are any bullish or bearish patterns forming. See if we're making higher highs or higher lows. Look at my supply and demand indicator. Also, just sentiment, market sentiment. I look at the tilt pretty often on TopstepX. See where other traders are at. Yeah.
How do you?
So that's been
that?
quite helpful.
Do you have any tips for the tilt? Any things that you got? This is kind of a first here.
Yeah, it is.
Yep. So every morning, right around 9, let's say 9:45, is when I like to take a look at the tilt, because that's when volumes really starts pouring in within that first 15 minutes. I'd like to see how most Topstep traders are trading, what their sentiment is, if it lines up. That's just more confluence for me.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because if majority of, let's say, traders on Topstep are leaning bullish on the NASDAQ, and I have a bearish bias, well, now I sort of have to balance it out, right? So, but it does more wonders than it does harm, is what I find.
Sorry. So, are you fading tilt, or are you getting with tilt more often than not?
More often than not, I am fading tilt.
Okay.
More often than not, I'm fading tilt. However, if it lines up with my bias, more the confluence that I have. Not that it's a big factor, but it's still more confluence.
Yes, it is. So that edges the journal. All right, Dolby time. My man, what are we looking at here in terms of the YM? Is the range been established? What do we just see right there in that sell-off?
Never thought you'd ask me, Dre, about the YM. It's a great market. So for YM, I can kind of just redo my charts real quick. We're on the daily right now. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. So not a range I see there. 4-hour things tend to get a little bit more interesting. So we can do that and that. So I would say 4-hour range high is probably the most interesting level. So RH range high right now. So we projected, 40,760. We touched at kind of 1, 2, 3, fourth time we rejected. And then I have the downside, 40,500. So like it's like a 300 point range right now in the YM, also making higher lows within that formation. So it might be leaning bearish in general, but if we can get below 40,600, things could get pretty interesting to the downside. So that's kind of what I'm seeing. So if you had the opportunity to get short 40,760s, it's a big long-term time frame, had a really good range. I think that would have been the cheap trade of the day in the YM. And then if you're looking for longs, maybe bounces off of 40,600. But I think we're just going to traverse down there while we just range bound back and forth.
40,600 noted. Don't forget, we do have Tesla and Google after the bell. Dolby Time talked about earnings, uncertainty going into earnings. Totally agree. All right, more selling coming in here in the Dow, more selling coming in the ES. NQ really isn't accelerate to the downside as fast. But
CL too is actually pulling back, Dre. Unless we're still in it. Okay, cool.
Are we still in it, sucker?
Oh yeah. But I mean, we're trading at 71s. Our entry is 66, and the high was 95. So
we're in this, Dolby.
Hey, yeah. It's a house account trade. We are all in this together.
We are all in this together. Guru, any levels that you're looking for in NQ or ES? Any levels of note or of interest?
I am actually looking for the NASDAQ to take out this low from pre-market at 19,923. That is what I'm looking for.
You got 923. Yeah, okay.
923.
I could see that. Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's a level, because from what I'm seeing, it's retraced majority of the move. The last point of resort was a 78.6 on the fib, at least for me. So yeah, I think it looks pretty decent for it. That is a liquidity pivot that the NASDAQ did miss. Yeah, that's what I would look for. I wouldn't have a trade till then.
All right, Guru P. I have to ask: is that your government name, Guru? Is that your parents' name?
Yeah, that is my that is my real name. Yes.
It's incredible. Is it really? It's incredible. That's so gangster. It's incredible.
That is my real name.
That's so gangster. Damn. All right, new cool name alert. You are at top of the rankings here at Topstep. We rank the names. No, I'm just kidding. The Guru is that's very, very cool. Very apropos for being a trader. Yes.
It kind of sucks.
Yeah, it can. I mean,
it kind of sucks. Yeah.
A lot of expectations. Incredible, though. Incredible. One of my yes, that's incredible. All right, we're starting to see some buyers come in here. 19,970. We are looking for a downside, a target of 19,923.
Yeah, that's a big one that I'd like to see get taken out.
I got to do a 2-up. I got to watch this CL trade at the same time.
CL coming right back, close to our entry, $76.73.
Yeah, we might start getting some movement in crude around 12. So I would consider. So for crude oil, if you're kind of new to trading it or getting interested, there's kind of like some big time frame blocks that you should know about. So like the open is like it's like the first session 8:30 to 10:30, with 10 to 10:30 being Euro session close. So you can get like a 30-minute pocket of volatility. I would say from 10:30 to about 12 is lunchtime. So the market might tighten up, but depending on what's going on, it might not. And then from I would say 12 to 1:30 is the second session for crude, where you might start seeing bigger moves, with 1 to 1:30 being the U.S. pitch session close, which will offer a 30-minute bit of volatility. So kind of slow at lunchtime for CL here.
Yes, Dolby, do you see more room to the upside in? I'm sorry, do you see more room to the upside in crude?
In crude? Yeah, take a look at it.
Yeah, let's take a look. Position.
Maybe it's a big maybe.
Yeah.
I would probably prefer getting long. Let's see. I got this higher low. Crude does a lot of Doritos as well. Because it's a market that kind of needs like macroeconomic stuff to move it. And so it will kind of just bob up and down for a while, which is how you get the Dorito shape, which is the market just kind of like waiting for something to happen. I think it's like 74s would be nice for crude for like a long term, but short term, I think it's kind of tough for me to see upside. Maybe 77.58 if this can bounce strong enough. 57s could be interesting. 1720s could be good. But it's a pretty raw trade, I would say. From like a long term perspective, we're buying into a lot of red candlesticks. Doesn't mean it won't bounce, but I would just be worried. That's all.
Very good. No. Thanks you for taking a look at that, Guru. We were looking for a move down to the 923s. 923s.
Yes, we are.
Haven't got there just yet. We'll see what the sign came with. You still don't see any headlines. Maybe it was just simply liquidation. It's Eduardo in the chat said there's a 100 million share sell order in Apple that just maybe hit, and that kind of triggered a lot of that downside movement. Quick look at the tilt. 73% long in crude still. Gold, where'd gold go on me? So 62% long in gold. Yes, 73% long in crude right now, as is the house account. House account is long from 66. I know we have shaved off some of that position. Keeping an eye on that. I don't see. Okay, yeah, I don't see much.
NQ is starting to get into a 5-minute range too.
What's the upside? What's the upper bound and lower bound of those prices, Dolby?
For a 5-minute on the NQ?
Yeah.
I would say like 975s to 940s, so about a 35 point range.
Okay.
We're also about, if we had to measure high to low, I bet we're like right in the middle. Or very close to it.
Yeah, that looks like a decent short entry on the NASDAQ.
Why is that? Why does it look like a decent short entry, Guru?
Just it's my model chopping up validated majority of the bounce. Stop loss would have to be a little bit tight. But I like it to that pivot. This is all based off the 30-second chart. I don't have the 1-minute chart in front of me at the moment. Or the 15-minute for that matter.
Yeah, if you're just if you're
We
just
times
looking at
1
like
minute, man.
today's session for like low to high, we're within like a couple points of the exact middle. So I'm not surprised. We're going to probably end up in the middle of this and probably extend highs, which you've already done, maybe extend lows later in the day, and then probably get back up to, I don't know, 900s maybe. Just extend highs, extend lows, get everyone out of their trades, VWAP. The end.
Update on the house account. House account, we're long 7 now. We're long 25, long 7 now. Realized P&L 3,900, unrealized around $1,900. So long 7 now. We have shaved off some of the position. As last trade is $76.85. $100 million.
I think MP has, MP has those take profits. I mean, we might start getting tagged on some of those.
We did it. $100 million stop sell order. Thank you, Eduardo. Not shares. Stop sell order. Thank you for the clarification. Yeah, that'll trigger it. That will definitely move the markets lower. Thank you for the update, Eduardo. 79% long in crude, as we do keep an eye on the crude.
Nice.
House account trade. Hey, Guru, you've traded I see you trade NQ. Any other markets you dabble in? I think you talked about ES. Have you always been an NQ trader? Have you ever have you done gold? Have you done crude? Anything else? And why NASDAQ?
I've been meaning to. I've actually been meaning to get into gold. I just don't have the experience necessary yet. Maybe I'll get into it with a paper account. However, NASDAQ, it seems to fit my style of trading and moves a little bit quicker than ES, it seems. But I did start off trading ES. And like with anything, it's tough to figure out position sizing, but I found my sweet spot.
What is it now? What is your sweet spot position sizing?
3 lots for the NASDAQ and 4 lots for ES, but I very, very rarely touch ES.
Speaking of ES,
why is that? Just too slow? Not enough action?
Yeah, just about. It moves. It seems like it moves slightly slower, although I mean, you have to be a little bit more patient with ES, it seems. But I'm very comfortable with the NASDAQ. It moves. I like the way it moves. I mean, when it's volatile, it could wick you out. We put our risk on the table for that reason.
That's right. Don't know until you bet, Trey.
Don't know until you bet. I could have said it better myself the whole time. Couldn't have said it better myself. Guru, question. All right, so sometimes we had Rips on earlier. We had Nick for a tick on, some of our best top trading talent here at Topstep, but yet they all still went through dry streaks and rough patches where they couldn't find consistency, they couldn't find the profits, spinning their wheels, chasing their tail. Use whatever cliche you want. How does a guru handle losing money, failure in the markets? How do you handle that, and how do you get yourself out of that?
That's where my trading partner comes in. So we try to psychologically reset every evening. Whether we had a green day, whether we had a red day, you have to have market beliefs, right? As you enter a trade and you put your risk on the table, you don't know what's going to happen next, right? I don't know if price is going to move up, if it's going to move down, if it's going to go sideways, if it's going to make a circle, whatever it's going to do. So you have to have those market beliefs. You have to accept that no 2 trades are correlated. Just because you had a green day today doesn't mean you're going to have a green day tomorrow. Just because you had 10 red trades in a row doesn't mean the 11th one will be a red trade. So it's being able to psychologically reset with those beliefs that sort of get me out of dry spells and the sense of failure, right? So yeah, that's really what helps me.
What does a conversation between you and Dr. Phil sound like when you're trading? Like for this morning, he liked that one. What does that conversation sound like? If you don't mind, take a peek behind the curtains, if you don't mind.
Yeah, generally, I gave him a call and I'm like, hey, dude, I'm not feeling great today. I woke up not feeling well, and it's either one or two things. We're either gonna talk through it, or we're gonna listen to some Mark Douglas or Tom Hugard and restore our market beliefs and reinforce our market beliefs and get back in order, get back on the horse and keep trotting away.
Wow, that's good stuff. That's really good stuff. To be able to have that relationship with him, kind of just like puke and rally moment, right? Just get rid of the bad, get the good in, and then turn that front upside down.
Yeah, these are the moments we live for, right?
What a time to feel. Dolby time, when's the last time you puked and rallied? When's the last time you puked and rallied, Dolby time?
I never rallied. I never rallied.
Just puke only?
Especially in trades.
Yes. Hey, we still have 81%, almost 82% long in the ES. I'm sorry, ES.
CL's looking really good. Dre, the CL is looking really good here.
CL is looking good. Let it ride, MP.
Diamond Hands MP.
Diamond Hands MP just.
Absolutely.
That was incredible.
Hands.
So, Guru, what we're goofing about, we're laughing about. Now we can laugh about it, but it got a little hairy there. I don't know if you saw that trade we put on in the house account there. We were long a 25 lot, and we were taking some serious heat on that sucker. And
I did. I tuned in an hour before. It got a little bit shaky.
It got a little hairy there. It got a little hairy. We can kind of stretch a little bit now, but yeah, that got a little sketchy there. So seeing us turn around, it's a bit of a relief rally, if you will. But yes, it's we can breathe a little bit easier now. But hey, the read was right. Maybe the sizing we got a little in over our skis, but hey, that's what happens. There's conviction there.
Yeah.
The
only problem with the sizing is that there was so much risk, but we're not up a ton. We're only up about $5,000, and so if we're risking 10 to 15,000 per day, then 5,000 does not mean all that much, right, Guru?
No, I agree, 100%. I agree. The risk to reward needs to be there.
Yeah.
For you to be able to take multiple trades in a row.
Yeah. That's kind of a good lesson, though, isn't it, Guru? It's not about just the large numbers. It's about the ratio of the number to the winning value to losing value.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So if we were risking, I don't know, $5,000 a day, this would have been a very, very good trade. Because we'd be up 5. Mm-hmm. And then some. 5 and then some.
Dakota says, never a doubt. Talk salad hands. Oh, quite the opposite.
No, definitely not salad hands. You diamond hands.
It's quite the opposite, dog.
Incredible holes.
Quite the opposite. Anyways. A question for Guru. Tell us more about Dr. Phil. I'm fascinated by this relationship that you and Dr. Phil have. You guys both trade the same products. Is Dr. Phil a part of Topstep as well?
He is. He actually got funded last, I believe it was last Friday.
Hey, hell yeah.
So hats off to him.
Dr. Phil.
Yeah, so we just met by coincidence. He DM'd me one of these a couple months ago, and he's like, hey, I see you've had some success in the markets, what do you mind if I ask you some questions? We sort of just develop our relationship from there, and now we live trade together and live stream.
Love it. All right, well, let me ask you about this. All right, we're on to something here, Guru. We just ran a poll in the chat. Do you have a trading buddy, right? Trading buddy. Do you have a trading buddy? Over 700 votes, almost 800 votes. 74% said no. 25% yes. Question. So you guys just randomly stumble upon each other. What is the best way? How can us at Topstep, how can we facilitate, people meeting each other to find a trading buddy? I know we wanted to do. Dolby, what's your idea? Topstep.
TS Tinder.
TS Tinder for trading.
Yep.
Yeah. Swipe left.
Swipe
right. Swipe left.
How would you suggest we, you and Dr. Phil find each other? How do you suggest we, kind of grow something like that? Finding another trading buddy.
Well, if there are a lot of folks in here, Topstep does have a Discord. There is a Topstep buddy tab there. You can type in there, or what I recommend is if you're a funded trader, whether it's XFA, live, or you just passed your combine, go into the funded trader chat, and you'll find plenty of folks there that are willing to trade with you, trade alongside you, hear out your thoughts and your concerns. And yeah, really, but I do like Dolby's idea of Topstep Tinder. That blows it out of the water.
We're endorsing that. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. We should probably do a round of a fundraising for that and see if we can get it off the ground.
TS Tinder. All right, we got about 8 minutes or so left here on Power Players. Guru, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a pleasure. Guru, who were you on with last time? I don't think it was with me. Who were you on with last time on Power Players?
It was the fabulous Dolby and Hogue, I believe. Coach Hogue. I believe it was Coach Hogue.
I thought it was Eddie.
No, yeah, it was Eddie. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Crude at
That is
77.
correct.
Wait, where's the house?
Crude at
account chart?
77.
Oh,
Crude at 77.
What are we
Let me
doing?
see this.
Are we break even or letting some
Woo!
runners run? MP's got to update us.
Realize
MP's in a magical trade right now and just sleuthing around in chat. He needs to come out of the shadows and update everybody. What is going on?
Just asked for an update. We do have realized P&L 5Gs. Realized P&L 5G.
What a trade. Diamond hands.
Well, here's
yeah.
What's up, Guru?
Here's the funding for the Topstep Tinder.
Yes,
Yeah.
Tinder.
That's our round of funding right there.
So this is the
That
seed
is
money
right.
we needed. Seed
Yep.
$77.50. $77.50. Coach J, targeted move upside. $77.50. Love it. This is the seed money we needed.
77.20s could be an area of resistance that was support, a double bounce there before we headed lower. So if those longs decide to reverse, they could add selling pressure at around 77.20. Doesn't mean it will happen, but an area to watch out for. So there's some updates, Dre, to Topstep X. I don't know if anyone has seen these, but if we can go
Remind
to
me,
my
Dolby.
screen. Yeah. I am going to remind you. If production team wants to switch to my screen, I can walk us through. We're good. Okay, cool. So new journaling feature. Check this out. You can actually journal directly from your trade tab. So I have accounts, positions, orders, trades, and then a little journal column. So you can actually just click that. I'm a winner. Save journal. And that. Oh, it says there's an error. Maybe I have to refresh. I'm trying to show it off. Let's refresh and try it again.
I love the journal.
Maybe I
love the journal.
I typed in. Oh, there we go. It worked. I just had to
Nice.
refresh. Yeah. Cool. So that worked. And there's one more cool thing. If you only trade a handful of products that you really like, you can go to the Dome, upper right corner, and go to Dome settings. And then you can hide non-favorites, which is very cool. So now you will only see the markets that you want, the ones that you favorited. So that cleans up the search function a little bit better. I'll turn it back off again. And check this out. I have the full list of products. So if you have a set product list you like, there you go. Bing, bang, boom. Sorted, just like that.
Man. All right, 85% long crude oil right now. That is awesome. Yeah, ooh, that's fire, says CBS Trader. CBS Trader agrees that is fire.
Yep, just refresh, and it should work.
73% long in the ES, 71% long. I just saw a wiggle. Where was it? Okay, NASDAQ. 60% long YM, 60% long. It jumped on me. Crude as well. Or NASDAQ, sorry. NASDAQ keeps jumping around me.
Yep. NQ has a really good 5-minute range. So if y'all don't know what a 5-minute range looks like, hop over to NASDAQ because it is textbook 5-minute range. Just a bunch of 5-minute candlesticks all just kind of smushed together. That is a wonderful little range right there. Don't see it too often either.
Nope. 5-minute range is called barcoding as well. But yes, smushed together just like that. Last trade in the crude, $77.03. All right, Guru, do you trade? What are your prime hours for trading? Are you a bell to bell, or you trade the mornings? You trade the closes? When do you primarily trade?
Generally between market open at 9:30 Eastern my time. So about lunchtime. So about noon is sort of where I have to limit myself, and that's where whether I'm green, red, flat, that's where I have to call it.
Excellent. All right, well, I can do a little update on the house account. House account is flat. House account is up $7,200, $7,253. House account is up. House account is flat.
What a trade!
Nice trade.
What
Nice
a
shout out.
Trade.
Shout out Anne-Marie. Shout out Hogue. Shout out Dakota. Jay. Great levels. Great levels. Great levels. Great levels. Great read. All right. Well, Guru, without further ado, you did say you were working with Eddie last time you were on Topstep TV. I don't know if he did this with you, but we like to do something, have a little fun around here on Power Players. Before we get into Shoulder Tap, get a little bit more serious here on Shoulder Tap. Power Players like to have fun, talk markets, get to know the traders we have here at Topstep. My man Eddie's going to come in with a fun question. I don't know if you've seen him do this before, but Eddie, let's hit Guru up with that fun question.
Hey, Guru, what's up, my man?
Hey, how's it going, Eddie?
I'm doing good here. All right, we got 21 questions here, and this is all for fun. Pick a number. I'm going to ask you the question. Give me a short answer, best you can, and we'll go from there. What do you got?
All right.
Pick a number, 1 to 21.
Pick a number. Let's say 18.
18. All right. What's the most memorable concert or live performance you have ever attended?
I attended a NF concert in Columbus, Ohio. That is my most memorable one.
What concert was that?
NF. He's a Christian rapper.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. I might know them, actually.
What kind of seats did you have?
So it was floor, more like standing seats. Yeah. Yeah. One of my cousins got them for his birthday and just invited me out there.
That's nice. All right, cool.
Really cool.
Yeah,
So, Eddie, what about you?
Stadiums.
Yeah, it really is. Eddie, what
Me?
about you? What's the most memorable concert you've been to?
You know, my first concert, I went to go see Rush. And actually, there was a Ticketmaster right at the Board of Trade. My sister worked there. I went downtown, bought the tickets for me and my buddies. And we had like fourth row to go see Rush. And Max Webster was the backup band. And I tell you, never forget that one. I mean, we were like, whoa, fourth row? Holy
yeah.
You know?
Always remember your first. You always remember Dolby Time. How about you? I like this question. Dolby Time. Most memorable concert and show you've ever been to?
Most memorable. Ooh, probably Prince.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do.
At Allstate. We had box seats through a friend.
Yep, that will absolutely do it. Good stuff, guys. Got 1 minute left here. Again, the house account is flat. Last trade in crude oil, $77.09. House account was long from $76.66, 25 times. One of the biggest trades we've done on Top Step TV. Guru, I want to say thank you. Guru, leave us with some parting words of wisdom for some new traders out there. People that are going through the struggle, that are not finding immediate success, that are realizing, hey, this takes some work. This takes screen time. I need some reps. I need to see some different scenarios. Give us some words of wisdom to those people that you may be struggling and new to trading.
Yep. If you're going to enter a trade, put in a stop loss. And if you don't put in a stop loss, you probably shouldn't be in that trade.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Dolby Time. Stops. My man Dolby. We'll see some more of you later.
Hey,
after.
Andre,
what's up?
Before we go, what's the best concert you ever went to?
Watch the Throne with Kanye and Jay-Z was a pretty good one. What was it? Oh shit! I went to a Pink Floyd show that was really sweet at Wrigley Field.
Did you just go see the Stones?
I did see the Stones. Okay, Rolling Stones. I did just see the Stones. Yeah, Stones is actually pretty cool. Man, I don't know. Lollapalooza. I don't know anything. Lolla. I'm going to Lolla this summer. So pretty much Lolla is my favorite concerts to go to.
Wow.
Yeah, we're going to Lolla this year. Killers. Seeing the Killers is pretty cool. Yeah, live music over everything. Thank you for asking, Eddie. But yes, like Guru was saying, have a stop loss in. If you don't have your stop loss in, not worth making the trade. We're going to see Dolby a little bit later here with Market Stalking with D. And we got Dolby Time coming up with Austin Silver and myself on Power Hour. But up next, we got Shoulder Tap, Gabe and Mick in the house. We got group coaching with JD and Robert. I'm sure the form is pinned to the top of the chat. Let's get those questions in. Anyways, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Guru, thank you so much for your time. We'll see you again down the road. Shoulder Tap coming up next. Let's go.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Guru.
See you guys.
What's up, everybody?
Yo, what's up,
Did a
Gabe?
shoulder tap. What's going on, Mick? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. I'm good. Not feeling scorched earth like your background right now. Things are good. They're good in the markets. We got our live traders doing well. We've got our funded traders doing well today.
Let's go. Love to hear it. I know we have a couple really awesome cards to get to. One particular one that we heard from earlier throughout Fast Markets about an update to their day. I'm excited to crack into those for you.
Well, I think there's going to be a bit of a learning experience for this one trader that you're referring to, because while there was some exciting news to share earlier about $30-something thousand winning day, We've got a little bit of an update that I'm not too happy to share, but hopefully, it's a good learning experience. I know our theme this week is to not forget to journal, and we've got that new journal feature in the Topstep X platform. So everybody that's listening, when we get to that trader's card, do be making note and journaling about how you don't want to be doing what they did. And for that trader in particular, there's also some, journaling and some soul searching that I think needs to be done, Gabe. So before we get to that, though, yesterday was a really nice day in the markets for our group of funded traders. We had called up 11 accounts from XFAs to live. Didn't really have that many in the way of offboarding. So again, a net add. We keep growing the number of traders that we have at the prop firm, which I'm very happy about. As far as today goes, let me take a look at my card, and these are all subject to change because as I turn my chair around, people with exposure, especially large position sizing on, things can change at the drop of a dime or the drop or rally of a market. But shout out to, it's kind of a shout out. One of our traders, Raphael, he was up 11,500. I turned the chair around, only up $1,400. I tried calling him on the phone today. Regarding locking in some profits. We got a bad phone number for him, so we're going to need to sort that out. Myself or my team members will be emailing him to make sure that we get an accurate direct line, because this is one of the guys or gals, one of our traders that, they're having a significant day. We're reaching out trying to talk about, hey, as you continue trading, if we're not adding anything to the P&L for the day, we need to make sure we're protecting that. 11,500 is a big winning day. Every trader's job who's up significant profits like that, we need to be locking it in. So they gave back, 90% of their P&L high today. I've got a juicier story that we'll get to. That's what you had hinted at. But before we get there, we got Rips up $3,500. One of our regulars on the show. One of our other regulars, Nick Nick Tamarello, he's up, $1,000 today. We've got Tanya Trades up $1,000. Jaite up $3,900. Aaron's up $2,700. We've got Eddie up $3,400. Pin, who I've talked about before, trading really well. He's up $4,100 on the day. Shout out to everybody calling out those trades and doing the execution for the live prop house account, up $6,900. It's a very good day there. Before we get into the cards, I've got one last thing, and then we'll dive in. Shane S., who's a trader that a couple weeks ago we were all talking about his $130,000 winning day. He made 26 grand across 5 XFAs, Gabe, and put him at the number 2 spot on the leaderboard. From that number 2 spot, he had given back a number of those profits. There was an 8-day losing streak for the tune of $127,000. He had since bounced back, strung together some more winning days, taken a nice payout of $7,000 and change from those 5 XFAs. So a little over 35 grand in payouts, which is really great. But today busted the account by hitting the max loss limit. There was a lot of back and forth. We saw a lot of big swings. Definitely happy that he had something to show from that, with 35,000 in payouts. It's a nice big payout across 5 accounts. Could have done better. Would have loved to have seen protecting those profits a little bit more. So that's something for him to journal upon, and for all our viewers to, keep in mind. Hey, you can find really big success, have a big winning day, but we need to limit the downside and ensure that, if we're putting up 130 grand across 5 XFAs, we're sure as hell locking it in and being defensive with those profits. So on the note of being defensive with profits, let's get Jazeel's trading card up right now, because this is an area where being defensive with big profits is something that, there's a lot to unpack here. So when we get Jazeel's card up, I'll kind of run through the scenario here.
Yeah, while we're waiting for that there, Mick, how many live traders are we up to now? I know that you say we've had a pretty good streak of net addition days, right, where we're just adding more to our team. But what are we up to roughly, if you can discuss that?
It's a relatively small group. We got a little over 130 current state right now. So not that many, honestly.
What's
but
the
yeah, good
highest number
question.
that you've seen in your experience with Topstep? Is this the largest we've had? Has there been a larger group before? What does that
Uh,
look like in the past for us?
We've had a significantly larger group of live traders in the past. That was back before, the express funded accounts, and before the express funded accounts, the pro accounts. So now that we're putting people in sim funded accounts, the XFA, that's kept those numbers down, around this level or a little bit lower. So we are not seeing the same amount of people in the live accounts that we once did. Our traders are, and us, we're happy with the express funded accounts and the offering that brings our traders. But we certainly want to, find the best traders in our program and move them up to live. And as you've seen from all the cards that I share, it's not easy to get called up to live, and that should make it that much more rewarding for the traders that do get called up to live, that they are a very select few, that the risk team has evaluated all their trading, their past history. I get asked a lot, what dictates someone getting called up to live? We're turning over every single stone out there. One of our traders that did get called up to live, Jaziel, traded very, very well in the XFA. Actually, today's day 2 in the live account, and I know our risk manager Ben had dropped something in our chat mentioning that Jaziel was up $30,000 earlier this morning trading. This is a big chunk of change. Jaziel was trading 15 lots. This is a story, though, of how quickly things could turn, and a bit of a failure on the trader's part as well as the risk team's part as well. I'm not going to, put accountability only on the trader themselves. We as a risk team, we want to be actively working with the traders who are up big to lock in profits, and there could have been a better job on both the trader side and the risk team side this morning as far as locking in that $30,000, because where Jaziel sits right now as far as P&L, they're only up $858 on the day. And I'll tell you what we did. We set their position sizing to 0 contracts. So we basically ensured that they are no longer trading anymore today. And I'll kind of walk you through the story. So Jaziel was up 30 grand today. Risk team, as they should have, reached out to this trader and said, hey, you're up 30 grand. We want to be locking it in. This was at a time where that they had a 15 lot on in the equities. That 30,000 in P&L had started to, taper off. And when risk got a hold of that trader, I don't know exactly what the story was that they were doing, but they had, I believe, and this is my own, assumption, is they'd walked away from their computer. They had these trades on. They were trading the Russell and the NASDAQ this morning, because at the time the risk team got a hold of them, they were signing into their mobile version of the platform. So they go from being up 30. We intervened when they were up around $18,000. And, in defense of the trader and the risk team, when you got a 15 lot on and the market changes, P&Ls move very quickly. So we go from 30 to 18,000. Risk team talked to them about locking in $15,000. It's my understanding it wasn't about locking in $15,000 on the day and then calling it quits. It was locking in $15,000 on the trade. So those funds were locked in, $15,000. Trader stopped at $15,000. Then I saw Jaziel re-enter the market on a number of occasions with 15 contracts, and they kept trading, losing trade. Risk team huddled up. We said, we got to cut this person off. We cut them off, but it wasn't after they had wiped out, about 90%, if not more, of, those P&L highs for the day. Now, Jaziel today's only day 2. So the metrics you see on the board, on this trading card right now, I should say, are just from yesterday. Their first day in the live account. They had a hell of a first day in this live account, made $6,400. Yeah. So Jaziel's got some guts. He's trading size. He's got an eye for the markets. He had that in the XFAs, which we called them up to live. But today, doesn't sit too well with me from a money management standpoint, because They came in today with about a $23,000 account balance. So they started in the live account with about 16 grand yesterday, got it up to $23,000. And then today, Gabe, they were up over 50 grand.
Yeah.
Now they're right back to, 23,000 in the account.
Right.
For a number of reasons, this isn't what you want to see. If you've got a $23,000 account balance and you do more than double it, that should be eye-opening.
Those are crazy returns. Yeah.
Yeah, crazy returns.
That's...
And it can happen with leveraged futures, but you should be journaling, what goes through your mind when you double a $23,000 account and get your account up above $50,000. It's a big account balance. There's so much to unpack here, and it's really, money management. I talk about a lot about, if you have significant profits, lock in half of those. As those profits get more significant, we're talking 30 grand here, lock in more than half. If I'm up 30 grand as a day trader during the day, and I continue trading, which there's nothing wrong with continuing trading. I always compliment the traders that lock things in and walk away on their P&L highs for the day. But, this was early on in the day. If you're in tune with the markets, which Jazeel was, keep trading if you want. Try and add to that. There's no reason if you see, $20 on the sidewalk that you don't pick it up. And that's my, correlation to trading. If you see a trade opportunity, take it. But being up 30 grand is a lot. There should be a cutoff, or there should be some changes to the risk tolerance during the day. You put up 30 grand trading 15 lots. You need to think about, if I start giving some of this back, where am I stopping at a dollar value? That's the money management piece. But then the trade management piece too, this was all around 10 a.m.-ish during the day. I think around 10 a.m.-ish. You don't need to be trading 15 lots at that point. Taper your position sizing. That ensures that if you continue making good trades, you can still add a little bit. But if the trades don't go in your favor, you have less leverage on, and any losses are going to be that much smaller. So going from 15 contracts to maybe 10s or 5s is a good way to, continue adding profits if the trades work out. But certainly ensuring and playing defense with that 30 grand that you're up, that, hey, I had a really good morning. The odds of, adding to your P&L as the day goes on, whether it's through continuation of a trend or just trading, they decrease a little bit. Usually people don't make money bell to bell. I've seen that a number of times. I'm sure traders have noticed that, and probably there's a lot of people watching that have already journaled that or put that in their own journal entries and seen that. So
I'm one of
playing
those.
defense with the money. Yeah, myself included too. I've made tons of mistakes in trading. One of the things that's helped me out the most is, hey, I do something, that I reflect on or journal on. And, I'm very good at making mistakes. But as you go on and you take your job seriously, you're going back and you're looking and saying, I'm not going to replicate this mistake. And in doing so, as long as you have the discipline not to, replicate that mistake, the funnel, as I like to, use for, translation or a demographic, this funnel of all the mistakes you can make, as you discontinue replicating those mistakes, the funnel narrows up, and that tightens the area for mistakes or new mistakes, and then there's more room to profit. So this is a learning experience. Yes, it's too bad that we didn't capture those funds or a good percentage of those funds. I would have loved to have seen them lock in 15 grand to the 30 grand. I would have really liked to have seen them lock in 66%, 2/3, or even 75% of that $30,000 and say, hey, today was a good day. Even stopping at 50% of 30,000 is a really good day. And that would have been, huge percentage increase added to that account balance that, Jazeel's not been in a live account that's had over 50 grand in it or close to 50 grand. So this would have been new account balance highs on day 2 and screaming fashion. So it's a learning experience. Right? Yeah, new territory. But it's a good example of, something that was missed on the trader's part, something that could have been done better on the risk team's part with quicker action and whatnot. And I'm not cutting anybody up here. It's good to call a mistake, or say in hindsight, I could have done better here for the trader, for the risk team, for everybody that, has some skin in the game in this trader's trading activity on this live account. So I'm happy we got them shut down and we didn't turn, a big winning day into a losing day. I've talked about those before. Usually those happen around economic releases. I've talked about the hues of the live accounts where up 15 grand, FOMC comes around. There's a 10 lot on that. $15,000 turns into negative $3,000 in 5 short minutes. That didn't happen here, but there's areas for improvement, and we as traders need to be very realistic with ourselves so we can recognize what happened, document it via journaling, and ensure that, hey, this was an F up. I could have done better, and next time I'm going to do better. Either way, first 2 days in the account, adding to the account balance, we just would have liked to have seen it be a little bit better. I do have some nice things to say about Jaziel. Obviously, the guy's got some freaking guts to be swinging 15 lots around and get that 30 grand up. But, so they got a good eye for the markets. There's a big opportunity to manage things better. Psychologically, though, we can get greedy. And, trading Absolutely. Or the money management business is an area where, greed can come into play. But it should be eye-opening for Jaziel, the risk team, anybody else watching. And I think I've spoken my piece here. I don't want to beat the horse that's already dead. I say we move on. I want to talk about John G, Gabe. This is someone that Andre and I did not get to yesterday. John G's got a nice story here. Someone who's in a live account. They've spent 8 days in a live account. I was very happy to kind of queue up change some of the statistics here on the trading card because John had a really good day yesterday. Let me remind myself how well they did do yesterday. John had an $8,600 winning day yesterday in his live account. It was only day 8 in the live account. So the average daily P&L, I think, got goosed up from about $800 on average to $1,800 on average. We added a little bit of a larger percent on the winning days, as well as the winning trades. 63% winning days, 41% winning trades. And, yesterday was their best day when they made $8,600. Worst day sitting around $3,145 in losses, right at the daily loss limit. Average winning day here in the account now is up to $4,700, almost $4,800. And of the losing days, their average losing days right around that daily loss limit level. Someone who, can take big bites out of the market, but when they have the losses, they're hitting the daily loss limit. I'm happy that speed bump is there. As long as they maintain an average winning day that's above 3,000, I think that this, average losing day is okay. As a reminder, we don't want to see, nor do we have any business risking more on a losing day than we make on our average winning day. So while some of these good metrics were heavily influenced by yesterday's big winning day of $8,600, let's keep an eye on that, John. Let's journal it. Let's mark where we're at right now and continue looking at this, going forward. 41% winning trades. Risk reward here is a little greater than 1-to-1. You don't have to be right more than half the time on your winning trades if the risk reward is greater than 1-to-1. They're not quite at 2-to-1, but per trade, they're taking down $820 on the winning trades while only risking about $530, $540 on the losing trades. And I also like that, excuse me. Sorry, Gabe. I got the black lung.
You're good, man.
Little Zoolander shout out. I like that most of this trading is 1 to 2 lots, and they're pretty selective with their trades during the day. They're taking about 8 or 9 trades per day, 1 or 2 contracts. On some of these big winning days that they've had, it's really still 1 to 2 contracts, and they're just riding things out. Hold times are looking good, Gabe. Let me expand this and see where those are at. They're holding these trades for 20-something minutes, so still relatively on a short time frame, but they can ride some things out, which it adds up. You seeing anything that you want to share on John's trading? I don't have much else to say here other than he's doing well. Very happy to share that on day 8 yesterday, new account balance highs. He's up to 42,000 in the account, plus any activity from today. So it's all looking good here.
Yeah, no, I don't have a whole lot to add. I'd say I'm really impressed with his discipline and staying consistent with the sizing. That it can get really tempting, and we just experienced this with some other traders in the past, shoulder taps. But when you start getting up into the 5 figures in an account size, you're tempted to sometimes scale up, right? That greed starts coming in a little bit, trickling its way into your trading plan and your execution. So to stay consistent at 1 to 2 contracts per trade gives him some room to be wrong a few times before he catches a couple winners in the day without immediately hitting his DLL in a matter of just 1 or 2 trades, because it can happen very quickly, especially when you're trading products like NQ, which is John's primary vehicle. So when it comes down to it, I think he's doing really well. I'd say the one thing I would consider, if you start, we have losing days, right? We have losing streaks that we might go on. It's inevitable, pretty probable to happen. We're not going to be, shooting 100% all the time. So if you start noticing that, your average days are starting to get below or closer to that average losing day of 3,000, like right now, he's hitting about 4,700 on average on a winning day. If that starts, kind of bleeding down and getting closer to 3,000, to preserve capital, and survive longer, it might be, possible to consider looking at reducing the daily loss limit down to maybe 2,000, or protecting a little bit more of what he has, just to kind of lift himself back up out of that potential losing streak if he does end up experiencing one. But no, so far, great work, John. Love to see it. Risk rewards looking great. Getting close to that 2-to-1 marker, hitting 40% of your trades, man. Just keep up the solid work. Stay patient, stay disciplined, doing well. And look forward to seeing you again on the leaderboards here, hopefully very soon.
Really well said, Gabe. I like, I think about 2 things that you mentioned there. If you see that average winning day go down a little bit, and we've only got 8 days that we're looking at here, so it's a relatively small sample size. Super important, and it's a mature decision to make to trim that daily loss limit. You can call into the risk team, live accounts, people in live accounts have the ability to call in and talk to the risk team about adjusted risk parameters. Whether you're Dakota and you're expanding a loss limit to $16,000 and 50 contracts, or you say, hey, I'm in a bit of a rut, or at least the last few days have been losing days. I want to protect myself from myself, protect my account, take me down from 3,000 to 2,000 or 1,500, whatever. We love that. It's a mature decision to make, because we as traders have to be so brutally honest with ourselves and our performance to be nimble and make changes like that on the fly and kind of buckle down and tighten things up if we're seeing that, hey, my trading's slipping, or, my metrics aren't looking as good. That's very important. And then the other piece that you had mentioned prior to that was this 5-figure account balance. Now, this might be new territory for a lot of traders. And I know for myself, when I started to put up big winning days and see a larger account balance in my account, as I like to call it, a number on a computer screen that might I had a hard time making that a tangible number. You know, I make $4,000 in a day, or I see a big account balance. You know, that's a number on a computer screen. And that's one of the reasons why, from my own personal experience, I always say it's very important to take payouts regularly, because it makes that number on a computer screen tangible. That's real money. That's a wad of cash in my pocket. And my problem was, and I see this with other traders, is like, oh, I got a big fat account balance. Oh, I put up a big number yesterday. That means, or that meant to me, that I could risk that much more the following day. And that's a very slippery slope. You don't want to be someone who says, I made $5,000, $10,000 yesterday, which was a big winning day for me in my trading, and say, hey, you know, that's what I made yesterday. I got all that much more room to watch this, 5 lot or this 15 lot, this 10 lot go against me, because, hey, I can afford to do it from the decisions I made the previous day. Absolutely the wrong mentality to bring to your trading. Look at every trade that you take as an individual trade, and don't base how you manage your trade off of a successful trade from the prior day, the prior week, or 3 weeks of hard work that did have you bring that account balance up into the 5-figure range. That's it. That's my mic drop. This mic is on a stand, so I can't drop it. But those are my parting words, Gabe, and that's what I'll leave everybody with.
Yeah. Well, it was great talking with you, Mick. Appreciate you sharing. Both of those traders, obviously, they're in the live account for a reason, right? So keep up the hard work. Become consistently more aware of journaling, obviously reflecting, going through your performance reports, taking advantage of the fact that you actually have a risk managing team that's looking after you. If you're in a live personal brokerage account, that's one of the things that you do not have. You don't have that luxury of that accountability and that guidance. So obviously, if you're in that account, take advantage of tapping into guys like Mick, Brett, Ben, and all the guys that we have out there for the risk team. They're talented. They're there for a reason, and they're to help you. So grateful to be here with you today, Mick. Stick around, you guys. We have group coaching next with JD and Robert. The Riz is back, so we have a fun segment coming up here for you. We're going to take a short couple-minute break, so we will see you in just a few.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It is indeed that time of day again. It is group coaching time with Coach Robert. He's sitting in front of you. I'm JD behind the screen. I'll be feeding Robert the questions. We got all your questions. The group coaching form is still pinned in the chat as we speak. So if you have a question, throw it in there. Maybe we'll get to it. But man, what a day in the markets today. We got the house account up $7,200 on a crude oil trade. Nice move. We released some nice new Topstep X features. It's a lot happening for a Tuesday. A nice turnaround Tuesday, wouldn't you say? What's up, Robert? How you doing today?
I am doing good, my friend. Had a little illness over the weekend, and thanks to the crew and the whole group in TopstepTV for helping me doing some coverage for yesterday. Appreciate all you guys. We're back in business, though. That was a good trade today on that CL. Some of those P&Ls on the daily best stuff, especially that trader trading all those micros. There's a lot going on. I mean, we got all kinds of stuff, all kinds of turmoil in politics and all that other stuff. Man, the way the market is happening, you just got to be on your toes all the time. We go from a day with the NQ was 60 points range to the next day it goes up 400 and something straight up. It's incredible. Got to love this game.
For sure. That's why we do it. All right. Well, we just mentioned some of those new Topstep X features, so we figured we'd spend the first few minutes of group coaching going over it. It's all about journaling this week. We introduced the new journal feature in Topstep X last week, and we had a couple add-ons today. You can now journal directly from the trade screen. I'm going to switch your shot up so we can get the full screen in here real quick.
Please go ahead and do that.
We're just going to walk through this for a minute. There you go.
Yeah, beautiful. We get it up there?
It is up there. Let's do it.
Am I locked up here? Okay. Okay, so let's do it. So what I need to do is, hang on, GD, my browser is locked up here. I was on my live Topstep X. I'm trying to refresh, and for some reason, it is my browser that is not refreshing here because I want to show the what we're talking about, but for some reason, it is not allowing me to refresh this browser. Really, really strange. I'm going to pull up another one. Bear with me. So, JD,
no worries. Let's hit a couple questions before we do that.
You know what? Hopefully I don't get dropped off because none of my browsers are working right now. And so now that we say this, as soon as it does, we'll come right back to that. I don't know why. None of them are refreshing. So if I get dropped, that's one thing. But what we can do is go through the questions. And I will say that tonight, when I'm done with this broadcast, I'm actually putting a new video together to show all of the rest of the updates for the journal. So I put one together before, the Topstep X 5 minutes or less series. But since then, we've had a lot of those releases come out, new updates come out. And we're going to get that going. We're doing that at the end of the day today. I hear a lot of talking.
Oh, let's make in the background. He's on a call, but don't worry about that. Yeah, anytime a new feature rolls out on Topstep X, Coach Robert is going to put together a short 5-minute video for you to show you how to use it, and you have access to that right from your Topstep X platform. All right, let's hit the first question. First we got Teletrader. Teletrader says, I have 3 XFAs and I trade them separately. Today, I pulled down my $200 target in 2 of them, then went on tilt for the 3rd. Would it be better to copy trade them or proceed with trading them separately? Well, who's to say if you were copy trading all of them, you wouldn't have gone on tilt and blown all 3 of them. Also, if you can't trade one account, you shouldn't be copying trades off 3 accounts either, right? But you did okay in 2 of them. My personal preference would be to maybe work them separately if you're running into these kinds of issues. But what's your take on it, Robert?
My take is exactly the same. I'll keep my personal opinion out of copy trading, and let's just go with this trader's question, make sure we're on the right path here. I'm going to echo you on this one, JD, where if you are trading one and you happen to go on tilt on that one and you are copy trading, you just went on tilt on all. That's the drawback. And I know that there's a positive where if you just make a little money in one, it copies across the rest of them, but we like to manage risk first. When I would like to use multiple accounts, I like to trade them individually differently, meaning, hey, I have this strategy here. It kind of works like, let's say, toward the morning of the markets on NQ. I have this one that might work on the Nikkei or overnight. I have this one that I want to dabble with oil for micro crude and use those accounts that way. So if you're not doing well on one, you still have the other ones. If you're doing well on one, well, guess what? Maybe you can increase that trade size or you can use the other ones to do similar trading. So that's just my take on that side of it, JD. And I think we're on the same page as far as what the copy trading stuff looks like. And it looks like, speaking of looks like, my charts are reloading and looks like all of my tabs just decided to reload for me. So if we want to get back on that, I know we really want to touch on the trade journal to start with.
Yeah, for sure. There you go. Your charts are up.
Okay, so let's make this a quick little run through. On the left-hand side of the chart, we have our performance statistics. It's this little arrow thing here, and this is where we are. I did switch to my practice account because I placed some trades in there for the purpose of this over the last few days. I'm going to scroll down to the journaling area. And what's really cool is it's blocked out on this calendar. It's a month calendar. You can switch back and forth. And you can see they're marked green if it's the green days, and there's some trades placed here. One trade on the 17th, one on the 18th, two on the 22nd. So I want to say, you know what? I wanted to click on the 17th, and there's my daily journal. It gives me my one trade here, my statistics, and I can add a journal entry right in the middle of the screen. This is the 17th. There we go. I'm going to save that journal. So there we go. See, it's saved. I can remove it. I can keep it. That's beautiful. I can also scroll down and see the trade that I took on that day and click on the journal here. Now, this is going to attach it to this particular trade, which is really, really good. So single trade journal entry. Let's just stick with that right there. And then we save it, and there we have it. And there's other features. You can have bullet items in here. We can bold it. We can put a link in there should we want to link to a chart, for example. But what was added? Check this out. What was added? I'm going to get off of the journal screen. I'm going to go to my chart. This is where it gets cool. This is where it gets interesting. And when I'm on the chart, refreshing here, and this is totally my system. I have the other things that are doing that. I was perfectly fine until I jumped in here. So what we can see at the very bottom, if we pull my mug off of there again, JD, it's blocked on the left-hand side. We see our trade journal at the very bottom. Okay, I'm going to scroll this up so we can see it. It is the trades component. If you don't have the component, you can simply add it. Click on the plus sign to add component, and we have this one right here called trades, and we just drag it to where we want to have it. I have it right in this list with my tilde, my accounts, my orders. So here's the trades tab, and this shows me all the trades for the account that I am looking at right now. And guess what? Here's the trade we talked about on the 17th, and we can see this little mark. See that? It shows that there's a journal entry at that point. So this is a really good feature, and I like this because we can still maintain the market. We don't have to go maintain watching the market. We don't need to go somewhere else into a third location. We can. I mean, at the end of the day, you want to journal the entire day. That's a great spot. Go to your performance area, click on the day to make the journal. Absolutely. In the middle of the day, if you're on the fly and say, boy, I really didn't like that trade, just click on journal. You can see that exact journal entry for that exact trade. It gives you all the details at the top. So it actually is a really cool feature that you can, additional feature. You could do this before, but just to move it right into that trades component, I think is a win-win. JD? I'm not sure if I'm lost or they're lost.
I'm right here. Yep.
All right.
I had to refresh the VMix real quick. I got kicked out too. All right. Yes, we do recommend journaling often. And getting in the habit of journaling every day. You don't have to do it every single trade, but you have the option to do it every single trade. But at least jot down at the end of the day how you did, what you were doing, and how you felt you were doing it. And then go back and look at those notes. It'll only help you out in the long run. All right, we got some.
Yeah, the journaling, JD, it's gonna vary per person. You know, some traders they may be better with words and feelings. And it's like, okay, I followed my process, but maybe I was tired. Maybe I just didn't feel right on the trade, but I took it anyway. And some traders are just going to say, okay, I made this trade and I moved my stop because of X, Y, and Z. It really varies, and this is a very I won't say personal, but very independent, very individual thing to do. We really recommend the journaling, but how you journal is going to be based on you, your personality. Some like to write a book, totally fine. Some like to put little notes along the way, and that's me. I'm a bullet item list type of guy. This did this, this happened that way. I don't like this, I did that. And then at the end of the day, look back and kind of summarize it and say, okay, well, what can I do that's differently, and kind of compile all that together. That's just the way I look at it personally. Every trader is different. The point is, yes, especially if you're a new trader, definitely use these tools that we're making available to you right there. No cost, no third-party software. It's free with the platform. and you have it, export them. It's right there. It's right in your face. Makes it nice and easy. Makes it tough for me. I have to keep making these videos, but you know what? Hey, that's part of the deal.
And no, we are not selling your journal data. Whoever asked that question,
No.
Who do you think we are?
No.
And another comment from Linus Rain. A couple of requests for updates to the journal feature. Linus, if you've been watching for a while, you know where to put your feature requests in on the TopstepX platform. There's a video for it. You can take a look at that and put your feedback in there. We will listen to it. All right. Next up, I've seen this question come into the chat a couple of times, and it's number 2 on our list of questions. The question from Kranti says, can I hold a trade, please, in the MNQ? I'm only assuming that this is about holding trades overnight. Would I be correct in that assumption? I don't know if there's any more context behind this. I saw it go through the chat a couple of times. Can I hold trade, please, in MNQ? Well, you are auto-liquidated from all open positions by 3:10 p.m. Central Time, but you can reopen them at 5 o'clock p.m. Central Time. So you're only out of the market for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. That is what I have to say about holding positions between trading sessions. Anything you want to add there, Robert?
Nope, that's exactly how I took it as well. JD, just holding, when somebody usually asks for holding, it's usually referring to the overnights, and you're 100% right. We're just going to close it out. This sounds like it may be from a current or former swing trader, or somebody may have been trading Forex and wants to hold things for a couple of days. Like JD said, you're out of the market it's closed for an hour, and then from 3:10 to 4 p.m. Central Time is when we just don't allow. We have to do all reporting and stuff, so we get you out of there at 3:10. So you're really technically only missing those 50 minutes from 3:10 to 4 p.m. because the market's closed from 4 to 5 Central. So here's the tip: close your trade right before the market finishes, 3:09, and then grab something to eat, take a walk, take a break, and come back and open the trade right at 5:01, right where you left off, or right where the market is. That's pretty close to it. And then come back the next day if you want, however you trade. So if that's what you're looking to do is trade for multiple days, that's the best we can do. Just can't hold them overnight. Overnight being session to session.
Session to session, correct. Hey, Flyer Jim, I see you there in the chat. He has an error saving a journal entry. There's still a form pinned to the top of the chat. Type your query into that question form, and we'll try and get to it right before the end. All right, next up we have Chow. Chow says, how do I make stable profits? Sometimes $200 a day, $2,000 is easy. Sometimes $200 a day is hard. I suppose that depends on how prepared you are when you come to the markets every day. And also what market you're trading, how fast it's moving, what size you're trading. I mean, there's a lot of factors that go into it. This is a pretty loaded question. Are you in a range trading environment, a trending environment? What's your strategy? Robert, help me out here. Why is it sometimes easy to make 2,000 and sometimes hard to make 200?
Yeah, that's the market conditions and the way the strategy is. Just let's give an example. If somebody's a trend trader and they happen to catch it, like Dakota did earlier today, it came down, the market was dropping. He get in. What did he take? Two handles of heat on it or something like that, and it was 100 and something point runner. That was wonderful. But you know what? If the market was ranging 20, 25, 30 points, that would never happen because it stopped going his direction. So that would be the day as an example, like, man, I'm just struggling to get these couple of handles in here, these couple of trades, and make some money. In other days, you get into it, it goes your direction, and all is well with the world. So get the name right. Xiao. So Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhe. Yeah, get that right. It's going to matter in the market and what your strategy. They need to be congruent, but don't worry about it. You always hear the term, take what the market gives you. This is exactly what we're referring to. Exactly it. If you have a strategy that works better for ranging markets, you may need to switch out. If you have one that works better for trending markets, there's less of them, but when they take off and they go, boy, they really go, especially if you're doing NQ trading. So you definitely need to be flexible with your style, with the approach, bend to the market, and take what it gives you. The second thing I want to add to that is if it's making 2,000 easy, sometimes 200 is hard. I'd like to know what your goals are. If you're making 2,000, I would have to assume you're on a 150K account and you're taking these longer runs, or you are on a 150K account, you're using a large amount of contracts and taking pieces along the way. Because that's a very big swing. Some days you're at 200, some you're at 2,000. Typically, when you see a trader that's right around $200, it's between 150, 300, sometimes 4, and sometimes minus 200. Traders that are around $2,000, sometimes it's 2,000, 3,000, 1,500. It's not that often you see a trader that is hovering on their average daily profits, $200, $300, $400, and then 15,000. That is extremely rare. The other side of that is true as well, where you have traders that might have $10,000, $15,000 days quite often. But guess what? Their losses are only going to be their daily loss limit. Could be $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. So keep that in mind also. Take what the market gives you and be flexible and adaptable.
Yep, see profit, take profit until you build that cushion. Flyer Jim, I see you entered a question into the forum. Just a follow-up. Flyer Jim says he noticed when saving an individual trade journal entry, he gets an error message saying unable to save. Any ideas? We just walk through that one more time, saving that trade journal entry. It could be just an issue with your browser. Maybe a refresh would help you. But let's just run through it one more time real quick.
Yeah, that's what I would say. I have the trade journal up, and I will move it up a little higher. There we go, JD. We'll just grab a journal trade right at the bottom, and I'm going to test journal entry. Now, this is per the trade itself because I'm in my trades component, and I pulled up that that journal tab to add to it. I'm going to click on Save Journal. On the bottom left, it shows saving my journal entry. And let that fly. Again, this is my browser. I'm looking to the left where the questions are, and it says offline trying to connect. So this is so strange. Why does it have to happen like right when you're on air? It's really something. So that's what you do. You're saving it. I'll just let this go until it finally saves. But that's it. That's all you do. If you're getting an error, but like JD said, yeah, refresh the browser, open one up, cookies cache, which is exactly what I'm going to do as soon as I'm finished with this session. I'm going to shut all this stuff down, pull it right back up again. How about you, JD?
Yep, that's $5. Okay. That was definitely me. All right, this one comes from Peter. Peter says, I wonder if my approach is correct. I want to scalp. I've watched tons of videos before learning different strategies, and now I'm just trading on demo and journaling how the days went and drawing conclusions. I wonder if it is how it should go. Is this the correct approach? I think that's Peter's question. Trading in a demo account, journaling, and tracking his progress before getting into his combines or XFAs or whatever other account he's trading. I don't see anything wrong with this approach at all, Peter. You're putting the time in to test your strategies, to build confidence in your strategy, the way you trade it. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What's your take on it, Robert? Is it better to dip your toe in the water before you do a cannonball?
Yeah, for sure. I read that question too, and I thought, wow, and Pierte is here, and he's right on the mark. Starting off slow. Walk before you can run, and what is that? Crawl before you can walk before you can run. That type of thing, right? So, and I think it's kind of funny being a sports practice before. It's actually backwards. You crawl first, and you technically learn to run first. When you stand, you try to run and catch yourself. So I always argue that fact. Crawl, walk, run. I'm like, kind of. I think we all get the point. But good job. This is exactly right. Get into your demo, try some stuff out, test your strategies, see what's going to work, dip your toe in the water, make the adjustments, and then move forward with your combine. So great idea.
Excellent. Hope that helps, Peter. Trip has a question about backtesting and then integrating a system into a live market. It says backtesting is simple EMA cross strategy with NASDAQ and copper futures. The result in the backtests are profitable and consistent, but when I apply this in the live markets using automation to remove my emotions, I do not get similar results. Is there a way to improve the accuracy of the backtest? Well, moving from a sim account to a live account is different in a lot of ways. First of all, the favorable fills that you get on a sim account, depending on what data provider you have, sim models can be extremely different in the way that you get orders and the way that orders are filled on those different sim processors can be just wildly spread out, and absolutely different than the live market. If you're trading in a live market, it's, first in, first out. You have to wait for a certain amount to trade out before you're guaranteed to fill. Well, you're not guaranteed to fill, but sometimes you have to wait until a couple of hundred trade out. Some sim models, they'll wait till 20 or 30 trade and they'll automatically give you a fill. So you're getting favorable fills on a sim model. So my first recommendation would be to spread it out a little more. So if you're back testing a certain strategy, spread out your bid and offers another tick or two, and then maybe see how that translates to a live market. But that's my take on it. What do you think about it, Robert?
That's a good take, JD. Thanks for that information. Cover some of it, and this is right up my alley. I love doing this stuff. Step number one: back testing has no bearing on future results. Period. End of discussion. Done deal. It just doesn't work that way. I have so much back stuff done and testing and recordings done where it's just not the case. So we want to do back testing for functionality and process, not profitability, not focused on it. Yes, we want to have profitability. I understand that. But if we say, hey, I have this particular strategy, I just ran it for 3 months, it is killing it. It does not mean it's going to work tomorrow. The market is different. The market is different each day, each hour. So keep that in mind. That's the really, really strong stress point for me. It's like, yeah, this worked great. Secondly, let's look at a back test, and it's going to depend on the software that you're using for back testing. Some of them are going to go by candle close. Okay, so let's say you're doing your back test, and the software you're using tests on candle close, and the market drops down. You're in a long position. It drops down below your stop loss, comes back up, and that's your candle close. The back test is going to register that as still successful. In a live market, as soon as it crosses your stop loss, it's going to close your trade as a loss. So that is another reason. Anytime you're doing back testing and trying to figure these out, you want to be sure that you're using tick by tick data. It needs to be able to replay the market exactly as the market, or close as possible to the way the market was running in real time, to be able to get those real results. The same thing with back tests, just like JD said, it's a different fill engine. It's not placing trades. I'm going to make an entry. I'm going to get in at 20,000. Great. In the back test, 20,000. In a live market, 20,002. Well, that's a 2-point difference. That's $40 on NQ. If you're trading 10 contracts, that's $400. So your back test was absolutely perfect. But great, I just did $400. All right. In the live market, you were down $400 because of a 2-point slippage. It's the reality of it. I am really strong, well-versed on all of this back test and all this technology stuff, and that's the way it goes. I actually have recordings where I had the same platform using the same strategy at the same time with the same settings, just simply going through 4 different the data feeds. One was this data feed, one was that, one was a local sim, one was a private account, and I ran them all the same. I think it was only about 2 hours. Every single one of them came up with a different P&L. Every one of them. Same data feeds, some were live, some were data. Guess which one was worse? The live. The live market directly to my personal account gave the worst P&L. You know which one was the best? The local sim, because it's reading the data right there. And then later on that night, I downloaded that day's worth of data and ran that same thing, and it was yet a different P&L. So we have to take this stuff with a grain of salt. It's good to try things, to see how they look, to see how they work, to see how they function, see, ooh, I should probably wait for this instead, or I should not do that, or do more of the other thing. But as far as running it, testing it, back testing it, and then going, hey, this is amazing, I'm going to put it in the live market and kill it. Nope, absolutely not. So hate to break the news. It is what it is. That's the way it works. We just have to move on. The market is different every day, and back testing is so different. Another thing is I had the same platform. I use Quant Tower personally. I did the same thing. I ran a test, a back test, and you know what I did? I ran it at 10% playback, 20%, 50%, 80%, and the faster I did the playback, the worse my P&L got. Try to figure that one out, right? It's the way it is. So yeah, it's a good thing to use and to try. Just don't hang your hat on it.
What's the line you usually use? Back test for functionality, not for P&L? Is that?
Not for profit. Yep. Back test for functionality, not for profitability.
There you go. And I can't believe I ate the whole thing. Says, really versed in the background and tech stuff. Yeah, Coach Robert owned an IT firm for close to 20 years before turning to full-time futures trading. So there's your answer there. I can't believe I ate the whole thing. I hope it was good. All right. That's all the time we have for group coaching today. Stick around, though. We're going to be back in just a few minutes for what's up next. Market Stalking with Dee. I knew that. We're going to be back with Eddie, Dolby, Deeyana, and Coach Jay. That's going to be a great session. Then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and Austin Silver. Stick around. We've got plenty more tradertainment coming your way. We're going to take a short break, and we will be right back.
Well, welcome back to Market Stalking with Deeyana, and we've got Coach Jay, and we've got Dolby Time and Deeyana. Coach Jay, how you doing today?
Doing good, Eddie. Doing good. Trading, making some adjustments to my trading the ES today. Normally trading NASDAQ, but it's been a good day so far. Dolby type of range-bound day, but really good opportunities, I think.
We're going to be talking about some of your trades in just a bit, but let's get over to D time. Dolby, how you doing, partner?
Doing great. It is a beautiful day outside here in Chicago. Weather is very nice. Bears mini camp has started for all the sports nerds. You're excited about football. Summer camp has started. As far as the markets go, the ranges have been phenomenal. So if you're a range trader and you're able to kind of wait for the extremes of the day today, I think they've been really, really solid, especially in the indices, including the NQ, the YM. Range plays have been very solid. Kind of looking to see how Power Hour is going to shape up, just because we have so many news reports and earnings reports this week. That's right. How are they going to position themselves into earnings? We will find out.
Thank you, Ram. Yeah, we're going to find out here. Definitely, we got this afternoon up and running, and of course, Market Stalking with Deeyana. Deeyana, how are you today? Very nice to see you here with us. And how's the day been?
Thanks, Eddie. A very long day for me. Obviously, I started with the London session this morning, and yeah, so getting a little bit tired now. It was fine. I had some technical issues with the Wi-Fi this morning because I had to use a co-working space because my floors are being done. So there was like a lot of banging, like it was super loud, and I'm gonna have to do that tomorrow as well. But yeah, apart from that, it went okay. I am focusing more kind of on copper for London. Copper has been moving pretty well. And actually, Carl Hungus was the one who suggested that we look at that. So yeah, it's been going pretty well. Thank you, Carl.
What is it?
Yes.
What does it go for a tick? What's a tick on that? Is that 1250?
It's 1250. It's 1250.
1250.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So it's a bit expensive for a 50K combine. But yeah, if you're in 150K, yeah, definitely have a look. Really smooth.
Have a look at that. That's for sure. Thank you, Carl. And he did mention that when he was on talking about copper, and it sort of like went over my head. But you caught that, took a look at it, and you were quite pleased of how the market was moving. So that's one thing, too, that we have to look at is, maybe there might be something out there that works a little better for us. So put trades on. Have you traded any copper?
Me?
Yes, Deeyana.
Yeah, I've been trading it for London because I haven't traded copper much over the last sort of 11 years. I think I probably did a few trades, but nothing too intensive. So one of the things that I like to do is to run it through a simulated environment, see how my setups work in it, how it moves, how it breathes, and exactly when the moves happen. So that was the whole point of me starting a brand new combine just for the London trading, and I have been sharing it in my Twitter. So far, I've been able to find a trade every day, so it's been quite good. Don't know how much I'm gonna keep up with the whole winning days for 100%.
Well, you keep
so
going
I'm
until you
expecting
can't.
that to end at some point.
What sort of gives you the green light that, hey, this is a good day, this is a good market, I'm going to take the opportunity best I can?
So the first thing is how much it moves, because London can be a little bit slow for a lot of the markets, because technically it's an out of hour session for a lot of the products that we have available right now on Topstep. So one of the things that I look for is the average session range just for London. And I use the shortened London. I explain everything in the London session whenever I trade it. So yeah, this is the first step. Like, do we actually have like 120, 140 ticks of range that we can take advantage of? That tends to mean that there are some decent moves there, so you don't have to like nitpick with 3 and 5 tick stop losses, and you can catch really nice extended runs. So that's very important in what I do, because nothing annoys me more than when you enter a trade and you kind of stay in a trade for like 2 hours and it just doesn't move anywhere. And of course, I journal through it as well to see how it behaved around some of my orientation points. Obviously, all of us here, we have a pretty methodical approach to trading, so we know what to look out for whenever we get involved with a new product. So I have like a set of things that I want to see before I'm like, yeah, okay, this is something worth trading.
Right. And usually, I mean, if we're going to try a new product, it's always nice to try with a practice account, see if it coincides with your strategies, with your outlooks, with your trade entries and exits. And I mean, that's something that I wanted to look at. I've got a friend that trades silver. He loves trading silver. Now that's $25 a tick, and I'm like, wow, that's pretty big. But I trade the gold. I watch the gold, and was trading crude, NASDAQ, and so forth. But it's always good to test. It's like when you go to buy a car. You're not going to just say, "Give me that car. I'll take that one." You're going to go take it for a test drive, see if it fits your needs, see if it fits you, and then you're going to purchase that if you like it. And that's one thing we need to do. But cool, I'm glad that
absolutely.
You know what? One thing, though, Deeyana, you expand. I love the way you trade, because you're open to any market that gives you opportunity, and I love that.
Yeah, I mean, over the years, I've hopped around to find products that are suitable for me, and obviously, crude oil still remains something that I know to the core. But obviously, this year, crude oil has been kind of a bit flimsy. We've kind of come down to some smaller ranges, and so I've been on a mission to find things that move pretty well, especially for the London session, because it can be very quiet. And having the great community here is so awesome, because you can talk to people. You can go, hey, what are you trading? I mean, I would have never in a million years thought, oh yeah, let me have a look at copper. It's like, why would I? No. And yet Carl Hungus trades it quite a bit, and he said, hey, he was on the London session, and he said, have you looked at copper? And I was like, I've got to tell you, no, not really, at least not in any recent times. So after that session, I went to have a look at it. I did a little bit of kind of visual back test to see what it does. I'm like, you know what? Let's try this. This looks pretty good. And sure enough, it's very, very smooth. So all good.
Wow. Okay. Well, that sort of puts the appetite in on my plate. I might take a look at copper. Check that out. But I know that we don't have copper, I don't believe yet, in Topstep X, but
we do.
Do we?
Oh, copper's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I've been trading. Yeah, close to that. HG. Yeah.
Copper. All right, copper. Now, see? PPE.
It is a lot.
What would it be? See? It's CU, right? CU?
No, it's HG, actually. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. What did that tell you? HG. Yes, that's copper. There it is.
CQG symbol is C something. Yeah.
And if you look at it, I mean, right now it's really not moving, but there is size on the dome. You got the bids, you got the offers. So it is there. There is interest in that market. Pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not as thin as platinum either. So the dome is pretty populated. That's always good to see. Because sometimes if you're working with really thin markets, you will have a spread or a couple of ticks. And that's the problem with platinum. Sometimes if you want to trade it in the live market, you enter a trade and it's like, I already have like -2 ticks. Like, what's up with that? And then you realize how gappy it is. So you have to be really careful where you're going to execute a position. You have to pay attention to whether there is liquidity there. But with copper, it's actually a pretty good good product, so no problems there. It's kind of similar to gold, but it's smoother. It's not as crazy. It doesn't whip around as much. And once it goes, it just goes. So it's it's been a revelation for sure.
Right. Carl says he thinks that I like gold or copper HG. Appreciate that.
Eddie, I think you did you memorize the periodic table? Because
yes, I did. I did. That was
there. You go.
That was a prerequisite, to get into the Cub Scouts. Yes, at the age of 8. I had all of them. No, I took a guess. But
There you go.
we got Coach Jay. Yes, Coach Jay. How was your day today? You put some trades on.
Yeah, it's been an okay day. I am trading in some combines right now, just making some adjustments, getting used to trading the ES in longer hold times. But it's been a good day so far. Like W was saying, it's a range bound day. Right now, I'm actually looking for a potential short because it looks like this range is contracting a little bit. But yeah, it's been a pretty good day. I'm not surprised that the markets are doing what they're doing right now. Before all of these big earnings coming out, right, where no one's going to take a big position, or they're kind of jostling for a position right now, and we'll see breakouts of these ranges probably later in the week. But there's still a ton of opportunity here. I think the Nasdaq is trading in a 150 point range. That's basically a trend day if you catch the lows or the highs.
Right. Yeah. Earlier this morning, I mean, we had great opportunity. And we put that poll out, who was up money, who was down money, who was flat. I think it was like 60% plus were in the money. It made profits. Like that market was moving for us. Rips, Dakota, Michael. I mean, we all had opportunities to put in decent trades, and they did have very good mornings here. But as we see the markets here sort of tailing off a little bit, Nasdaq. Around that, the high 1997 even, and just holding around there right now, really not giving us too much. But we'll keep an eye on that. Now, you said you had a trade right before we got on. How did that one work out for you?
Yeah, it went well. If I held it longer, it would have been an even better trade, but I was long at the lows of this range. You can see what I've started doing is just any levels that I'm putting on the Topstep daily levels, just adding those as alerts on the chart. We didn't get down to the low one here at 5603, but we got pretty close within a point of it. So taking a long down there, and then the long was up to this 5611, which was the second alert here. Kind of a 8-point range or so in ES. Took it off as we didn't get the push right above that 5611. There were a few more points available, but I'm happy with that trade.
What's the time frame on that chart?
This is a 3-minute chart.
Okay. All right. I see that now. All right. So you had some movement there, but you take what the market gives you. Don't be side saddled that could have got more. I mean, we build confidence. It's a winning trade. I mean, that's how I look at it. Whether I could have made 1,000 or if I could have made 300, it's still. I mean, I made the 300. I'm very happy with it, and I think that my mentality is through experience, through years of saying, and getting down on yourself. But Coach Jay, you had some great information here this morning. Just want to say thank you for sharing that with us, and
appreciate
you gave us your levels and so forth, and that was a big plus on where we saw a lot of entries and so forth. So keep that up, my friend. Keep that up.
Will do. I will say too, with this trade, I try not to think about, I could have made more, because like Deeyana was talking about, I got in to get to the, an extra 5 points of profit. I would have had to wait 30 minutes in that trade in a market that wasn't really doing much. So I'm just going to take it off the table, kind of preserve that mental capital, not have to stare at a chart that's not moving.
See, that can also blow confidence, even though if you're in a winner, just sitting there. And I know Deeyana, we've talked about it where Deeyana, you've been in a trade like for hours at some points.
Yeah. It depends on the type of a trade that I'm doing. Obviously, if it's sort of a quick trending move, typically things will move pretty quickly. And then I'm looking at about a hold time of about 30 minutes, maybe 45 if it's a really nice trend and it just keeps going. But if it's a quieter day and I'm still looking at a range bound trade, I mean, I've been in trades for like 3-4 hours, no problem at all. And that all comes from just observing the market and journaling, of course, because you have to see how the market behaves. You have to live through a trade so that you understand the movement. It's all very well looking at a chart after the fact, sort of hindsight capital. But when you're actually living through a trade, you go through a myriad of emotions. And those are good to put down as well. It's like if something is testing your patience and it's not really moving, you have to recognize that in yourself and either go do something else or just go, whatever, I'm not going to sit in it, but journal it at the end. Like whether you stay in or not, look at what happened after it. Like whatever, after you've either walked away, that kind of analysis is very good for confidence building because patterns are repeatable and we see them over and over. So if you can learn how your product behaves in those different situations, that's where the trick is, right? Because the trading is very difficult and it takes many years to really hone your skills. And even then, it's not linear. You will have good days, you will have bad days, but if you don't have the experience of what the market is doing during a particular market state, that's then a problem of lack of experience. And how do we solve that? Well, you journal through it. So this is why we have practice accounts. This is why we have combine accounts. That's what they're there for. And the fact that we can now just journal in TopstepX, it's absolutely amazing.
It's great. Oh, I love it. I love it. And of course, we got Dolby Time Air Traffic Control. He's landing planes for us right now. Dolby Time. What's up there, brother? I didn't want to
hanging out with these markets. Hanging out with these markets. We got, I think YM is kind of an interesting spot right now. People like to trade in that market.
Let us know what's cooking in YM, Dow.
Pretty bullish, to be honest. It's looking really solid. We're kind of getting up to this 40,760 area. And if we can get to 40,800s, that would be a 4-hour range break to the upside. So that'd be pretty cool. Making higher lows, making higher highs. Solid little
what's the time frame on that one?
And that one I just had. Let's call it an hour to 30-minute. That chart with the little just 1, 2, 3. What is that? July 19th, 22nd, and 23rd. Just kind of all higher lows in the larger time frame. So maybe resistance up at 40,815 if resistance support becomes resistance. So something to keep an eye on. And NQ is right in the middle of the range. So I don't see as much opportunity in the NASDAQ right now. But if you're interested in shorts and YM, you might be approaching a cheap trade if you have the risk appetite for it.
Now, you know what? We talk about cheap trade. That's been the talk of the town here at Topstep. And I know that we've got some new people here talking about a cheap trade. It's not about the commissions or the fees. What is a cheap trade? Time.
Well, yeah, cheap trade is just what your risk is relevant to like your profit, right? So if we can like identify a level in which we can make a safe assumption that we can keep a relatively tight stop, then that gives us a lot more to the upside. So I like using ranges to help me identify a cheap trade because the market's already shown that it's kind of stuck in this tight spot. But if we can buy the bottoms and sell the tops, which is what I prefer to do, then we get really good trade location. We don't have to take a ton of risk to try to take a breakout trade out of that range. So like when we use that term, it's really just to make sure that what we're saying is I got risk on. It's not a lot. The market has to do some work to make this trade invalid.
So here's a question for you,
right I'm sorry. Go ahead, Deeyana.
No, go.
After you.
I think I know what question you were going to ask. Go ahead.
Yeah, so how do you limit risk in a breakout trade? Well, how would you approach that?
Yeah, so we would want to basically be planning to be in that trade before the breakout happens. So kind of the idea is that a range is going to range forever until it stops ranging. So if it is a range that can kind of range around for a little bit, that should give us enough opportunity to buy the lows or sell the highs. I'm trying to find a market. I think NQ is actually really good for this. So let me switch it to NQ. Like this 5-minute range. There's a couple of them that happened today. I actually prefer the 1 minute for NASDAQ, but this will suffice. So like, we have this really, I do actually. Yeah, I think the ranges tend to be a little bit tighter for NQ. But
you're on a 1 minute chart trading the NASDAQ.
Yeah, if you want like a 10-point stop, yeah, definitely. 10 to 15, I would do 1 minute. Or else it's too whippy. So this is a good 1 minute, right in the middle of this kind of uptrend. This happened at about 10 o'clock. And so really nice little consolidation. We had what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 1-minute bars. All of them bounced at 19,980. So it'd be relatively nice, right, to just try to get long 19,980. You know, set a stop outside of that, and then your upside is everything outside of that range and then some. So it can be like a pretty lucrative way, right? We could have risked 10 points on here, never would have gotten stopped out. We had the nice 1-minute range, and then you just get massive move to the upside. It broke out of the range. So that would be like a
So what
range
you're saying
continuation
there,
trade.
yeah. So what you're saying there, if you're looking for a breakout, you're really looking to get in at the bottom of the range and then just wait for the break. That would be the cheap trade in this situation.
Yeah. So we're trying to, we as in me and whoever else is range trading, we're basically trying, we don't want to play the breakout. We want to be in the trade before the breakout happens.
Mm-hmm.
That's one thing you do a lot, range trading.
Sometimes you lose.
Can you give us just a quick range trade? I know that you like to use the boxes a lot, and it's benefited you very much. What is the range trade?
Dakota's trade from this morning was a perfect range trade.
Oh, that was a great trade this morning.
Yeah, so
100 point winner, right?
100-point move, yeah. So if we draw a box, here's the 30-minute range, and we had a bunch of bounces off of 19,930-ish, and that's where we got long. So identify the range.
Off the bottom.
Got a bunch of wicks, and he went top. Yeah, he went bottom to top, but yeah. That's the range trade. So Dakota's trade, I would classify as a range trade. In my eyes, maybe he had a different motivation or structural thing to it, but that's how I read it. Is he was playing the range. Right. It's a range bound market, so you go range to range.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a great trade. Really good trade.
I imagine there's many options of naming and seeing, and I mean that's what makes it's so different from each of us as traders. You know, we're all seeing the same chart, but we are seeing, you know, different setups, different strategies. You know, everything is different from what the next trader sees. And this is what makes it so special. And, you know, we talk about that in the chat. You know, we're always asking in the chat, participate. What levels do you have? We're going to our coaches. We're going to our traders. And as long as we're getting levels that are correct, whatever you see, it really doesn't matter as long as we're looking at certain entries and certain exits, which is pretty cool. And I really like the way you've been trading here, Dolby, with the boxes and so forth. Good stuff. Coach Jay, you still with us?
Yeah, me too.
Oh yeah, I'm still here. The ES did kind of what we were talking about earlier. We pulled up to VWAP for the regular trading hour session, but it looks like this range is starting to contract a little bit, and then we just got a little 10-point rollover in the ES. I know some traders in the chat were in that short.
Right.
The selling looks like it got absorbed at these lows, and Dolby talking about a range trade. We came right back down to the lows of that range. That selling gets absorbed, and looks like we're popping right back up. At this point, I'm probably not going to take a trade. That was probably the better trade opportunity that I saw. At this point, I'm going to wait for Power Hour for more volume to come in.
All right. Okay. Are you in Power Hour next session?
I'm not, but I may still take a trade if I'm hanging around to watch.
And Andre. Yeah. All right. Deeyana, you had something on your mind there that you wanted to share, or let me ask you. Did I? We started to talk about Topstep's tip of the week, and topic's been journaling. And, you know, I think we took a poll earlier today, and it almost seemed like about 30% of us actually journal. And, you know, I tell you, I can't blame, you know, the other percentage of not journaling, because the thing is, you know, I'm in the moment. It's like if you're in a sport and you're playing in a sport, you're not going to be like, you know, I just hit a double, I'm in second base, I'm going to pull out my pad of paper and go, okay, he threw me a fastball, first pitch, curveball, second and third pitch, I hit it to left field for a double. The thing is, too, I mean, a lot of us say that I don't have time for this. I don't have time to do this. You do have time to do this. And if you don't think you do, pull out your smartphone. It has a recording device on there. Even if you have to click it for 30 seconds, put something on there. All right. Market ran against me. I got stopped out here. Market reversed. Whatever it is, I mean, you can always go back afterwards because I think the journal is best for reference. If we're in a situation or at a level that we've been in before, maybe 2 weeks ago we were in that same level, go back and check and see what happened, how you reacted, how the market reacted, how other traders reacted, how your emotions were. And not to say that it's gonna give you the best trade, but it's beneficial to know what the other traders, what the market wanted to do, what other traders wanted to do, and what you did. So I think that's very beneficial.
It is. I have a little day trader post-mortem process that can help people with realizing what they've done correctly, what they haven't done correctly, and it can be so revealing. So it's maybe a little bit tough to journal in the heat of the moment, which is why reviewing after the fact might be even better, because you can sit with no additional emotions and you can just go back, see what you've done. Now, for me, I always start the day with some sort of intraday plan, and then my first step is to see how accurate my scenarios were, because I write hypotheses based on some of the levels that I use, right? So, like, if you switch to my screen just for a second, if we could. And this is the post-mortem process. So this is something that I give to my traders. So you can have accurate scenarios and you can be correct and you make money. But a lot of the time you might be correct on direction, but you lost money. So it's like, why? So you have to see whether the stop loss, it was maybe too small, maybe the price overshot the level. So you want to see by how much then NQ, for example, overshoots the level that you're trying to use. And on my stream earlier, we were actually talking about entering from like wicks, and some people like to place their stops right at the bottom of the wick. But actually, that's a better entry. It's not necessarily a good thing to put your stop loss there, because everybody else is going to be putting their stop losses too. So you have to be a little bit more analytical about the stuff that you're doing right and the stuff that you're doing wrong. Now, out of all of these options, the worst one is probably if you were wrong, but you still made money. Because that then breeds very bad habits, right? Because it's like, ask yourself, did you follow the plan? Did you change it during the session? Why did you end up making money when your plan was wrong initially? Like, what happened there, Did you move or remove your stop loss and go for high on hopium sort of thing, and it sort of worked out? So all of this can help you to move forward. That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to move forward with our skills, right? Sometimes it's the market state changes, everything goes dead, and you're still looking for momentums. That needs to go into your journal, and you need to recognize that as you're kind of going into the next session, maybe next week, next month.
Wonderful. And you've got this available. I've got your YouTube site up here. That's how you want people to contact you, through the YouTube. Is that correct?
Yeah. It's probably the easiest because it's got all the links underneath every video. You can always check out stuff.
I'm going to post it in our chat, and if we could pin it up top, that would be cool. There it is, Deeyana's Market Stalkers YouTube channel. And if we can pin that up top, that would be great. Lots of great information there. You got a lot of videos, too, that you have previously made. Take a look at all of them here. Well, you got a lot going on there.
I do, yeah. I've been on YouTube for, I'm not somebody who posts all the time, but when I do post a video, it has to be something that brings value, something that I've come across in my coaching, something that I was struggling with, or just basically share my experience of how I went through this, how I came back from it, what did I do to actually modify all of that. And it's just literally sharing experience. And I think it's important to be very realistic with yourself. I think there's a lot of YouTube channels that give an unrealistic expectation of what learning to trade is really like. And the truth is, there's a lot of terrible moments. There's a lot of, you feeling like a complete muppet and just going, oh God, why did I do that?
You know I like Muppets.
What was wrong with me? So yeah,
but good
so
stuff.
check it out.
There's the link.
Lots of free stuff. Yeah.
Free stuff. There you go. Lunch, dinner, free dinner, something. Market Stalkers.
Be arranged.
There you go. We got a poll up here right now. Have you tried Dolby's range trading style? Home on the range. I'm going to put no, but I plan to try it. It's one thing too.
I voted yes.
D-time. You voted. You tried it?
I voted
tried
yes as
it.
well.
Deanna's tried it.
You have.
Coach Jay has tried it.
Because here's the thing, I did used to. I do range trading as well, but the way Dolby has put it out, it kind of clarifies some of the things that maybe I wasn't aware that I was doing. So I was like, oh yeah, I do that too. Like for example, when we're looking for a reversal in crude oil, I will typically look for a stop loss run from the range and then a reversal. So that's something that Dolby was also doing, because in the beginning we were trading crude oil together. And then I'm like, oh, I'm looking at this area. And Dolby's like, oh, so have I. And I'm like, oh, hold on a minute. Range trading, yeah. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. So yeah, I just love that he
talking about
kind
before.
Yeah, so I just love that he pinned the whole strategy that is kind of simplistic in its origin, but it's actually not that simple because you have to have a really good eye. So as long as you can train your eye to see these ranges, they are incredibly useful.
I think so. Something. Even if the thing is, once again, I'm going to go back to that practice account. This is something you can try, or back testing. You don't want to try something new like this on obviously a funded account or your trading combine, but you need to test it out to see if it works for you. And that's, one thing when I was, coaching a lot, I'd tell everybody, be a sponge, absorb as much information as you can and take what you think works, test it out. What doesn't work, file it. Don't throw it away. File it. You might need it later on down the road. And, once you start finding out strategies, processes, indicators that coincide with what you see and your opportunities and how you trade, that's when you take them and you use them the best of your ability. So something that you might want to think about. Speaking of our topic back on our trading and journaling, Coach Jay, let me ask you about your journaling. We got a little time here. What's your process in journaling? And now that we've got really nice journal on TopstepX, and one thing before we go there is we're adding more. This is our journal, so we can add suggestions. If you've got something we want to add on there, put it in the vote on TopstepX, and definitely we'll take a look at it. But good stuff. Coach Jay, what's your process with journaling?
Yeah, so I do all my journaling trade review over the weekend. Usually not. I'll do assessments of the trades while I'm in them, but a review of how everything went, what could have improved. I like to take some time, do it over the weekend, usually on a Saturday morning before I get into whatever I'm doing for the day. Just kind of review where executions were, what the reads on the market was, and I write everything down. So I have a physical journal that I write things down. It's just a couple notepads, write them down there, and then I compare what I wrote down to what's on the screen.
Our power player guru writes it down too.
Yeah.
I used to, but now that I've just got it very easily, I can see the point of that. And I know John Hoagland, he has that pad of paper, and I think he does both and so forth. And it really depends on, are you comfortable?
Yep.
I've never used my recording device, but somebody had told me that years ago. Hey, if you don't got time to write anything down, just hit that record button real quick.
It's a great way to do it.
Say what to say, and then you can always go back to it. You can always go back to it, and you're not going to forget anything. That's what I do with you think of a funny joke or a funny line or something like that. I've did that with my phone. This way you don't forget anything, or you're like, oh man, what was that funny thing I said 2 hours ago when I was high as a kite? I thought it was funny.
Called a
But
high beer,
anyway,
right?
right. Yes, that was funny, but
I
you
was
think of
like
it
that
now,
when
it's
I
like,
was,
no.
I was when I was writing music, and that was always a thing. You smoke something and you think, "Wow, this is like such a good tune," and you listen to it the next day. And it's like, this is the biggest load of.
In there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes
Yeah.
it's a hit or miss. You got to be honest. Sometimes it's like,
Yeah.
whoa, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. But
Just a
go.
quick note on the markets. I see we have my charts up real quick. Shout out to Nick for a tick and Hogue. The delta 5608 in the ES, heaviest negative delta that we see. You can see it up on my charts right here. This big red line. This is just a delta volume profile. It's kind of exactly where we bounced. So going into power hour, just consider that level, right? If you're going to be taking a short, you want to watch the market reaction around there because a lot of selling has been absorbed there. And then, we have some heavier buy delta up around 5620, 5626. We're in a range, and those might be the extremes of the ranges for what we've seen so far. A lot of orders getting absorbed there.
Right. Well, hey, real quick here, another idea. John O'Connor, you can always open up a Word doc and hit dictate and record yourself as well. Yeah,
That's cool.
That's a good one. Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, I remember that, using that years ago, but thank you, John. It's a great idea. So no excuse, anybody, no excuse whatsoever. We should all be journaling, even if it's just about emotions. Had a great day, felt good. Gonna go play tennis later with the buds, or going out for drinks with the girls. Just to sort of release and share. So it's good to have a journal, no matter how you use it. D-Time, anything cooking over at your camp right now?
5-minute range in the YM. So if anyone is looking to see what a range is like, I think YM has a pretty solid one in the 5-minute. How I would classify a range, at least like the minimum for one, would be like 3 bars that are relatively all together. So they don't have to trade perfectly within like each other's like candle wicks. They can kind of get a little bit outside, a little bit underneath. So you just want like a body of candles that are kind of close together. So I would classify YM as one right now. I've got a bunch of candlesticks kind of smushed together. Range is pretty tight between 720, 760. So still looking for 760 to break out or resist. As far as journaling goes, though, I think what journaling helped me with the most was just realizing that I'm not that bad of a trader. Because I think in the moment, it's very easy to put on a trade within your system or maybe out of your system and be like, this trade sucks and I'm a terrible person. But then if you go back and look at your charts or look at your journal, the trade was probably fine and you most likely just got like unlucky and it's not that big of a deal. So that's why I like journaling. Just to like, my trades aren't that bad. Off by a couple ticks here and there. It's like, it's no big deal. Like, it's okay.
I mean, you could work really hard putting your game plan together, your strategy, game plan. And you've put it together so nicely that the market knows what you're doing and says, not today. And
sometimes
that can be a confidence buster when you've put it all out and said, hey, this looks really good. Everything should match up. And the market says, ixnay, no way.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, let me ask you, Nick, Dolby time. How do you pick yourself up off that? I know we've all sort of hit that wall. What's the best thing you could do to get yourself out of that funk? What would you do? Let's just say that you put something together. Market has nothing to do with you today. What's your next steps?
Well, I think if we are starting that journey of being like super disciplined and making sure we stick to like a personal daily loss limit and taking all of our trades, I can like pretty much guarantee it that your first like 4 or 5 trades are probably all going to be losers. Just because that's how it seems to happen. It's like the market's like testing you to see if you have like the wherewithal to actually stick it out with your plan. So if you can get by that and just know that every trade is individual. Believe in your system, believe in yourself, try to give yourself positive affirmations. Because at least for me, it seems like a lot of the trades I don't put on aren't because the setup isn't good. It's just I am lacking confidence in myself, and I'll just throw that onto the chart and be like, yeah, it wasn't a good setup, even though I wanted to take it. So journaling is really good for that. Make sure you are reviewing your trades, review how you feel, write that stuff down. And at the end of the day, try to reward yourself for sticking to a personal daily loss limit. Even if the screen is red, as long as you stuck to a personal daily loss limit, chalk it up as a win in your mind, no matter how hard that is.
Right. And the thing is, we're traders. We're not warriors. We're not here to fight the market. And I tend to see a lot of traders that just, that didn't work. I'm going back in again. It should work again. No, that didn't work. I'm going to go back in again and try it again. And I think that's when we start digging that hole a little too deep where we can't get out. And by the time we realize that, okay, you know what, it's not working, it's a little too late. And I think we got to work on management, knowing when to say when, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, just like the song is. And if you can follow those three, I mean, it really helps. And ask yourself, be that second voice, should I be doing this? Is this the right thing to do? Am I following along? And if you got a good answer, keep moving forward. But if you don't have an answer, I think you need to stop, reevaluate, think of what you're doing, and maybe have another game plan or even call it a day. Deeyana,
the big
let me ask
problem
you.
was, the big problem that I see with traders is that they have a level, and then one trade doesn't work out, they immediately start kind of flipping and flopping between longs and shorts. That can hurt you a lot more than just kind of sticking to one level, one trade attempt, and then kind of move on, or give it some time, see whether the level is still there, and then try again. But what I see a lot is that people get themselves into over trading by doing like 30, 40 trades, long, short, long, short. It's like, make up your mind, So obviously that's not taking in market information. That's just kind of trying to catch a move frantically. So at that point, you do need to take a breath, stop, and just go, okay, I have no idea what's going on. And that's okay. It's fine to say that to yourself, that we don't know what's happening right now. It happens, Yeah.
You know what? I've said that a lot lately. Because I scalp, I'm watching the dome, I'm watching momentum, I'm watching markets, the movement, and it's been like, bad trade. Okay. I'm not seeing this right, but it's so hard to say, okay, done for the day. Because we're here to trade. We want to, it's like, if we're playing a game or so, you don't want to sit the bench. You want to be out there playing. You want to make sure that, the reason that you're there, that you can participate, you can be part of it. But sometimes the best thing to do, and remember, not trading is a position. It is actually a position, believe it or not. And some of us really have to think of that. And that's what I've been sort of focusing on. All right, don't trade. You're not seeing it correctly. And gosh, I've been in the business for how long? And I'm still guilty as charged because we're only human. Yeah. We all do it.
Yeah.
So we've got about 10 minutes here.
Ooh.
And Coach Shea, did that trade? Did you get back in the market or?
No, I'm not going to trade it. I'm looking at the Russell just make new highs on the day. We're talking about all this range bound trading.
There's another market that's been talked about.
Forget about all of that. I'm just going to make new highs on the day. It is coming up to a level that from last week, 2278. Looks like we had a rejection off of there last week. So this blue box that I have here, just moved it. We're coming up to the high of that. See if sellers step back in up there. It might be a decent opportunity for a cheap short in the Russell. But it's a market that's up 1.4% today. Not sure that, you want to just step in and short it just because it's up too high.
Right. Oh, yeah, definitely. One thing here in chat, Love Wetland said, you can't stop playing the game. You lose, you keep playing to win. Yes, you want victory. If you win, you keep playing because you like winning. Now, in trading, What I'm very good at is I've got my gain. You've got a personal loss limit. I have a personal gain limit where if I hit that number, it's between $300 and $500. I'm fine. I am very happy for the day, and I lock myself out. I use a lockout in Topstep X, and to be honest with you, I've really been doing that a lot. And the stress factor, even though you see the market moving, you're like, you know what? I did my thing. I went 12 rounds. I won the fight. No reason to bring the guy back on and say, let's do another 2 rounds. I've got my victory, and I'm happy. I'll wait till tomorrow. Next fight is tomorrow. And I've really been good at that, and very proud that I can lock it out and not worry about it. Stress level gone, worrisome gone. I am following the market still. I am watching Topstep TV. I am learning still, and I can focus on learning much, much better with what is said here.
Absolutely. Yeah. The problem is that people want to be involved in the market all the time.
Okay.
I'm also guilty of that. You know, yesterday I had a very long day. I had like 12 hours of just trying to trade. And up until half of the day, it was fine. And then just totally, my decision making just went completely off. So I have to make sure that I've had enough sleep. I have to make sure that mental capital is not completely exhausted, because it affects everybody's decisions, right? And maybe that should go into the plan as well. You know, you can journal, today I traded past my exhaustion fatigue. And, you know, there's no point sitting
You're
there
working
for
hard,
12
girl.
hours.
Yeah.
Well, it's I am in this part of the world, and then Tuesdays are particularly difficult for me because obviously I get up early. But this week I'm doing my floors, so my dogs, I have to send them to daycare, and that means I have to wake up even like 2 hours earlier than I normally would. So even by the time I get to London, I've already been awake for like 5 hours. So then I do the London session, and then I'm like, okay, now I have to buzz around, do like whatever I need to do. And then by the time that the New York session comes, I'm just spent completely. So even I have to now, modify some of my behaviors and stuff to make sure that I'm not completely knackered by the time that the next session comes. And then if I am going to trade, I need to start being very careful with decisions and stuff. So that's something that I'm dealing with right now, how to manage my own tiredness, fatigue, and to make sure that my mind is fresh for the session that I'm actually trying to trade, right?
Right. I mean, but it's good to be loved and wanted. I tell you that. That's for sure. And you are loved and wanted, Deeyana. That's why we've got you on here so much and so forth.
So some people are not too keen. But you can't
We don't pay
win
attention
them
to those
all,
people.
right?
Yeah, we
Those people don't matter.
We have fun with those people, so it's all good.
Yes. Here in chat, Ariel says, I find that the greatest challenge I'm having with trading is dealing with emotions and revenge trading. I'm naturally a person who likes to keep trying until I succeed. Yes, we all are. You never want to end the day on a sour note. You never want to end the day on a bad trade. You never want to end the day. But here's the thing, like I mentioned before, have that second voice, right? Ask yourself, how am I doing today? How are your emotions today? Am I still focused? Is there stress? All right. And if you can honestly, got to be honest with yourself. Yes, there is. No, there isn't. Revenge trading. Why did I just buy 3? Well, why did you buy 3? Because the last trade you just lost $250. You're trying to get it back. That's not the right answer. All right. Ask yourself, be that second voice. All right. It's going to help you. It sounds silly, but if you can honestly be honest with yourself, you're going to find out that, okay, you know what? I shouldn't put that 3 lot on. I lost here. Let me take a step back, reevaluate, see if there is an honest opportunity instead of just throwing something, hoping it sticks. So remind yourself that, ask yourself these questions. So we've got about 5 minutes here. I think they turned the grills on. They're barbecuing, getting ready for power hour. Oh, yum.
Yeah.
Yum. But Deeyana, I'd like to thank you very much. If you can give us one more little detail, how do we get a hold of you again? I know that I've got the link. I'm going to post it Oh, we've got it posted up top. Up top.
Yeah. Just YouTube.
Yeah, tell us
that's the easiest thing. On my YouTube channel, underneath every video, there's a whole bunch of links. The first link is usually the link to the main website. Whoever is interested to see the markets the way I'm seeing them, you might want to check it out. So no pressure. I hate the whole hard sell thing, but it's a pretty cohesive method of looking at supply and demand on larger time frames, market profile for the day time frame, and then using some additional helpers like the average session and daily ranges, and then time of day. So it's got like 4 different moving parts to it. And while it seems like it's quite complex, it's actually very logical. So for the right types of traders who are looking to do more and looking to advance their skills, it might be something to look at, especially if you're intrigued how we can have a look at the failed auction, sustained auction fades. So it kind of lifts the veil of confusion, how to put it all together and how to come up with some better trading decisions. So let's put it that way.
All right, Deeyana, you go rest now. You did wonderful today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eddie.
Coach Dolby Time and Coach Jay.
What up?
You guys will be back again here. You guys will be back
certainly.
for sure again. Obviously, Deeyana will also. And I'm going to go get back in the trunk here. We got Power Hour coming up next. Let's see, we got some opportunity here. We're going to find out here in just a little bit. Austin Silver is going to be with us, and we got the dynamic duo. We got Andre and Dolby and Austin Silver. Oh, don't miss this one. Deeyana, have a great evening, have a great morning, have a great afternoon. Power Hour coming up next. We'll be right back. Don't go away.
All right, welcome back to Power Hour. The man in the middle, Austin Silver, brought to you by ASFX. Partner to the right, Dolby Time. Let's get right into it. Austin Silver, welcome. You have a trade on. Talk to us about it.
I do. I've got a short on ES at 56.12 and a quarter. You know, I like to try to come into Power Hour, either take a trade or come in with a trade. I like the price action we're getting off of the New York VWAP. Pretty rangy today. I know House Account has been crushing it. I know you guys had, I think, a good CL trade, but ES and especially even more ES than NASDAQ, a little rangy today off of that 15-minute opening range. But being under the daily VWAP, seeing that volume is a little low, I'm kind of looking for some drift here back to the 56.05, 56.03. And the last thing I could say about it is Edgeful says 70% of the time we break the 15-minute opening range to the top and the bottom. We have not broken to the bottom yet. So maybe this trade works and we end up breaking the range down to 56.02 or 5600 here. But I'm always skeptical of shorts. You know, it's hard to be a short. I feel like dirty doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And against America.
Short from 56.
Yeah, short term.
Okay. So short-term bet against America. For about, that
Short-term,
lasts about
short-term.
55 minutes.
Exactly. By 4 o'clock, we're back on America bullish.
Austin Silver, tell us about your P&L. Tell us about the trading. How's it gone so far today?
This is it. First trade of the day, first trade of the week on the XFAs. I'm actually getting over being sick. I'm a little stuffy today. So yesterday I did not trade. Kind of ties into what Deeyana was just talking about during her session. Just when you're not able to feel great, when you're not able to be yourself, it's best to just not trade. So I'm taking my XFA super serious. I have about $7,000, maybe $8,000 across the 5 XFAs I have in balance. So I'm waiting for my call up to the live account. So cautious, not being myself this week, but looking to capitalize here and then maybe into the end of the week too.
Well done. All right, good. Well, good on you for realizing that you're not 100%. But again, thank you for joining us on Power Hour. Just to recap where the markets are.
Of course.
NQ's had a pretty wild day today. High of the day, 20,084. Low of the day, 19,915. Currently trading about in the middle, 19,978. Yep. We've been everywhere, but we were right back to essentially where we started. ES, like Austin was saying, bit of range trade right now. Currently trading 56.12. I believe Austin is short from 12 quarter.
12 and a quarter.
YM, wild day in YM. About, now let's take that back. About a 200-point range there. High of the day, 40,800, call it. Low of the day, 40,578. Oil trade. House account took an oil trade today. Last trade in oil, $77. Yeah.
That was a big one.
Long from 76.66. I think.
Yeah.
25.
25 contracts.
25 contracts. Yes. Very aggressive. Wow. Good conviction in the trade. House accounts up about $7,700, $7,800. It's good on that. Gold, tighter range today, about $13 range. Last trade, 24.06. High of the day, 24.13. So we have seen some action in NQ. Yes, pretty decent. But right now, Austin is short from his entry. The entry price that is trading currently. Austin, what are you looking for? Is it for a target in your short?
Like I said, I'm looking for the bottom of the range to be broken. But if we move to 56.03, I'll take profit there. I've got about 6.5, 6.75 of a stop. So if I can make 7 or 8 points to the downside, I'll be very happy with that. First trade of the day, just trying to get my feet back into the market this week. So yeah, I think that ideally 5,600 is the target, but I'll take 56.05, 56.03, something like that. And in line with you going over the market today, dude, Dakota crushed that NASDAQ long off the bottom this morning. I saw that during Topstep. You guys were killing it.
Actual 100 points.
Nailed it.
Sure did.
Casual.
Such a good entry.
Casual is.
You don't know till you bet.
You don't know till you bet. Yeah. We got a Delta update for you here for you shortly. What we're looking at, take a look at the tilt. We see some heavy tilts today. Heck, I think we saw 91% long in the YM. We saw 80% long in the NQ. Currently 64% long in NQ. Crude 67% long. ES 50-50. Gold 50-50 as well. So nothing really showing there. See how this market plays out. Of course, we'll have MOC in a little bit. Don't forget, we got Google and Tesla earnings after the bell today. So maybe we kind of trade sideways going into that. We'll see how those play out.
Fair thought.
Yep.
Definitely fair thought.
That being said, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask Dolby. We got hashtag Power Hour in the upper left-hand corner. Dolby time.
Oh.
What is hashtag
we
Power
do.
Hour?
Trey, you don't say. Oh, my goodness. On Twitter or X, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. Share us your battle stations, trader wins, tick picks. What else?
Swag, performance
trader
dashboard,
wins,
right?
swag. Yeah, performance. Definitely share the performance dashboard because it's so easy now. You click the performance stats on the left-hand side, and then click share in the upper right-hand corner. You can copy the link and then share it to social media, so you can show off your wins or your excellent risk management or your sweet stats. So we want to see it. So share it at Topstep, hashtag Power Hour. We'll take it from the internet and put it on TV. Pretty cool.
Yep. All right, Austin. While we watch this trade play out, anything new with updates on the podcast? Any new guests? Anything we should be on the lookout for?
Oh, you know I'm always cooking something, Andre. I've got a couple of good futures traders. Cammy Capital is coming on. I know you guys know Cam. He's been on Topstep TV a couple times. Cammy's awesome. A couple of other guys that maybe are not as known. I know you guys know KV as well. He's been on a few times, so KV will be coming out in a couple of weeks. Trying to balance with the futures traders with the commodity traders, specific like ES and indice traders with some commodity traders, just trying to get a different feel for how guys are seeing things. But every episode I do, it's always like, oh, that's an interesting way to look at markets. And I'm sure there's some edge there too. So everybody's got a different take. There's always something to learn. I feel like it's been the way that I've kind of pushed my own trading forward, is having those conversations with people. And Andre and Dolby, you guys have known me for a little bit now. I don't mind asking tougher questions to really chip at people's strategy, chip at the way they manage their trades. I will poke at them. So it kind of becomes like a coaching session in a way. My episode with Coach Robert is doing really well. Robert is a fantastic guest, and he gets a ton of love on all of my socials. Like, everybody loves Robert. Yeah. So that's great.
Same here. You will see Austin's links to his social at the top, pinned to the top of the chat. So please go check that out.
Thank you.
Tuesday. Every Tuesday we got Austin. So it's right. Every Tuesday we got you for Power Hour.
Yep. Stuck with me on Tuesdays. But you know what, Andre? Last Power Hour, dude, it was so dry. I'm hoping we get a little more action today.
I think
when
we
I was
will.
with you guys last. So
volatility, yeah.
Something.
You never know.
But it's those last couple of weeks of July, volume slowing up a little bit. You know what I mean? So waiting for those September, October volume days to come back in. I was actually just going to look at volume today and see where we're at on like just a simple volume bar and just see. Yeah, I mean, very low volume today. Yeah, just low in general here. You can see it on the bottom of the chart. Big volume here on the selling last week on those 3 down days. I think on a daily time frame, if we do higher time frame analysis, which is not my favorite because we're day traders, I'm really not bearish on the indices until we break 55.50. I think those lows need to hold. If you look back in April when we tipped over about 7%, 6%, the first 3 big down days we had, once those lows were taken out here, you can see we really started to slide. So that's kind of the same thing I'm looking at here. If we can hold 55.50, it's hard to be super bearish. You know what I mean? So I'm still leaning long as I'm short right now, but still leaning long. So.
Sense, I feel. All right, well, let's do a quick live funded trader update on the board. Lots of green on the board. My goodness, lots of green. House account up $7,000. Rips, you saw him this morning on Fast Markets, up $3,500. Deeyana, I always say Deeyana, a little bit of a drawdown, down about $650. MP taking on the chin, down pretty good amount there, $10,000 or so. Shoot, Nick for a tick, down, or up. Sorry, Nick for a tick, up $2,000. Tanya trades hit the daily loss limit. Jate up $3,900. Aaron P up $2,700. Chi Hung up $1,800. Jazeel up $850. Pinsin up $1,300. Eddie S up $1,100. Lots of green on the board. Great to see.
Andre, do you know where are the most funded traders located? And then do you know where the most profitable traders are located? Like, is there some outlier stat? I'm just curious. Like, is Australian traders, are they crushing? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. You definitely probably have that information. I just don't know what the answer would be. Maybe when Jack comes
just curious.
back.
Yeah, that is interesting. What if I said it's Texas, or what if I said it's New York? I don't know.
Well, I mean, I'm already trying to move in with Nick for it. I'm trying to move in with Nick for a tick and hang out with him more. So, I mean, it would just kind of reinforce my bias there. There
you go. Clearly, he says North Texas
Miami,
and Utah.
Miami has a bunch. New York.
Yeah, but Miami could be an outlier because it's just got so many traders. Like, everyone and their grandmother is a trader in Miami, bro.
I don't know why.
Well, you got Lambo Raul. I mean, that counts for at least 2 or 3. That's Miami.
Don't make me laugh, Andre. I'm sick.
I'm sorry.
I
don't want you to cough
it out here.
I don't want you to cough.
Try to keep it together. Try to keep it professional.
Gotcha. Again, house account is up $7,000 today. You guys saw that on Fast Markets. Took a long off near the lows in crude oil. 25 times scaled out. Nice.
Massive trade.
Yeah.
Time in hands.
Massive.
Time in hands. What's counts up on the week? Maybe up on the
We
month.
got this ES is rolling for you a little bit right here, Austin. This is looking good.
A little bit.
I got a little Dorito action on my face
Cool
and
Ranch?
on the chart
purple
here in
kind?
the ES. Oh, I mean, Cool Ranch.
Can we do a
obviously.
poll? Can we
Cool
poll
Ranch
that
for
real
life.
quick, House? Let's poll that. What color Doritos? Red, purple, or blue? I mean, it's clearly purple. The purple ones are fire.
What is what flavor is purple? It's like
Like the spicy chili. So good,
Spicy
bro.
chili?
So bad
I'm a
for
Cool
us.
Ranch.
So bad for us.
I'm Cool Ranch.
Cool classic.
Cool Ranch for life, as I explained yesterday as to why Cool Ranch for life.
Yeah, dude, Austin, did you know that
Yeah.
Andre's mom actually helped invent Cool Ranch flavoring?
Stop
The
lying.
Team of like 4 or 5
Seriously.
people. Yeah, I swear to God.
That
4 or
is
5,
crazy.
True story.
That is.
Yeah, I know, man.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
I'm
That's
not playing.
awesome.
Yeah, it's wild.
You go to
man.
Andre's
Yeah.
house and his whole closet is full of blue Dorito bags, probably. You know
Back
what
in
I'm
the
saying?
'90s, yeah, she's come with these bags of just this flavoring. So, what do you think? What do you think?
How popular
That's
were you
awesome.
in school? Were you just like known as the Dorito King or something?
No,
Andre's the plug, bro. He opens the jacket and he's got
Should've
Doritos all
leveraged
hanging
that,
in the
man.
jacket. You know what I'm saying?
20%.
Just give me the straight powdered Cool Ranch. I don't even need the chip.
Just let me get some of that Cool Ranch, Andre. Come on, bro.
got you.
Yeah,
I got
Like
you.
I love.
That's what they were calling
Meet me,
it.
meet me in the back alley. I got you.
That's right.
All right, we're
Slanging
starting to see some sellers here in ES.
Yeah, a little bit.
610.
But you know what, Andre? I mean, give me your take because you've been looking at the Dom a lot longer than me. Thin, right, brother? Thin. Like when I'm looking at Bookmap, I'm seeing less than 100 orders in many spots, which is very thin to me. Do you agree?
It is. I would agree. We are seeing about a block of 1,000 to the upside between 13 quarter to 13 and 3/4, and downside. See about 1,000, even more, about 1,100 from 07 3/4 to 06 and 3/4. But yes, otherwise, besides that, what's trading? We're like 30 up.
But you know
That's
what?
Definitely thin.
Those orders at 13, they're like that trail that follows current price for whatever reason the algos are following. So I'm looking at like the other blocks around that. Like one of the bigger blocks that I'm seeing on Bookmap is at 5630. What's only 270 contracts, maybe 300. That's not big, bro. We've seen 900. We've seen 1,200. You know what I mean? So I think that kind of reinforced too the summer trading, the lower volume, you know?
Nice catch. It is indeed moving. It's not stuck to those actual 3 prices. It is just trailing beneath. Maybe it gets a lucky fill real quick, but the algos will pull. Yep, they are dancing around. Nice catch, Austin. Austin, you're doing a great job reading the ladder, man. Looking for liquidity blocks.
I'm learning, bro. I'm learning.
A Bookmap, huh?
You guys got good. There's a ton of reasons. I mean, Deeyana has great videos. Give her a shout out again on her channel about Bookmap. So you got the Rips is the fuck. You know, he's the OG with Bookmap in my head. He's the one that showed it to me, and now I'm showing it to people through my socials. More people are looking at it, so it's creating good conversation and good questions. So, what do you think of this? Well, I don't know what that is. Let's do some research and find that. So, a lot of learning going on, which is good. I think Hogue or Eddie said it earlier today. It's that constant learning. I think it was Eddie last session. Just saying like that constant improvement, constant trying to get better. That is the mark of a trader. The guy that thinks he knows it all, Brian Shannon said this in the podcast I just did with him. As soon as you think you know it all, market punches you in the mouth every time.
Yep.
So
sure does. All right, Dolby time. Let's take
Exactly
a quick peek at YM here, Dolby. YM has
What's it
some
doing?
YM higher range today. What are you seeing over there?
Not doing a whole lot. It's not doing a whole lot. They're very range bound. Higher lows on the 5-minute and lower highs. So I got Dorito on my right eye and Dorito on my left eye.
Damn.
Range bound again. So tested at 40,760s. Nice little 5-minute range. So offered a cheap trade if you wanted to lean shorts. So like 40 points, I believe, is $200, which is what I typically would risk in a trade if I was going to take a trade. And we'll see if we roll down. I wouldn't be surprised if we get to about the midway point. Let's see what the midway point would be.
I love what Hogue just said in the chat there. As soon as you have all the answers, the market will change all the questions. I would just add to that
100%.
another one-liner from Brian Shannon. Oh, it just left my mind. Not the questions one. Oh, it's going to come back in a second.
Yeah, 40,686 is the midpoint for YM. There we go.
Sorry, Dolby. I was just going to say, he said, as soon as you think, no, what was he going to say? I got to say it the right way. The market will do the most obvious thing in the least obvious way. That was another good one.
I like that too.
Is that interesting? Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I had a brain fart there. It took me a second. You saw all the wheels spinning? Do you see the smoke coming out of my ears? It took me a second.
Saw that, man. You're looking for it. Yeah, I love it.
Ooh, what are Austin? NQ closes above 20K today. Yes or no?
Dude, I hit a good parlay last night picking over-unders on some baseball, so I am in a good picking kind of mood right now. I'm going to say no because I'm short. But if I get out of my short, I probably change my answer to yes.
Okay. Where are your biases? That's good. That is good.
Yeah.
Part of being a good trader.
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
slow.
you gonna
I
get
mean, look at
Dakota?
this. Since I took this...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I've been trying to get Dakota on the podcast. I asked him twice. He told me he would do it at the end of the summer once he figured out some stuff with his trading. I'm sitting there looking at that email like, what does this guy have to figure out with his trading? That's the question I'm going to ask him to start the podcast. Like, what else, bro? You know? But
yeah, what else? Must be perfect. Ooh, yes is really stuck in that 5-minute range, kind of just testing bottoms, testing tops,
Super tight,
testing
bro.
bottoms, testing tops. Yeah, we're talking 4-point range in the ES right now.
Dolby, I got into this at 241, and it's been up and down literally 2 points on either side of that entry price this whole
So
time.
what, you've been in this for 40 minutes with like no movement? Well,
with no movement.
how come you didn't get short 56, 17 and 3/4?
I was not at the desk. I had a lot of meetings today, catching up from being sick yesterday. So this was when I sat back down to get on Power Hour. I liked that candle close off of the New York Open VWAP. So that's really what I'm looking at here is like first line of defense is that higher low off of New York VWAP at 56.16. If we take 16, I might yank this. My stop is at 19. So I'm looking for a New York VWAP hold right here.
Nice.
VWAP starting to flatten out a little bit too. Don't love that for short, you know.
Man with the plan. You know what you're looking for.
Yeah. And I'm not oversized. You know what I mean? I'm pretty comfortable in this position. So
having the right risk on helps a lot. Keep a cool head in a trade.
Oh yeah, 100%. Because I know very well this could retest 16, make a lower high, and then still come back down to 12 very quickly. But when you have too big of a position size on, when it starts to come towards 16, you're like, oh God, I got to get out of this thing. It's not working. So I try not to. I've put myself in that position of being oversized for so long because I've been trading for a decent amount of time now. I know what that position feels like. I know it sucks. So now I'm able to avoid that. I also think you guys with Topstep, like allowing 5 funded accounts puts us in a position to never be stressed like that. You know what I'm saying? I think if you can get yourself funded with 5 different accounts, you never have to be oversized. Like what, you know what I mean? Don't be ridiculous. I just think it's crazy.
Also for what? So we can just make more money? I mean, like the longevity is what will make you money, not trying to do a dead sprint for a 5-figure trade.
Well, you know, dude, some guys try to get funded and just squeeze payouts as quickly as they can. Other people like myself, I'm trying to get a live account. I'm trying to get reputation here with you guys. I'm trying to earn some street cred. So I want to do it the right way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think there are 2 distinct paths.
Part of the trading combine meta. You do a dead sprint and try to take a payout, or do you build the account like an actual trader and try to build like long-lasting skills for account management?
And on that comment, I trade XFAs. If people follow me on social, I talk about it all the time. I trade XFAs so much differently than combines. And I think you guys have rules in place that I think most people, I mean, you can everyone do whatever you want. Of course, I'm not saying do this or don't do this, but you're not here to trade combines. You're here to get funded and get payouts from XFAs or a live account. So you should be moving through combines as quickly as you can. I always tell people, allocate a certain amount of money that if you lost it, doesn't matter. That's the amount of money you should spend on combines. Use that money to work through combines as quickly as you can. Then in XFAs, because of the rules you guys have, your contract size is limited anyway. So it's not like you're going to be able to come into an XFA and put 10 lots on. It's impossible. So you guys kind of put the guardrails in place to allow us to go harder on combines and then go slower in an XFA. Now, if you've never passed a combine, definitely take your time, get comfortable. If you're new to futures, take your time and get comfortable for sure. But if you've been, like I've been trading with you guys since February, there's no reason for me to be in a combine for 3-4 weeks. It's not what I'm here to do.
Yeah. Well, especially if the bulk of the fee comes during the activation fee, right? So the incentive to trading combines aggressively is there. Now, if they were more expensive up front, you'd probably start seeing a lot more people change how they take on risk. Because imagine a 150K account at $375 a month is a little bit different than 149.
Yep.
Way different.
Yep.
Way different.
And I see the
Dakota
chat
does the
saying
same
something.
thing. You know, he does dead
I
sprints.
see the chat saying
through
Silver
trading
saying,
combines.
yeah. And again, everybody's in a different financial position, chat. So
Correct.
do whatever you'd like. I prefaced this all by saying, whatever you all want to do. I'm just sharing what I do. You can tell me I'm right or wrong. It's not going to change what I do. I'm just giving you my input so you can make an unbiased, maybe perhaps an open-minded opinion of maybe a new way to make money, right? Like, I think everyone should challenge their own belief systems. If you believe you got to take a combine very slow and steady, just like an XFA, why are you not questioning that belief? Either the questioning will push that and reinforce it, or it opens you up for change. I think people just get too close-minded and, no, this is the way you got to do it. Rip said do it this way. Hogue said to do it this way. That works for them. You got to find what works for you. And sometimes that means touching something and, oh, that's too hot. I don't like that. Or, that works for me.
You just got to make sure that you can change gears when you're in XFA, because some people do that dead sprint in the trading combine and then switch to XFA and they're still in sprint mode.
100%.
And then that's when like the churn and burn happens. And that is,
I
that's
mean,
not
I
good.
could definitely
You
understand
don't want
it
to
too.
churn and burn.
Because if you suffer from over trading, I could see that. Like, even though the XFA limits your contract size, you could still overtrade yourself. And I think young version of myself as a trader would definitely succumb to that. But I think, like you said, Dolby, you have some experience. You can start to say, yeah, I'm not going to go crazy on the XFA, but I am going to. And even with the combine, last thing I'll say about it, it's just, you don't have to trade a lot, everybody. Aggressive doesn't mean a lot of trades. It can just mean more size. That's it. So you can take the same trades that fit your strategy, but put more contracts on it and pass the combine faster, so you don't have to pay the monthly fee. MP might not like me saying, trying to, the monthly fee, but the goal is to get really good traders into XFAs and live accounts. So
live
that's
accounts,
the advice I would give.
Pro ball. We're trying to do pro ball stuff.
Yeah.
We're basically modernize the prop shop proprietary trading firm model from late 90s, early 2000s. Don't need to be in a brick and mortar. Don't need to be a centralized office in a Chicago, in a New York, in a London. You could be in a Florida. You could be in North Texas. You can be in Utah. Anywhere on this planet, still have equal opportunity to get funding, get backing, safe, real trading environment where real trades are executed with real P&Ls and real traders. Here at Tops, I guess the tip of the week this week. Tip of the week this week, there will be time. Always be journaling. Journaling can help you identify your strengths and weaknesses in the market and environment. As emotional as trading, your journal is the window to understanding how your emotions change your decision-making process. Last week, Dolby, we launched the journaling feature in the performance dashboard. But today the people asked for a couple more features in the journaling section. What did we launch today in journaling?
Oh, some cool stuff, Dre. So, for example, in the trades tab now, everybody wants to play along at home, you can now see a journal column on the far left-hand side. You can click that, and it will be for the exact trade that you took. I love range trading. I can save it.
Yes.
Oh, error saving. Let's see if it saves again. Hold on. Sometimes you have to refresh it. So if I refresh, let's see if it works.
I love range trading.
I love range trading, Dre.
Yes.
Maybe it doesn't like my note. That would be unfortunate. There we go. Okay, so it worked. Journal save. I had to do a little refresh of the platform. That fixes most issues. So I saved the journal note. Then I can go to stats and performance. I can scroll down, and then should see my note on my trade that I just made. So the whole thing is linked together, which is pretty sweet. This is a practice account. No one cares. It's just practice. And then the other cool thing is if you click the gear in the far upper right-hand side in the dome settings, you can actually hide your non-favorites. So all those weird markets that you see that are tempting you to trade, you can just hide them if you want. Then you can just keep the ones you want. So pretty sweet features. Slowly rolling stuff out. I know Coach Robert is actually updating some of these videos, I think as we speak, actually. So that way, you all will have the most up-to-date videos for Topstep X, the most recent features. Great stuff.
Yeah.
So welcome, Drip.
More to come, obviously. We're still in version 1.0. Obviously, wait till 3.0. It's just going to be the best.
We're tipping over a little bit in the ES.
Yeah, great patience.
So that's the lower high that I was talking about.
Yep.
Yeah.
Love it when a plan
I think
comes
often
together.
too. you'll see like people will, if you looked at my trade, a lot of people would say, Austin, put your stop right here at that most recent lower high. And we've talked about it ad nauseum here. That is what is most likely to get swept. Those people will easily get taken every time. So you got to give it at least previous structure, or in this case, up at the top of the 15-minute opening range. That's the line that you see here. So yeah, we're still in now, down 3 ticks. Let's see if we can tip over a little bit.
Yeah, that was a really good explanation prior to that event even happening, which I definitely appreciate because it means that you're actually in this trade and you're looking out for it and you have a plan, which is
and
great.
I'm convicted. I think that's the thing. Is like, you know, you look at these comments in the live chat about what people are saying about combine discipline versus XFA discipline. Discipline is a very easy buzzword to talk about in trading. It is a very hard practice to follow daily. And being convicted in your idea, seeing the idea all the way through, following your plan, that is absolutely a form of discipline that I think a lot of new traders lack. I mean, everyone in here would be lying if they said they've never hopped in and out of a trade and swapped directions and been unable to stick to a thesis. You'd be lying if you said that wasn't you. We've all been there.
I'm coming up on 20 years of trading now, and discipline. I think discipline and patience will forever be a practice. I don't think
that's it.
I don't think anyone ever says, yes, I'm disciplined. Yes, I'm patient. It's I'm working on my discipline. I'm working on my patience. It's always, always, always. When I see big market moves like last week, when we saw those big sell-offs, I'm not going to lie. Yeah, discipline's very hard. The FOMO is real. And once FOMO sets in, then you become undisciplined and your patience goes out the window and you just want to catch these moves. You see these big candles on the chart and you're like, oh, bleep, I'm missing out on an opportunity. And not only that, I know other people around me are capturing opportunity and profiting. So naturally, it does creep in. But in markets like this, I think it's a little bit easier to be patient.
I agree. And I think society, in a way, has conditioned people with the instant gratification to not be disciplined, right? So it's like discipline is hard. And it's like you said, it's like winning, right? If you've ever read Relentless.
Highland Park or something up there, up north.
No
kidding, really?
Dolby, he might want a bag. Yeah.
Yeah, oh yeah. He doesn't do anything for free. Yeah, he was Michael Jordan's first trainer. No.
Cool.
But what I'm saying is like that discipline is something like you said, Andre, you have to practice every day. So when I see the people in the chat saying, I can't be disciplined to trade my XFA different than my combine, that is a limiting self-belief. Winners never talk or think like that. So again, if you're open-minded, I would challenge you to question your beliefs and get around people that maybe think and talk a little bit differently and it might rub off on you rather than being like, no, I can never do that. I have to trade my combine the same as an XFA. That's not true. It's just factually inaccurate. You can
Let's say this. I think the discipline, yes, once you're in the markets, when you're trading, yes, discipline, but I also think discipline applies to your daily schedule, your daily regimen, your preparation going into the markets. Are you doing your Sunday prep? Are you seeing what's coming out for headlines, news, speakers, earnings, and stuff like that? Also, having a routine, getting good night's sleep, being, self-realization, things like self-aware, journaling, things like that. Because once you're in the market, that's when discipline, you're going to be tested the most. So having that preparation going into the market, I think is where discipline really pays off. Because once you're in the market, emotions do get involved. And that's when discipline gets tested the most, I would say. So yeah, discipline with your preparation. Preparation discipline is very, very important.
Proper preparation prevents poor performance.
A lot of P's there. Oh, a lot of P's.
A lot of P's. Come on, it's Power Hour, brother. You know what it is.
PH Power Hour, hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up on Twitter. Hit us up at X. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Get some good content here. Probably turn around you guys in about 15 minutes or so. We got 25 minutes left in the session. It's been a doozy of a session.
Andre, one more thing. One comment in there says Russia Combine blow an XFA. Again, I would just remind everybody, challenge yourself. That is not the only way. It's really not, everybody. And I would say, Mick listens and Mick's always involved. I think I've lost 3 XFAs. I have 5. One of them is in drawdown. I've probably failed 10 combines to get the 5 XFAs, maybe 12 or 13 combines. So I am proof that person that said that is not the only way. People speak in absolutes. It is not true. So if you've been sitting there, everybody, thinking, I got to go slow in my combine, I'm just saying, question yourself. Just question that belief. Where is it based? Who gave you that idea? What is rooted in that idea? Is it limiting? It might be. And that's where I'm saying challenge yourself. So.
Sounds good to me. Yeah, I mean, it's different times, different trading combines, totally different time now. Way different than now when I was doing trading combines. That is for sure.
Mm-hmm.
How so, Dolby?
Here's the thing, though. Well, yeah, what up?
No, how so? How's it changed since you were doing combines back in the day?
Just the way the risk is distributed. like a long time ago, like all the risk was like upfront because it was way more expensive. You had to trade more days. Like we're talking 15 traded sessions for step 1. It was I think 5 days, and step 2 was 10 days. So you needed, I don't know, it's almost like 10x the amount of traded time before you even got into a funded account. And then all the funded accounts took 6 to 7 days to set up. Now they're almost instant. Like there is just so much has happened in this space to, I wouldn't say like incentivize, but certainly shift the math in favor of being more aggressive in accounts if you're looking at it strictly from like a game sort of perspective. So the risk has
Well said.
changed because it's gotten distributed differently. So and the market responds because that's what the market does. But here's the thing, though.
And I
agree with rushing into XFAs, but make sure you have enough screen time to justify doing it. But if you get into an XFA account and you're still sweaty palming it every single time, get down to micros and spend as much time getting that XFA or live account screen time as possible, which is very important.
Yeah, and I just said it in the chat too. If you're not confident in strategy, there's an argument you shouldn't even be in a combine, but you do whatever you want.
Practice account.
You know what I'm saying? Practice account. Yes. Build a strategy, build confidence, do chart markups, study your edge, then get into combine. Again, if we want to make a debate about it, there's no debate about how long should you be in a combine. There's a monthly fee. I just don't believe that that's what you all are here to do. Y'all are here to get an XFA and get paid out. Come on. What are you doing? And let me just say one more thing.
Yeah, go for it.
No, and Dolby, you brought it up spot on in how these challenges have gotten a little easier. I've been running this mentorship program called the Black Shirt Club for almost 4 years. Originally, when we were just CFD traders, all we did was like, let's just get somebody to pass a challenge. Just get them to, and it was hard. Like 1 out of every 20
any
people
challenge
would pass within the 3.
Yeah.
Yes, just pass, not even get a payout, just pass. Now, 80% of our group is funded with you guys or with another futures firm. The challenge environment has completely changed where combines are easier to pass, and you'll see more people talking about how to trade XFAs and how to trade funded accounts. So I do think it's completely changed. We're rolling over a little bit here on ES4.
Yeah, nice conviction. Nice conviction. But yeah, getting that screen time is super important. And I think that's what was so hard about old trading combines is that it was so much harder to get funded that you had less reps at getting funded screen time. And so it would take a little bit of a cycle to get back in there. But with a new system, with how it's set up now, you can get much more experience faster at higher pressure accounts like XFA or live accounts. So hopefully traders are taking advantage of that, kind of being under.
Dude, and then add in TopstepTV where you can listen with you guys and trade with you.
Yeah,
I mean, it is a different environment for prop traders, and even it was 2 years ago, a year ago. It's this 2024 is the year of prop trading.
Golden age. Golden age of prop.
Is it the golden age still? Dolby, is it the golden age of prop?
Get your pickaxes, right? Come on, get your pickaxes and your shovels, boys. This is it. Take advantage.
Yeah.
All right, starting to see some sellers here in the ES. Last trade, 56.09 quarter. And a Q going to try to follow suit as well. It's going to be lower end of the range. Buyers do try to step in here, hold that range, but if they get busted, it could be lookout below. Again, low of the day in the ES as I adjust the scale here. I got 56.02, 56.02 half. We're about 7 points off of that. Let's see if we keep pushing here for Austin. Austin is short one from 56.12 quarter. See if we can get some follow through to the downside.
The longer I sit in this now we got 20 minutes till close. If I can get the $200 for the daily target on this XFA, I'll be very happy with that. It's just been so choppy. So we're going to see if we show any resistance around the 05, 06 area, I'll yank it.
Okay. What's $200 versus what is your profit targets that you want?
I think if we move all the way here, it's 5, maybe like 450. Let me see. 430 if we move all the way here. So a little less than half if we can get to 06. Yeah. I've said this last week too. I get in the last 15, 10 minutes because of that volatility that can come in. I try to just be in that like take what you can get mindset because you don't know what's going to happen. We've seen everything that can happen in the last 5 or 10 minutes. And even in the last 1 minute, we've seen it together here. You, me, 3 of us. So I'll take what I can get. Here we go.
100%.
There's 07s.
Here we go. We're pushing.
There, that's good. 20 ticks. Love that. I'm going to yank that. Let's make sure we hit that $200 goal. Just trying to stack some wins back in this XFA. Yep, 233 on that win. Not bad.
There you go.
Cool.
Well done.
Flat.
Well done.
Done.
Good execution.
Cool. So it's kind of like an example of trading the XFA parameters, not necessarily even the trade itself, right? You wanted the $200, so you can get that day booked, so it counts as a winning trading session.
Yep.
And this is something, since we spoke about this on stream today, I'm not trading these accounts to build a track record. I'm not trading these accounts to have perfect metrics. I'm hitting my goals. I'm stacking wins. I'm waiting for my call up to a live account. I'm taking payouts. That's it. People will be like, oh, your risk reward is flawed. I win is 65-ish% of the time. And I have stats that back that. So it's like, doesn't really, it's different. It's just a different game. You said it best, Dolby. It's just a different game.
And
so you got to play the game.
To play it. So yeah, it also depends on what your, how much money you have at your disposal, right? If you're in a point where you can take profits out and roll those back into accounts, you have a nice little system going. But if you're not, say, break even or better, then that's not a pipeline you're going to be able to take advantage of. And so maybe taking it a little bit slower is wiser to do. But that's a sick trade, though. It was awesome.
Yep, very nice.
Thank you. Yeah, that worked out really well. Made the lower high. And one more thing I'll just say about this trade, like many, many times when you win, if you have some experience, like you start to get confidence, it gets real easy to be like, yo, this isn't working yet. Add in, get more confidence. But again, discipline, conviction to the thesis, see the idea through kind of thing. When in the plan did we call for add-ins? You guys have seen me trade. I'm not an add-in kind of guy. I get in, I try to make money, cut the risk, lock the stop, move on to the next trade. So you'll feel those urges, everybody, but that is the awareness of the urge is step one in discipline. Saying, I want to do something, but then being able to be like, that's not a part of my plan, and it's fine. And then also, this trade could fall and take out low a day. This is going to take out 5,600. Look, everybody.
Yeah,
I would just implore everybody. Yeah, look at that. There's the range break.
Yeah, Nasdaq's going off here.
Bottom of the range.
Yeah, range broke. 5-minute range broke. It's over.
Eddie, Morse code in with MOC. Eddie, Morse code in with MOC. We're trading. We just broke 5,600s in the ES. 55.99 trade. 56 is back up bid. Take a look at NQ. NQ selling off. NQ selling off 19,936. Why I'm falling off as well. Maybe we got the Google and Tesla earnings. I think I saw Tesla selling off as well. Again, we got Google and Tesla earnings coming out after the bell. Buyers did step in the ES. Last trade, 5,600. Call 5,600 evens. Low today, 55.99 quarters. See if we keep pushing lower here. We do have hashtag Power Hour content coming for you, but let's see how this sell-off continues. Nobody time, if you were trading this, would you be looking to possibly take a long down here, or would you just see more momentum to the downside?
A long in which market? Yes.
Either any of the equities. Any of the equities, yeah. Now we're just tagging the lows of the day, perhaps some profit taking.
Maybe. I mean, maybe even right now in the ES, like we're bottom of 1 hour range right now. So if you like a cheap trade, I mean, this is actually not that bad of a spot. If the 1 minute can maybe firm up a little bit, buyers might come back in. I'm just looking at big structure here, right? So it's kind of like head and shoulders, I think is what we're looking at. All right, so here's 1, and then 2, and then 3. Big one, there's the head, and then down, shoulder. Yeah, so it's just a head and shoulders pattern. And we're kind of at the neckline right now. So see how it plays. But I still like Austin's trade. I would probably still be short. Maybe we catch a
if I had more than one contract,
like
I would still be short as well. I would have tried to trail if I had more than one on. I would just say to everybody, it's very easy to feel FOMO, right? Like you guys saw me in the trade. I was out at 06 or 07. We dropped to 5,600, 7 points there. That FOMO can lead you to then taking other trades. Again, just to our theme of today's call, discipline. No FOMO. I'm not worried about what any of you are doing or what Andre or Dole. I'm worried about my money. I'm worried about my accounts. I followed my plan, execute the plan, rinse and repeat. So just try to take, I just try to be a good example when I'm on stream. Stick to your own conviction. And if you are wrong, it's okay, but learn from it. If you don't stick to conviction, you'll never accept your losses. You'll never learn. It's that simple. 1 + 1 = 2. So study your mistakes, but you can't even have mistakes if you don't have conviction. So,
yep. Got to put in those trades if you want to feel it.
In regards to the long, I would be absolutely looking to consider if I hadn't hit this trade, you could look at a long here, but I would tight stop, right, Dolby? Like if you were long at 56.04, I would go stop at 55.99, right at that recent low. If it takes out that low, get out of the way. It could go lower here.
Yeah, and it's just not even remotely range bound, like straight down to the 1 minute, bounce right back up again. So this has a little bit to figure out. I think something that you said was interesting is that when you were talking about putting on like winning trades, you were still thinking about like other emotions that come in even when you're winning that try to steer you off track. And it's just like
100%.
no matter what part of this journey you're on, whether you make no money at all or you break even or you're rolling in cash, there are still going to be thoughts that enter into your mind that will try to steer you off your path in like perpetuity. It's never something that gets solved. We're always having to kind of like buttress against these thoughts and emotions that are trying to sabotage our trading. Never goes
Do you
away.
golf, Dolby? Or Andre,
Hell
do you
no.
guys golf?
I do.
Absolutely not.
Okay, so Andre, you'll relate to this. The first time you thought when you were golfing, I think I'm getting the hang of this. What happened? The next 4 balls are in the woods. So trading is the same thing. As soon as you lapse on that discipline, like you're saying, Dolby, it will come. Your old habits can come back right away. That you never outgrow them. You just get more aware of them to keep them away. So I think like what I try to push to people is mistakes are inevitable. Just make them happen less often and cost you less money. It's not. This is not a perfect game. It's not perfect in the wins or the losses.
So much is reframing in trading. It's all like mental reframing and then delayed gratification. That will get you really far when it comes to trading, especially delayed gratification, because so many times we don't want to stick to our personal daily loss limit. And we wake up the next day with a P&L hangover because we lost $5,000 instead of 2,500.
It's the worst, bro. It's the worst.
And it's like,
and you're like,
how
who
would I
was that
feel
guy?
if
That's not even me?
Oh, seriously? Right. Yeah, like I blacked out and I lost $5,000. I don't even remember pressing all those buttons. Right. But a good little tip that I used is if you're still thinking about your losing day the morning after, you lost too much money the previous day.
Yes, you did.
And I would not even trade that day. Yeah, you should review the previous day and take some value from it before you go back into trading. I agree.
Yeah. If you're still thinking about your losers after a losing day, not good.
Buyers did step in there. Last trade 56.05, about a 5-point bounce. We'll see what happens. We've got MOC coming out in about 2 minutes or so. Eddie will Morse code in when we do get those numbers. They are ever changing. So keep in mind what Eddie first announces doesn't necessarily mean what's going to be executed. As we saw yesterday, and Eddie, if you can jump in here real quick. Yeah, I think we saw about 3 billion initial announcement, about 3 billion sell side just to get executed was to buy side, right?
Yeah, and vice versa. It has done that a few times. So, I'd be watching as it moves. And once it starts doing that, we have to be very aware of what's going on.
Yeah, sure.
If I could real fast, guys.
A minute 45 seconds. We got MOC coming out. Of course, we got ES, NQYM. We'll get the initial announcement. And then that could flip with the execution with 5 minutes left to the closing bell. You will see the countdown clock. 11 minutes, 30 seconds until that closing bell. Again, we have Google and Tesla reporting at the close. What's up, Austin?
You got it.
This was Rips's or Dakota's trade today. He caught the longs on NASDAQ right off of that 15-minute opening range low, right? So that's the high and low set in the first 15 minutes of trading. This was an idea I had marked up. Same thing here this afternoon. If you just look at the bounce, that 15-minute opening range low becomes a great place to look for longs here. And then look at ES as well for this idea that I was saying to Dolby, where you put the stop at the pin that breaks out of the range. Now knowing if it makes new lows, take me out. Otherwise, we can re-enter the range and trade back to the daily VWAP here in the middle of the range. So that's kind of how I see the similarities between Dakota's play and the way that I would personally trade it.
Yeah, we're still very range bound. It's a cheap trade. The market is most certainly waiting for earnings.
The earnings,
it's just not enough. Yeah, not enough. We do the.
You know what the funny thing about the earnings is?
Maybe. What?
They're gonna beat earnings, but it's all about their forward forecast. What do they say for next
30 seconds?
That's what.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah,
that's what I'm worried about. Is guidance and just stacking negative news.
Yeah, 71% long. 60%, everything's jumping around. 65% long on gold. But yeah, caught my eye. 69% long ES. Eddie, we got 10 seconds till MOC. Please jump in when we get that. Again, those numbers are subject to change and most likely will change.
I'm going to be jumping.
Eddie has the best voice, dude, for this radio.
Be jumping. Here we go. All right, S&Ps. We are 838 million buy side. NASDAQ, 326 million buy side. Dow, 431 million buy side. Mag 7, 218 million buy side. Buy side across the board. Back to you on eyes on the prize.
Thank you, Eddie. So that's about 1.5 billion buy side between ES and QYM. Again, those trades are going to be executed in about 4.5 minutes. But you see when the announcement comes in, you see a bit of a pop when that gets announced, but we'll see what actually gets executed here in about 4 minutes, 20 seconds. Eddie, keep us updated as those numbers will change.
Ton of orders just came in on the book above us here. You see that, Andre?
I did see, actually, I see that algo switching around that 1,000 lot or whatever. The algo keeps jumping. It's just trailing. It's so lame. So lame.
Yeah.
So lame. No, I've been fighting algos. I've been fighting HFTs for about 18 years now, man. And
yeah, you tired of them?
When they blow out, man, another one bites the dust. Music to my ears, man. Music to my ears when algos.
Hey, I'm against the Goldman interns. You're against the algos. We all got our enemies in the market.
Bummer. Another algo blew out. All right, we got gold trading near the high. Well, recent highs here, 24.09. Last trade. High of the day, 24.13.
If Nasty wants to have some fun, Dre, we got to get below 19,930.
Okay.
That's when things get interesting. We've bounced there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times today. Make a push down to 800s. Got a stew cooking there, Dre.
Yeah. Did the MOCs flip to sell side at all, Eddie, or get less buy?
It really hasn't moved here, pretty much. This is what we're seeing here right now. Basically, give or take, million here, million there.
Cool.
But no movement.
Okay, again, we got Google and Tesla after the bell. 7 minutes, 50 seconds left in the session. There's this step in. Currently trading 56.05 ES. Dolby time, you say between, we got to get beneath 930s to have some fun in the
930s. I think below 930s, things get interesting in NQ for sure. We've held there for so long today. The range has been really tight between like 930s and 2000s, which is not that much of a range for NASDAQ. So the longer the range stays in a range and the larger the time frame the range, the bigger the move out of that range is going to be. So if we do get that action, I do think that it could move pretty dramatically. Either way, up or down. I'm not even really picking a side, but any movement out of a long range tends to be a big move. So extra value to be had.
All right, really quick, if we want to
talking about the Magnificent Seven here, real quick here. Given the Magnificent Seven high profit expectations, we got to watch these companies. They have a lot to prove when these reports do hit the wire. However, the outlook will be likely closely scrutinized in the comparison to their elevated valuations. So keeping an eye here right now. Dropping probably about 100 million each of these from the buy side to the sell side. That's about the change that we've got right now.
Hey, James, just jump in really quick. James, how do you want to handle hashtag power hour stuff? We're coming up on time. We got 6 minutes left. What are
you just want to cycle through them real quick?
Yeah, we got MOC. Yeah, what's that?
We'll just send them. If anything happens, let me know. We'll take it down.
Got it. Let's go.
So here we go. First off, making some good money in their account. I see a 7 with a comma and a balance of 17K.
Sweet.
So that's a good looking account. Congrats.
That is a great trade.
We got Luna and their trading buddy, always there, green or red. I should also say some of these are recycled from Fast Market since we didn't get to it in time. But thanks for your submissions. Here we go. That's my personal favorite Twitter account out there. Tweeted this morning. Me and chat when the break music is on. That guy is so funny. This guy is so funny.
All right, more selling coming in here. New lows, ES,
930s
new lows.
broken. There's 22s, 21s, 20s.
Let's have some fun. Dolby time says the party is on. MOCs to be executed in about 20 seconds.
And before we do that,
what else?
Andre, the King Dorito King.
Wow, Mom, if you're watching, we made it.
Yes.
We made it, Mom.
We made it.
We made it.
Just time for MOCs.
Thank you. All right, more selling coming in here.
19s, 08s.
Yeah, we're easing on the buy sides here. Buy sides getting light across the board here right now. Oh, kicking it back. Check that again here. Buy side big. 1 billion here in the S&Ps. Have got 252 million. NASDAQ, 377 million. Dow, 290 million. Magnet. S&P really kicked in those buys.
Sure did. Okay. Tilt got rolled there. We had 71% long in the ES.
Yep.
Took it on the chin there.
Yeah, things really fell through between 930s. Now the question is, do 930s act as resistance on the way back, or will it end up becoming support and then we get back up to 20K? So whoever went long those 930s is going to have a call to make on if they have the opportunity to get back to break even on their trade. Do they take it and become a seller? We will see. He's funny today.
He gets me every
Good
day,
jokes.
man. Nick for a tick. I think
Every
Nick for a
day.
tick is on tomorrow. Nick for a tick. Will be no sell. It just close. Nick for a tick.
Pull the sell button.
Yeah, there will be no sell. Just close.
No one's
All
allowed
right,
to
we
sell.
got 3 minutes, 30 seconds here going into the close. New lows on ES. 94 half. Last trade, low of the day, last trade 94, and the orders still selling off here. Buyers did try stepping in NQ, not much. They bounce. I'm still selling off. Again, Tesla and Google after the bell. Austin Silver said they will beat. Austin Silver said they will beat forecast estimates, but it's all about the forward-looking guidance.
Yeah, for those of you that don't know much about earnings, I'm not an expert, but I've always found it funny when they beat earnings, but they gap down. And people tell me that's because of the forward-looking analysis of what is coming in the next few quarters, which just reinforces what they say. The stock market is forward-looking. So it's like, yeah, good. What did you do last quarter? Cool. That's already priced into the price action. Really what matters is what they talk about coming forward. Did you hear Apple's working on a folding phone? You guys going to buy one?
cares,
we could all go
dude?
back
They
to
got
flip
the
phones.
patent. I remember they had the patent a few years ago for it, but
I
don't know. I'm good on
I have
mine.
an iPhone Mini. It's great. They don't even make them anymore.
Dolby, why does that not surprise me, brother?
What? Because it fits in my hands. Why do I need a big phone? It doesn't fit in my hands.
You got small hands?
I do have small hands.
Diamond hands.
Same.
I do. They're small, but they're diamondy, which is more important.
True. I would take small and diamondy versus big and lettucey. You know what I mean?
100%. Yeah, 100%.
100%.
There's actually a good reason. So when I was working in a restaurant, I had a condition called declare veins, which is basically where your wrist tendons rub over your bone, and it is super painful. So big phones were actually stressing out my wrist tendons because I was stretching too far with my thumb. So I had to get a small phone.
Right.
And this is more similar to the OG size iPhone. They don't make them anymore. It's really sad.
No, they don't.
It's really sad.
Well, these MOCs matched up pretty nicely. Numbers are pretty low here right now. So we did have a good match for at least the NASDAQ Dow Mag 7. Still a huge amount of buyers here in the S&P have not matched.
90
Bottom of the
seconds.
4-hour range in YM.
Austin Silver, thank you so much for joining us again on Power Hour. Another
thanks for
profitable
having me.
Power Hour. Great to see, great knowledge,
having
great insight.
Yeah, good conversation today. I appreciate the chat for interacting and giving some of their opinions. I love when we have good dialogue, respectful dialogue.
We love chat.
There's many things in trading that, there's not one way. So if you just come into these conversations with an open mind, you're going to take something from it. Even if it's what not to do, you'll take something from it.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Sometimes seeing what not to do is just as valuable as what to do.
Shout out to all the bell to bellers today. Good trade today. More to come this week. We've got earnings, big earnings, backloaded week. It's already Wednesday tomorrow. This has been a good one. We're going to close. We're going to close beneath 20,000 here, Dolby, in the NQ. Will we close beneath 5,600? Yes.
Yeah, I think. Oh, maybe. We'll see.
So we're going to watch. We got bell in 10 seconds. My man Eddie's going to take it away. He's got closing bell.
It is.
And the
Oh my
outro.
God. My God, man.
Here we go. Good train. Hey, 110,000 subscribers. One more time. Click like, click subscribe. We got 110,000 subscribers. Top Step TV. Eddie, take it away, my man.
Take it away. Thank you, gentlemen. Enjoyed the session. Thank you for being here with us here today. Taking a look at what we've got tomorrow as far as our numbers go. Tomorrow is going to be Wednesday, the 24th. And what we're going to be seeing here is nothing until about, actually 6 o'clock. We got some minor numbers. I wouldn't worry about those. 7:30 is the big play. We got building permits coming out at 7:30. We do have the retail inventories, wholesale inventories. Scrolling down here, we do have an 845 S&P Global U.S. Manufacturing PMI. Another big one's going to be the PMI for July at 845. Scrolling down here at 9 o'clock, new home sales. Big number at 9 o'clock here, new home sales. We're also going to be having it around 9:30. The crude oil inventories, scrolling down here, also around 11 o'clock, Atlanta Fed GDP. And 12 o'clock high noon. We've got a 5-year note auction coming in at 12 o'clock. And a little later on in the evening here, we've got Logan speaking and Bowman speaking. So heads up there. As far as what we've got going on here tomorrow, once again, here tomorrow is going to be the 24th, Wednesday the 24th. Be here at 8 o'clock. Hogan, myself, going to fire up the machine, get the party started. Fast Markets, Andre, Gabe, MP, Coach Dakota, Nick Furtick, Hogue, and many more. We got to fit all those people in there, but I'm sure that we will. Power players, Andre Dolby, Francis Green's going to be with us. We've got Shoulder Tap, Hogan, Mick, Dolby, and David Green for group coaching. We all like David Green, and I'm going to enjoy that one. Coming up at 1 o'clock, Dolby, Gabe, KV, Patience with KV, and appreciate KV giving us those levels here this morning. He had some great levels that he shared with us. And Power Hour, Andre Dolby, Coach Dakota. Don't forget tonight, 8 o'clock, Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. We've got also right after this in our Discord, we got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay, Coach Paul. So kick it in 6 o'clock today. We got 6 o'clock? Yeah, 6 o'clock here. Coach Ray, volume profile, supply and demand. 7 o'clock, Coach Vince will be walking around and explaining the candle charts and volume. And don't forget here tomorrow, early at 3:30, our friends across the globe, our friends across the pond, our very own superstar Deeyana is hosting from Monday through Thursday, London Open. It's Monday through Thursday at 3:30 a.m., 3:30 a.m. Central Time, every day, Monday through Thursday. So thank you for being with us here today. We appreciate the participation. Great participation earlier this morning and in this afternoon. I had a great time. So right now it's time to log off. Time to get some love from those closest to you. Get some rest, re-energize, stay safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm hoping around 8 a.m. tomorrow, Central Time. I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step TV. Take care.